we are Novels Hall Dynasty. If you want to listen to more novels or more chapters of this novel, visit a path with the name of Novice Hall Dynasty. We continue with the novel. Spirit Vessel. Part 1. Chapter 1, The Most Beautiful Woman. The sky has the 9 heavens, the ground has the 9 earths. Hell has the river of death that connects the sky and earth. Mortals call it the 9 springs, or the Yellow Spring, and underneath the 9 springs is the Yellow Spring Road. The Yellow Spring Road, it is the last journey for each person. If a man has not truly fallen in love with a woman, then his fall cannot be attributed to her. Feng Fian had truly fallen this time, his life was in a woman's hand. People have countless ways to die. Some die on the battlefield, dramatic, honorable, and meaningful. Others die a naked death on the street without a proper burial, but Feng Fian feels that his demise was even more devastating. How could such a beautiful woman exist in the world? This question appeared every time Feng Fian saw Shui Yuting. His heart was unable to remain calm despite their numerous encounters. Big round eyes, pearl-white snow-like skin, and a slender body with an aura of nobility. Like a goddess that has descended from the heaven. She was the most beautiful woman in the world. However, when Feng Fian was killed by her sword, he found out that she was also the most heartless woman in the world. The sword in her hand bled crimson, his blood flowed from the tip. Feng Fian's soul descended from his body, it traveled to a black world, as cold as ice. Up ahead lied an ancient passage, hovering in the emptiness. Will this lead to the River of Souls, the passage to hell? Emptiness, loneliness, and fearful darkness. A dead person indeed becomes a soul. I can't believe that I, the youngest patriarch of the demon phoenix race, have to wait for my end like this. Walking on the Yellow Springs Road, smiling heroically, Feng Fian possessed a noble aura that could cause many emperors to bow down. Feng Fian was a demon phoenix, a male that had the highest aptitude in the last 30,000 years. He reached the 9th level of heaven emergence within 1,000 years, becoming the strongest cultivator in the immortal world. The other 7 phoenix empresses nominated him to be the new demon phoenix race patriarch. At that time, Feng Fian was even more renowned than even the elders and patriarchs of other big sects. All the other demon emperors and empresses were careful when dealing with him. It was at his apex that he met Shui Yuting. The two coincidentally met at the North Sea. One was the youngest patriarch of the demon phoenix race, the other was the most beautiful woman in the world. They quickly fell in love and spent their time peacefully together on the North Sea beach. At that time, Shui Yuting was gentle and thoughtful, a graceful woman filled with love. Feng Fian had many responsibilities as a patriarch, he could even be considered heartless and ruthless, but after their meeting, he became a young man smitten by love. Feng Fian gently held her slender waist, determined to protect her with his life. However, the moment when he died to her sword, he found out that she did not need his protection, her cultivation level was just as high as his. A raise of her soft hand could destroy the heaven and earth, and it was even a sneak attack. After his death, Shui Yuting replaced his position and became the strongest expert in the immortal world. This was the goddess Shui Yuting, worshipped and honored by all under the heavens. Yuting was peerless under the heavens, the mandate in her hand, no one dared to resist. A woman stepping on her lover's body to reach the apex was definitely the most frightening woman in the world. To die at the hands of the most beautiful and strongest woman, Feng Fian felt that he could at least smile under the 9 springs. At the very least, he had loved with sincerity, and, with no shame in his heart, he could go peacefully to his end. At least I had an intimate relationship with her, and I didn't lose everything for nothing. Dear God, if you can revive me, then I will return the full favor towards her. If I can live again, then, no matter what price I have to pay, I will make her understand that she cannot get away with this betrayal, even if she is the most beautiful woman. A man's scorn will be no less than a woman's when he is betrayed by his love. Alas! Death is unavoidable, and my soul will disappear eventually, my chance for revenge is gone. The Yellow Springs Road, the road of the dead. You can only walk forward, there was no turning back. going straight to hell to drink from Mengpo's 5-flavored tea of forgetfulness. I will forget everything and be reincarnated in a new body. My glory in this past life will turn into meaningless clouds and smoke. Even if there were regrets and hatred or a lover and an enemy, it did not matter anymore, for he was a dead man, only the soul remained. Wait a minute. Why is the Yellow Springs Road so empty? Where are the demons and spirits of hell? Is this the actual Yellow Springs? Did I take the wrong turn? Feng Fian started to question. Looking at the eerily serene surroundings, nothing but the dark emptiness stood before him. He took a long turn. In the great beyond, there was a glimmer of light, as big as a rice grain. It was of a green hue, flying towards him. The speed accelerated, and the light became brighter and bigger. What is that thing? It was a boat, a blue spirit vessel with an ancient design that resembled an underworldly demonic ship. It was made out of a gold and bronze material with 18 steel pillars for the sails, towering like magnificent mountains. The steel pillars had already started to rust, and the black sails were tattered and filled with holes. It painted a dark and eerie picture of a ship. The pitiful state of the blue spirit vessel would still inspire respect and remorse from spectators. Such a fast speed. Even when Feng Fian was alive, he would not be able to reach that kind of speed. The gigantic spirit vessel was as fast as light, no one could dodge it at this momentum. It pierced through the soul of Feng Fian. Bang! Feng Fian found out that his soul and the spirit vessel were flying in the void, slowly becoming one. It flew aimlessly in this eternal darkness. Where was it heading? This is. Not waiting for Feng Fian to react, the blue spirit vessel tore through the fabric of space itself and zoomed outside. Wham! Up ahead, a blinding light illuminated powerfully. Feng Fian was knocked out immediately. He felt that his soul was entering a warm body. Opening his eyes, he found that he had become a 14 or 15-year-old teenager. He had reincarnated. However, this body did not belong to him. It was rather sickly, even when compared to the average person. And in his head, numerous memories resurfaced. It was easy to recognize that they belonged to the owner of this body. Did he enter a dead body? Or did he forcefully steal this boy's body? Forget it. Living again was already a good thing. Feng Fian. He has the same name as me, however, my name means phoenix while his means wind. 1. Feng means phoenix while Feng means wind. Feng Fian couldn't fully digest the heavy influx of the new memories in his head. All of a sudden, he heard a young girl quietly crying in fear next to his side. Young Master Feng, please spare me. My age is still very small, you shouldn't do this. The little girl was shaking in fear, her eyes filled with despair. There were the red marks of 5 fingers on her pretty white face. It was easy to see that she had just been slapped. At the moment, Feng Fian had an adverse feeling towards women. He believed that women were bad omens, they were poisonous scorpions, dangerous bees, and the worst of all were their hearts. Oh God, who is this girl? Feng Fian looked around and found that his body was cold. His hands were situated strangely, as if he were touching a pair of soft, warm cottons. They were soft and slippery, as well as a little wet. He was completely naked on top of the cute little girl. Her clothes had already been torn to pieces by him, revealing her snow-white chest. His evil hands were grabbing the young bosom of this girl. Oh God! The twin peaks were molded strangely. The strength from his grip was too much. The 2 naked bodies on the bed painted a particularly compelling scene. She was like a helpless little quail that was trying desperately to hide. Her hands covered her private parts, fortifying her last defense. Her face was full of tears, crying like the rain. This evil young master was defiling an innocent young girl. His character isn't worthy of praise. This thought appeared in his head, however, his hands couldn't help but to lightly squeeze again. Oh my mother, what did this girl eat to make them so big? This feeling is not bad. Ow! Somebody help! She cried out for help. Clearly, she was in pain from the contact. Bang bang! The black wooden door was slammed open by an 80-year-old man. He carried a long walking stick, and his spine was bent from old age. He could barely walk or even stand as he was entering the room. "Grandpa, help me!" the young girl cried out. The old man's body was shaking, terrorized by the scene on the bed. It was as if his Zhao Yue was being eaten by a wolf. He quickly kneeled next to the bed and kept on kowtowing. "Young Master Feng, I beg you, please let my Zhao Yue go. She is only 14 years old, she is still very young. Please show mercy and spare her. I will kowtow and pray for you every day. Young Master Feng, I beg you, too." Kowtow, kneel and touch the ground with the forehead in worship or submission as part of Chinese custom. This young Master Feng was a lowlife in the city. There was nothing that he wouldn't do. Wearing the best of clothes, forcing young girls in broad daylight, taking them home and then defiling them. Many young girls were ruined by his hands. This young Master Feng was the lowest of the low, the scum of the earth. However, his family background could not be underestimated. It could call the rain and change the wind in Spirit State City. Even though everyone was extremely resentful, no one dared to say anything. The best they could do was to avoid him. At Spirit State City, to hear the 3 words "Young Master Feng" was enough to scare little girls crying. This old man really wants to die? Your granddaughter being chosen by young Master Feng is her own fortune. If she can satisfy the young master tonight, she can enter our home as a maid. If not, we'll sell her off to the Xinghua brothel tomorrow, to become a bitch for thousands of men to ride. 2 servants from outside came in. Both were wearing a black uniform with an expression like 2 wild tigers. They started laughing and kicking the old man, immobilizing him on the ground. "No. Zhao Yue is only 14, if the Xinghua brothel buys her, she will die in there." The grey-haired old man started kowtowing again. His forehead, swollen from earlier, was now painted red by blood. The Xinghua brothel was the biggest brothel in Spirit State City, and it was also the most vile of places. Even virgins that were sold to the brothel were forced to work at least 10 times a day. The prettier the girl, the faster she would die. It was the sin of men. Every man wanted to ride beautiful women. Who cared about the money? If his granddaughter was actually bought by the Xinghua brothel, then her entire life would be ruined. The old man stared at his granddaughter being molested by young Master Feng on the bed. His pain and helplessness could not be explained with words. His heart was broken. He wanted to commit suicide, but he couldn't leave his granddaughter alone. "Damn you, old guy. You dare to hinder our master's good time? I'm going to beat you to death." A muscular servant kicked the old man out of the door, blood covering his face. "Young master, keep on going, don't worry about the old man. We will take care of it." "Ha!" The 2 servants winked at Feng Fian and smiled deviously. They left and closed the door while carrying the old man further away with the intention of beating him to death. Outside, the footsteps became softer and softer, and the old man's begging voice became weaker. "Young Master Feng, please spare my grandpa, I will do whatever you want." Zhao Yue was anxiously crying and begging Feng Fian. Her hands covering her breasts, but her elegant thighs were no longer closed off, signaling her acceptance to his advance in order for him to spare her grandpa. At the moment she looked like a lost lamb, submitting to the evil wolf. Her body expression seemed to say that if you want to eat me, then eat me. It took a while, but Feng Fian finally regained composure and made sense of his memories. The little girl that was undressed by him was Zhao Yu. She and her grandfather Luo lived and supported each other in a small tea shop located in an alley. Today, Feng Fian and his 2 servants saw Zhao Yu working at the tea shop. She was only 14, but her innate youthfulness and pretty face attracted young Master Feng. When nightfall arrived, young Master Feng went to old man Luo's house. They kicked the door off the hinges, and grabbed Zhao Yu away. This kind of matter had been executed many times by him, so he already knew the procedure. Before anyone knew it, Zhao Yu was already naked beneath him. This was when Feng Fian's soul crashed into the body of the young Master Feng and both of their souls became one. This was why he was in such an awkward and unforgivable situation. as one. Young Master Feng's arrogance and lustfulness remained, but Feng Fian's mind and morals had control of the body. Young Master Feng, please find the mercy in your heart to spare my grandfather. Zhao Yue continued to beg. She closed her eyes awaiting the nightmare to come. She told herself to not cry out, even if it was painful. However, after waiting for what seemed like an eternity, she did not feel any unwanted violations and her body became lighter. Feng Fian, who was originally on top of her, had already left the bed, putting his clothes back on like he was already finished with his business. Did it not hurt the first time? Was it when I was unaware? Had he already had his way with me? Zhao Yue couldn't help but softly cry again. Young Master Feng, since you have successfully taken me, you should let go of my grandfather. What? Feng Fian almost fell to the floor, and then he angrily explained, open your eyes and look closely, pinch yourself if you have to. Wake up from your delusion. If I had my way with you, I fear that you wouldn't have the strength to speak at the moment. Zhao Yue was startled, yet relieved, knowing her virtue was still safe. However, she wondered why he didn't commit the cruel act. This required additional thinking. Feng Fian shook his head, not knowing what she was thinking in her heart. He opened the door and headed towards his two servants. This old man better not die, otherwise, after my reincarnation, I would be known as the guy who bullied an old man. How can I go on after that? Zhao Yue covered her body with blankets on the bed, watched in bewilderment as Feng Fian's back disappear from sight. Did the evil man suddenly grow a conscience? No, there were no evil things that he wouldn't do. Why would he spare us? It must be because I didn't please him earlier. Was it so he can sell me to the Xinghua brothel as a virgin, for a higher price? Even though she was afraid and worried about her future, she quickly put on some clothes that were in the room and sneaked outside. She wanted to find her grandpa to see if he was still alive. Feng Fian went to Old Man Luo's house. He arrived at an old courtyard with collapsed walls and rubble in a corner. It seemed like the two had been living a hard life. Only a young girl and her grandfather relying on each other to make it through life. Chapter 2, Holy Saint Treasure. There was a crowd surrounding the small house inside the courtyard. They were whispering about an event that had just transpired. A murder is going to happen. The two people from the Feng clan will beat Old Man Luo to death. Why are you so loud? Don't you know the culprit is the young master from the Feng clan? If you make this into a big deal, the Feng clan will find you. Where is his granddaughter? In the dark, people used torches to light up Old Man Luo's courtyard. The Feng servants dragged Old Man Luo into the central area, looked at all the poor peasants, and said, Old Man Luo didn't know right from wrong, and he dared to cross a young master. Should we let him live in this world? All of the neighbors looked the other way, each of them remained silent. Although everyone knew young Master Feng was the monster here, no one had the courage to stand up against the Feng clan. One servant started laughing maniacally. In this spirit state city, young Master Feng is like the heavens. Crossing young Master Feng is like trying to cross heaven. It is natural that you will be punished with death. Finished speaking, he picked up a large wooden stick from the ground, and pointed it at Old Man Luo's head. Old Man Luo's body was skinny like a skeleton from his harsh life, his body curled up in the fetal position on the ground. He kept mouthing his pleas, please let Yue go, please let Yue go, she is still so young. The spectators were unwilling to witness the final moment, knowing that he would die and be left for the dogs to eat. Sigh. Why would the heavens allow for this bastard Feng to exist? Everyone was cursing Feng in their hearts. Suddenly, a man approached the central courtyard from the crowd. Feng Fian walked over and took the wooden stick from his servant. He leered at them and said, move over to the side. The arrogant servants, of course, could not disobey their master. They docilely moved to the side. They were thinking, what the heck is going on? Did the young master want to be a good guy for once? No, that can't be right. That wasn't his style. Maybe he wanted to personally kill Old Man Luo. No, that was false as well. Although he acts like a gangster, he actually lacked courage and had never killed anyone before personally. Everyone was surprised. Feng Fian threw the stick in his hand away. He slowly lifted Old Man Luo to an arching position and checked his pulse. After determining the old man's status, he nodded his head and commanded, "Feng Ping, go get Dr. Wang." "Huh?" One of the servants acted as if he didn't hear what Feng Fian said clearly. "I said to go get Dr. Wang." "You can't hear me?" Feng Fian yelled at him. I heard clearly, I heard clearly." The servant named Feng Ping kept on obediently repeating those words, and then he ran out of the courtyard to get the doctor. At this moment, everyone was shocked once again. Strange event. Strange event. The servants harmed Old Man Luo, yet young Master Feng came to help him. Everyone who had witnessed this event was startled on their feet. Maybe this was a good thing, but it was just strange. It was as if a war general started to knit a flowery handkerchief, a monk brushing his hair, or a eunuch calling a prostitute. Dr. Wang of the Gushan Clinic was a renowned physician. He was in bed with his wife when he heard that young Master Feng had called for him. He immediately wore his working uniform and rode his horse to the location. Having helped Old Man Luo sanitize and bandage his wounds, Dr. Wang also prescribed the best medicine available. Only afterwards could he breathe easily again. Young Master Feng, Old Man Luo's age is high. It will take time for him to recuperate. I will need to check on him once each day for 7 days. He should be stabilized afterwards. Dr. Wang closed his medicine chest and wiped off the sweat on his brow, then he politely told Feng Fian. This was the most dangerous man in Spirit State City. Dr. Wang minded his words in front of Feng. Feng Fian nodded and inquired, "How much money?" "I don't dare. How could I accept money from young Master Feng?" Dr. Wang was scared mindlessly and his legs started shaking. He was this close to performing kowtow non-stop. Feng Fian had an unhappy expression and demanded, "Feng Ping, give Dr. Wang 100 silver coins." Boom. Dr. Feng directly kneeled on the ground and started kowtowing toward Feng Fian. His mouth started begging, "Young Master Feng, please don't kill me. I would rather cut off my hands and never be a doctor again than to take your money." Dr. Wang was terrorized. His heart warned him to never take money from Feng Fian. There used to be an ignorant man who accepted a meal payment from young Master Feng. Afterward, his house was in disarray. His wife and 3 daughters were all taken to young Master Feng, then sold off to Xinghua brothel. To offend young Master Feng was to bid farewell to your wife and forfeit your children. This was a forbidden action that he would never do. Feng Fian lamented in his mind. It seemed like this body in the past had committed so many grave sins. In the eyes of these people, he was no different from a demon. However, he then recalled certain memories in his mind and saw the evil actions performed by Feng Fian without human remorse. He couldn't help but exclaim, "What a scum! You can leave now," Feng Fian said. The boulder was lifted from Dr. Wang's shoulders. He kept thanking the young master, and then he quickly ran away. Yua, in her tattered clothing, secretly saw everything. Her dark eyes blinked repeatedly, and she wondered what the evil younger master was planning. Why did he save Grandpa? Tilting her head and contemplating the events, Feng Fian was already in front of her. She lost her wit and quickly jumped back while screaming, "You, what do you want?" Zhao Yua weakly took another 2 steps back, and her back was to the wall. Feng Fian took a careful look at her, and then he slowly walked towards her. He noticed her tattered clothing. One could catch a glimpse of the soft and slender body underneath. Chapter 3, Holy Saint Treasure. 2. She was truly a blossoming, beautiful woman. Especially, the pair of small white rabbits were very tempting. Feng Fian recalled the image and he felt a bit faint from how dazzling it was. Cough, cough, do you need me to take responsibility? Feng Fian paused for a second, and he then unpredictably asked these words. Feng Fian did not truly want to possess her, but he wanted to be accountable for his actions. He knew that women were conservative and highly valued their purity. If he saw her whole body, he needed to be responsible for her. However, if she did not want it, then he would not even touch her finger. This was his basic moral code. This was the biggest difference between the old Feng Wind, Feiyan, and the new Feng Phoenix, Feiyan. 1. Both Feng are identical when translated to English. However, they sound different in Chinese with an additional accent mark. One means wind and the other phoenix, no need, no need. In the whole spirit state city, no girl would dare to ask for young Master Feng to take responsibility. The girls that were ravaged by him in the past would have been considered fortunate if they weren't sold to the brothel. They all avoided him, afraid that he would do it again. No one dared to ask for him to take responsibility. Zhao Yu lightly bit her lips and stared at Feng Feiyan. Her hand lightly rubbed the red handprint on her cheek, it still seemed to be sore. This handprint was from Feng Feiyan, she was still very scared of him. Does it still hurt? Feng Feiyan asked softly. It hurts. Zhao Yu didn't dare to look into his eyes. She felt like the current Feng Feiyan was a completely different person. She had this feeling that he wouldn't hit her again. Today. I'm truly sorry. In the future, if you have any problems, you can come to the Feng's office to find me. 2. Imperial Chinese call the big houses of important family government office because most big house owners were involved in the government. With that, Feng Feiyan walked away. The two servants naturally hurried to follow like two dogs following their master. He just left, he really just spared me like that. A while later, Zhao Yu finally closed her tiny lips. She stared at Feng Feiyan's shadow, and she felt something in her heart that was previously missing. Her fingers were toying with her hair, her feelings had not calmed down. Is young master ill now? Her heart couldn't calm down, she believed that young Master Feng would come back and abduct her again. She stood there for an hour before seeing that Feng Feiyan didn't return. She sighed and then ran to take care of her grandfather. Well, it was currently night time, but Spirit State City was still the same. Horse carriages were still bustling on the streets, the background was vibrant and loud, and the street was filled with the sound of people moving around, filled with the chants of street vendors. The girls in the brothel were wearing colorful and extravagant dresses, they were soliciting new customers. A tall man from a tribe in Xinjiang was controlling a big ox with a big carriage behind its back. The blacksmith shop had a little boy with a black battle saber in his hand, yelling loudly. The city felt alive. Feng Feiyan, with his hands elegantly behind his back, quietly strolled through the ancient street. In his mind, he couldn't stop thinking about why he had come back to life while fusing with the soul of a mortal. Did a spirit vessel travel through the fabric of space and time? This was a blue ship with an ancient design, similar to a ghost ship, with an unfortunate breath of vicissitude. Feng Feiyan, at that moment, was only able to stand still in fear. He was immediately taken by the spirit vessel to this current body. It was indeed the spirit vessel that brought his soul to this place. Then where did the spirit vessel go? Feng Feiyan opened his right palm and there was a faint shadow of a ship, about an inch long. It was too blurry to see without heavy concentration. It is very strange, it was as if it was a tattoo of the spirit boat. To merge with the body would require a treasure of holy saint rank in the legends. Even the first of the 18 spirit treasures would not be able to merge with the body, only a holy saint treasure in the legends would be able to reach this stage. Feng Feiyan, in his past life, was the patriarch of the demon phoenix race. His cultivation had reached the 9th level of heaven emergence, but he was still one step away from reaching the holy saint level. He also had never seen a holy saint treasure. He was already undefeated in his past life, a first-class peerless master. However, when he reached the 9th level of heaven emergence, he felt that holy saints did exist in this world. When they reached this stage, however, they all went into secluded isolation and never went outside. This was why he was considered the strongest in the immortal world, at least, only in appearance. Behind the scene were numerous ancient holy saint masters, they were strong to the point of being unstoppable. Even if they were separated by many million miles, they could still kill Feng Feiyan with a single finger. If this spirit vessel is indeed a holy saint treasure, then it proves that saints do exist. In his past, he speculated the existence of saints, but it was not definite. Now, With the addition of the spirit vessel, Feng Fian had the utmost confidence that saints do live in this world. He became ecstatic. Maybe he could use this spirit vessel to eventually reach the holy saint level. Once he reached this stage, then he would successfully jump out of the mortal world to truly become an immortal in both spirit and soul. Thump! Feng Fian accidentally stepped on a stone from being too excited and he almost fell flat on the ground. His body now was too weak and small. He was drowned in decadence, so he was weaker than an average person. There was no trace of cultivation energy inside him, plus, his meridians were blocked. His muscles were weak, and his skeletal structure was poor. The old young Master Feng was not fit for cultivation. He would even be limited when practicing regular martial arts. However, to the current Feng Fian, this matter was not impossible. If he did not want to conform to mediocrity, then he must once again embark on the road of cultivation, the road he must take in order to crown himself as a tyrant once again. However, first, he must improve his body's constitution. Chapter 4, a discussion regarding soldiers. The human physique cannot be compared to a phoenix's body. The phoenix, as a fetus, already has spirit energy. Once it is born, it already has the strength to burn the sky and scorch the ocean. One flap of the wings can destroy a large mountain. As for a human, one must start off with a solid foundation before he can begin the cultivation path. Currently, I am no longer the sect master of the royal phoenix race. Now, I am only a regular human being. If I want to change my physique, I have to start training the immortal phoenix physique. Once the grand completion is achieved, I can live for 90,000 years. Even after death, my body will not decay. The biggest advantage of the immortal phoenix physique is that it can change the innate constitution of a human, making it more powerful and refined. Unfortunately, the immortal phoenix physique was very difficult to cultivate. Even Feng Fian, in his past life, with the body of a phoenix as a base and the 9th level of heaven's emergence, couldn't reach grand completion. It was an accurate reflection of the degree of challenge it was to cultivate. In the present, Feng Fian could only start from scratch, once again, step by step on the road of torturous cultivation. It was the only way to survive, for this world was a place where the strong bullied the weak. If one doesn't want to be eaten alive, then one has to be the strongest. In his mind, Shui Yuting's beautiful figure emerged again. Now, she was a goddess among the saints, but he was only a weak, humbled mortal. If another meeting were to occur, she would not recognize the current Feng Fian, for her pride wouldn't allow her to even glance at a tiny and ordinary human. With this thought, Feng Fian stopped in his tracks. He took a look at the strange pedestrians around him and saw that they all had black hair, black eyes, and yellow skin. These weren't demons in human form, but they were actually humans. Feng Fian had always cultivated in isolation in the depths of the Phoenix Mountain, so his knowledge of the human world was non-existent. As for the foreign architectural style, he appreciated the antiquitic aura. The wooden balcony and the roof cornices decorated with engravings of birds. Each of the houses was a unique work of art. The cultural atmosphere was strange to Feng Fian as well, stimulating his curiosity. His mind was filled with questions. He mumbled, "It seems like the spirit vessel had brought me to the other end of the world or a different world completely." His current location was at the Spirit State City. In the span of a few thousand miles, Spirit State City was the oldest and biggest city. It oversaw the surrounding towns, and it had over 10 million inhabitants. Spirit State City was only an average ancient city within the Jin Dynasty. From Feng Fian's knowledge, the Jin Dynasty was a whole world. It was extremely vast without boundaries. There were at least 10,000 cities that resembled the size of Spirit State City. As for what was outside of the Jin Dynasty, he did not know. A normal human's knowledge was naturally limited. This young Master Feng was a person who only plays around, awaiting his own death. His knowledge was too little. 9 parts of 10 are related to women, and the remaining part is related to drinking and partying. I am the dignified patriarch of the demon phoenix race. Why did my soul fuse with such a scum? Ugh, what is the point of complaining? This guy is me now. I will have to accept my fate. Feng Fian reluctantly accepted his situation with a sigh. If he wanted to quickly adapt to the new environment, he had to widen his knowledge. He would have to know this world before he could adapt to it. The library in the Feng's mansion has a world map and other geographic findings. I can go take a look at them. Feng Fian changed his direction back towards Feng's mansion and increased his pace. Feng Fian's background was quite extraordinary. His father was the governor of Spirit State City. He was in charge of not only the 10 million people in the city but also the dozen surrounding counties. Each year, officials everywhere entered Spirit State City to bribe him with treasures and money. One could say that Feng Fian's father was the king of this corner, reigning over the surrounding 1,000 miles and millions of citizens. He was the only son of the governor, thus, no matter how many maidens he had ruined, no one dared to say anything. Even when someone refused to accept the unfairness, they were arrested and beaten to death by the guards. To not obey the young master was the same as not obeying the governor. Feng Fian's house was the Feng Mansion, and it was the governor's office of Spirit State City. Surrounded by magnificently decorated pillars, high walls with many gardens, the 9 entrances and 9 exits along with the 500 servants and maids made it seem like an imperial palace. Even though Feng Fian was the second generation's master without any talents in martial arts or literature, his dad, Feng Wanpeng, was an exceptional character well versed in both fighting and the arts. 20 years ago, Feng Wanpeng was third place in the Jin Dynasty's annual literary competition. He was well versed in literary works, thus, the library of the Feng Mansion had collected more than 100,000 books including ancient literature, martial arts manuals, strange information, geographical history, and Buddhist scriptures. Feng Fian did not like reading since he was young. He didn't even know all of the characters. This was his first time being in the library's pavilion. In front of his eyes were ancient books, writings on bamboo strips, and even pretty copies rewritten by human hands. His heart was filled with excitement, wondering why he had never went to such a place before. Young master, the master had said to not let you into the library. If you ruin his collection, the master will be thunderously furious, then everyone will have to suffer from his wrath. Young master, you cannot read any of the books here. It is not too late to get out. Otherwise, once the master finds out, we will all be clubbed to death. 4 pretty young maids in charge of monitoring the library surrounded him. All of them were wearing pretty cloth robes decorated with clouds. Their ages ranged from 16 to 20, and their faces resembled pretty flowers. Their skin was silky smooth. All were young and beautiful girls. The girls were begging Feng Fian as if they thought he was going to burn down the whole library. Although they acted respectfully toward Feng Fian, inside, they looked down upon him. He was only an idiot without any talents in literature or martial arts. If his dad was not the governor, then he wouldn't even be comparable to a beggar. Young Master Feng was illiterate before, but the present was not the same as the past. Although he was not an extreme expert in literature, having lived for 1,000 years, his accumulation of knowledge was frighteningly large. It was not something mortals that could only live for dozens of years could compare to. So as long as I can read, I can stay here. Feng Fian was very observant. He saw the contempt in the maiden's eyes. If the young master can really read, the Lord would be ecstatic. Of course, then, you can stay here as long as you want. Except right now, you can't even write your own name. The pretty faces of the 4 maidens laughed. Feng Fian randomly picked an ancient book with a hard cover. Outside it, there were 3 words written in a strong and powerful manner. He was glad to see these letters. Although there were some differences compared to his previous life, they were similar enough for him to understand. Literature was the first sign of culture. Each world had their own unique cultures, and this was why their written systems were different. If there were similarities in the written language, then it meant that his past world and this one were still within the same sphere. Feng Fian could breathe easier now. It seemed like Spirit State City was still in the same world as his old one, even if it was in a different corner. Sooner or later, he could meet his old friends and enemies again. Regarding soldiers. Soldiers' deaths are graceful. They are chess pieces on the battlefield, placed in particular formations. It is the job of the commander to lead and give effective commands. Feng Fian opened the book in his hand and started to recite it loudly while nodding his head as if he was absorbing and appreciating the content. He understood the importance of these profound military writings from past sages. There was much wisdom to be departed with from it outside of just combat and war. For example, if a formation was properly executed by a great general, its effects would be greatly amplified. As for another, even with the lowest of soldiers, if one could utilize them correctly, they could even defeat a great expert. Regarding soldiers, one must emphasize the soldiers above all else. They must travel together as a unit with a clear direction. Only then will an army become undefeated in battles after battles. The four beautiful maids stared widely at Feng Fian with their eyes. They were at a loss for words. They were surprised to the point of forgetting to inhale. This was truly a strange phenomenon. This young Master Feng, outside of knowing how to play with women, still knew these words. This young Master Feng, a person like him, could read regarding soldiers. The four were shocked for a moment before they quickly ran outside the pavilion in clamor. Young Master Feng can read now, young Master Feng can read now. Oh dear heavens! Young Master Feng is so formidable, of course he, naturally, can learn how to read. Go bring this news to the master now, hurry, hurry. Feng's mansion became chaotic. All of the servants and maids were in hysteria from the news. It was even more exciting and hectic than the New Year's holiday. Feng Fian couldn't stop himself from smiling. It was only knowing a few words. Was it worth causing such a commotion? If he was to completely recite some ancient scrolls, wouldn't that scare some people to death? Putting regarding soldiers back to the shelf and closing the door to the library, the room regained its original tranquility. Feng Fian read a book containing geographic findings from the great sages that had tread the earth. The Five Kingdoms Atlas. A geographic lecture on the Jin Dynasty. World's Outlook. After finishing these books, Feng Fian had a better understanding of this world. The Jin Dynasty had been established for 6,000 years. The absolute royal power and strong heritage of the rulers could not be underestimated. From north to south was a distance of 48,000 miles, east to west spanned 74,000 miles. Its total populace exceeded 100 billion. This was an enormous human kingdom. A dynasty that had lasted steadily for 6,000 years implied that its inner and hidden strength was outside the realm of imagination. Such a dynasty would contain many powerful sects, royals, and different clans. In the end, even the governor of the spirit state city was a minor official in the grand scheme of things. Alongside the Jin dynasty were four other dynasties. Their areas and populations were not lower than the Jin dynasty. All five, together, were referred to as the Five Kingdoms. Surrounding these five kingdoms were other smaller countries, numbering in the hundreds. All of them were tributaries to the Five Kingdoms, and their populations were only around a few million. However, according to the World's Outlook book, even the Five Kingdoms were only a small corner of the continent. There were few records regarding what was outside of the Five Kingdoms. There were only vague concepts of the beyond. This world is too vast. Spirit State City is but a drop of water in the sea, a grain of sand in the desert. Seems like, right now, my only choice is to cultivate. As long as I become stronger, then naturally, I will be able to expand my horizons and step onto the world stage, to re-embark on the road towards immortality, and, to once again, stand at the pinnacle of the world. Feng Fian returned the books to their original shelves. The old Feng Phoenix, Fian had died. From now on, everything in my past was now unrelated to me. I am Feng Wind, Fian, the young master of the Feng clan, the most evil, wealthy son of Spirit State City who is feared by everyone. Chapter 5, Amazing, he actually learned to read click-clack click-clack. Outside of the library pavilion were heavy footsteps, then the dragon-engraved doors were pushed open. A grey-haired housekeeper came in from the outside. Despite his old age, each of his steps was steady and did not leave a trace of dust on the ground. The gap in between his eyebrows was narrow, exuding a cold aura similar to the light of an unsheathing sword. His deep eyes were brighter and sharper as compared to a younger man. As he saw Feng Fian, he cracked a big smile that showed all of the wrinkles on his forehead. He excitedly grabbed Feng Fian's hand and clamored, "Young master! Young master! All of the little girls said that you could read, is this true? This is the truth?" he repeatedly asked with eyes filled with expectations. The old man carried a worried expression with a wavering heart. He hoped that Feng Fian had grown up, but he was also afraid to hear the answer he didn't want to hear, which would ruin his excitement. "Grandpa Liu, your age is very high now, and you need a lot of rest. The servants and maids, sigh, to bother you with such an insignificant matter. They truly are too insensible." Feng Fian carefully held Grandpa Liu's hands. Housekeeper Liu was the housekeeper from Feng Fian's mother's side. He was part of the dowry for their marriage. After the death of Feng Fian's mother, Housekeeper Liu was like a grandfather to him. He took care of Feng Fian's every need. Feng Fian's mother died when he was only 1 year old. She died of an unknown illness. He actually wasn't even positive that she had died of an illness because the affair was told to him by his dad, Feng Wanpeng. At that time, Feng Fian was too young to remember. His impression of his mother was very vague. He only knew that she was very pretty and gentle, and there was no other girl in the world who was as gentle as she was. In Feng Fian's memories, his mother was only an incomplete shadow. His father was always busy with tasks, and their meetings had only resulted in scoldings and beatings. Only the old man in front of him had shown him any warm affections. Housekeeper Liu was utterly loyal to Feng Fian's mother. After her death, he considered Feng Fian to be his new master, and he acted in a manner befitting a servant that would always take care of Feng Fian. Although Feng Fian was a tyrant outside, however, he was truly respectful towards Housekeeper Liu, and he treated him like a real elder. This Housekeeper Liu was not a normal person, but one that had cultivated. When he held Housekeeper Liu's hand, he felt a strong qi rotating within the body of the old man. If he garnered all of his qi, then the destructive force would reach multiple thousands of pounds. One punch would turn a tiger into a pool of blood. He was definitely not a normal human. As a phoenix in his past life, his soul still contained the phoenix's soul, which was why his spiritual senses were high. Even a strand of qi could not be hidden from him. Housekeeper Liu had definitely cultivated an immortal style. Even though his body was seemingly elderly, his muscles and bones were filled with radiant life and youthful auras. This was the first cultivator Feng Fian had seen since his reincarnation. In the mortal world, it could be considered to be very high. Judging from his level, he would easily live past the age of 150. If a housekeeper was this formidable, then he couldn't imagine the depths of his mother's household. This was definitely not a normal family. It had to be a powerful family of cultivators. Housekeeper Liu lamented, "This is not a small matter. If the young miss below the Yellow Springs was to find out, she would be ecstatic." The young miss referred to by Housekeeper Liu must be Feng Fian's mother. When he said these words, his eyes contained a hidden flash of strange thought. It was quickly retracted by him, but Feng Fian had noticed it. Feng Fian committed atrocities outside. No one in the Spirit State City was ignorant of this fact. Housekeeper Liu, of course, was aware of it as well. However, he had not left the mansion in the last few years. He definitely wanted to turn a blind eye to it, and he had no expectations for Feng Fian. However, today, when he suddenly heard that Feng Fian could read, and a hard book like regarding soldiers at that, the originally disappointed Housekeeper Liu saw a hint of hope. If Feng Fian could straighten up to become an adult, then he wouldn't be so ashamed for failing the young miss request. If my mother was indeed watching me from the Yellow Springs, she should start praying for me to find a pretty and talented wife to bear her many grandchildren. NBS with karma below, Feng Fian jokingly said. Housekeeper Liu's eyes narrowed. If they could actually find Feng Fian a talented woman, one that could reign and watch over him, maybe he would become someone worthwhile, even if it was a little late. Men after marriage always grew up quickly. The more Housekeeper Liu thought about it, the more sense it made to him. Feng Fian, this little bastard lacked proper discipline and scolding, and this was why he turned out this way. It seems like we must find him a proper marriage, a wife that can control him. In his mind flashed the pictures of many great candidates. They have to be beautiful as well as courageously strong in order to discipline and repress the playboy Feng Fian. Among the list was the goddess of death, cultivators of proper powerful sects, female monks from a convent, and even the best lady from the most notorious brothel. 1. Some of the highest valued girls from brothels do not sell their bodies, but their social skills. Feng Fian didn't know that his silly joke made housekeeper Liu harbor some strange thoughts in his mind. He would be extremely regretful if he knew about the candidates that housekeeper Liu was thinking of. Come on. Come on. Your father was originally on patrol in the city's military encampment. He heard the news and quickly returned. Now, he is waiting for you in the main lobby. Housekeeper Liu definitely had an evil plan. This could be known by the strange smile that was on his face. He led Feng Fian to the main lobby. Within Feng Fian's memories, Feng Wanpeng was a stoic man with a strong body. His emotions were always hidden underneath his iron face. It was as if he had never laughed or cried before. Young Master Feng was an evil boss in Spirit State City. However, in front of Feng Wanpeng, he was still deathly afraid. When meeting his father, it was akin to a mouse meeting a cat. His whole body shook in fear. It was rightfully so because his father hated his cowardly demeanor. He had always beaten him up. Right now, Feng Wanpeng was situated in the chair of the house in the main lobby. He appeared to be around the age of 30, wearing a silky white robe beneath his armor. His heroic eyes were matched well by his well-trimmed beard. He was also a refined man, placing third in the nation in the past. Not only that, he was diligent in his martial arts practice as well. He even learned some cultivational techniques. Although it was little, he was still stronger than the normal man by at least 10 times. 1 versus 1,000 on the mortal battlefield would not be a stretch for his abilities. He was completely eligible to be named as a master that was reigning over one corner of the Jin Kingdom. He slowly sipped his tea under the flashing candles. When he had heard that Feng Fian had learned how to read, he immediately rode home on his horse to return without breaks. He didn't even have time to take off his armor. His head was still dusty from the journey. He couldn't appreciate his tea because his focus was on Feng Fian. He calmly asked, "I heard that you can read now. Is this true?" Feng Wanpeng naturally knew the character of his son more than anyone else, so his expectations were not high. However, in the end, Feng Fian was still his only son. If this little bastard could repent, he would spare no cost for molding him into a respectable person. His newly found literacy, if true, would be considered a big improvement. In my free time, I started to learn different words. It seems like reading is not an issue any longer. Fian responded without fear. It was a response that exuded pride in a respectful manner. Of course, these words was only an excuse. He couldn't tell Feng Wanpeng that he had taken over his real son's soul and that he could easily write immortal manuals, let alone reading mortal manuals. If his father knew the truth, he would most likely consider Fian as a demon and annihilate him. Feng Wanpeng was surprised. His eyes narrowed at the sight of the new, confident Feng Yanfei, and he thought inside, this little bastard. Normally when he sees me, he would be scared to death, and he would immediately kneel on the ground. He wouldn't even be able to form one coherent sentence. However, today, he could casually stand in front of me and clearly respond. Did his brain finally start working? His heart was happy for a moment, but his expression didn't change. He placed his tea back on the table and said, "I heard that you have read regarding soldiers. What did you think about it?" Before, Feng Fian was only flipping a few pages. Truthfully, he didn't have any deep understanding regarding the book. In the Jin Dynasty, if one wished to become renowned, he had to join the military, destroy demons and enemies of the court, and obtain many war achievements to become an established general. A general with an army of 1,000,000 troops was definitely stronger than an official in a court or even a royal noble. Even though the Jin Dynasty was a mortal country, it did not lack cultivators. There were many great families and sects that possessed ancient cultivation manuals. There were many geniuses that were successful with their practice and were able to fly in the sky and traverse the earth, to cool the rain and move the wind. Even though it was only a mortal country, there were countless formidable experts. However, the experts generally did not know militaristic strategies and formations. There were many fighting experts, but none of them were fit to be commanders. Feng Wanpeng knew that Feng Fian was not suitable for cultivation. However, if the little bastard could achieve an acceptable understanding of militaristic strategies to become a commander, he could still become a great person. Perhaps he could eventually even surpass Wanpeng in ranking. Of course, these were all speculations. No one knew if he had the qualification to become a commander just from learning how to read. He was a shameless person who only knew how to drown in lust and women. How much knowledge could he have? Feng Wanpeng thought he got overzealous and overrated his son. His heart lost its excitement, and his expectations were gone. He wanted to avoid the big disappointment after having high expectations. Chapter 6, Immortal Phoenix Physique. The book regarding soldiers had been published for many ages. Many sages and talented strategists had never stopped researching and adding information to it, making it timeless and applicable on the battlefield. The contents of the book included military strategies as well as formations and how to set them up. It was studied by many intelligent students. However, because everyone had a different aptitude, they learned different things from the book. Some learned the intricacies in military strategies, others learned how to create magical formations that could form a deadly spell with the power to shake the heavens and earth. Some of the most powerful formations listed in the book were 10,000 golems, demonic fog forest, 8 diagrams 4 beasts formation. These deadly formations were researched by the older generations. After many thousands of years of geographic and celestial findings, these formations have only become more powerful. Feng Fian didn't really know how to answer. He thought he should have kept his mouth shut so that he wouldn't have to answer this damn question. However, after seeing Housekeeper Liu and Feng Wanpeng's eager eyes, Feng Fian's heart was moved with an indescribable feeling. It was telling him that he shouldn't let the ones that truly care about him be disappointed. Only effort and perseveration will be acceptable. Feng Fian elegantly fixed his sleeves, pondered for a moment and then spoke. Regarding soldiers is indeed ideologically profound. Its careful and rigorous logics are timeless and have been proven throughout the years. It speaks on the many variables of war including the psychological factor, basic morale management, the importance of the common soldiers, and the commanders. One can say that regarding soldiers has a great application for military battles as well as proper cultivation of the troops during war. The excellence of the book is how it deals with the human factor, establishing trust and camaraderie between the soldiers and commanders. Killing and sieging are only secondary. Feng Fian was in a trance, his hands motioned as if he was observing an actual battle between two armies. How to maneuver one's troop, how to siege and defend, how to utilize one's given advantages or disadvantages, and how to plan the correct formations are all part of the book. A commander should be versed in all of the aforementioned information in order to be effective. Feng Fian had the aura of a great general as he was calmly explaining the logics behind the book in great detail. At this moment, both Feng Wanpeng and Housekeeper Liu were completely frightened. With their mouths opened, they tried to wipe the dust off their eyes to see if Feng Fian was an imposter. Even the maid standing by the door was terrified, and she nearly fell to the floor. Her big eyes were filled with admiration for the young master. They asked themselves, is this not young Master Feng? An illiterate fool with no talents? This is the young master that couldn't control his words or actions? Housekeeper Liu was especially touched, his tears dripped down his face. Master. Look at the young master. He still has a promising future. He will not be a mediocre person without a goal, and he will be a great general one day. If the young miss knew about this, she would be so happy. Feng Wanpeng was more composed than Housekeeper Liu, but he still felt strong emotions. He uncontrollably slammed the table and thought, maybe the azure heaven still has eyes for me. This boy who was always afraid of my presence, if he could drop his bad habits and train rigorously without fear of hardship, maybe he could be historically renowned in the future. Feng Wanpeng once again contained his excitement and did not express it outwardly. His calm face continued his question. You said winning the hearts of your troops is the main point while killing and sieging were only second. Can you explain this logic to me? What actually drives a war is the soldier's beliefs and morale on both sides. to finish a war without winning a battle or crushing the hearts of the combatants, this is the true strategy. Feng Fian replied. Feng Wanpeng again questioned, in war, what is the most important factor? Feng Fian had no experience in militaristic combats, and he didn't know the right answer for this question. He contemplated for a bit and then responded, fortune. Fortune. Feng Wanpeng's brows furrowed in thought for a moment, then he exploded with laughter, a good fortune. You are not wrong. When in battle, if fortune is not on your side, then even with 1,000,000 troops you will surely fail. Fortune. Fate. Inevitability. This was the first time Feng Fian had heard his father's laughter. Even though this answer was not completely correct, Feng Wanpeng was still satisfied with the simple, yet profound, answer. However, ultimately, who knew if this was just a sudden flash of brilliance? Who was to say that he wouldn't go back to playing with the maids in the next few days? Feng Wanpeng stated, even though your view regarding the military has improved, but it is still nothing compared to your older brother. Housekeeper Liu, tomorrow, go and invite Advisor Jie to our home. Tomorrow, I want Advisor Jie to start teaching him the art of war. Housekeeper Liu was ecstatic. Advisor Jie, in Spirit State City, was considered an accomplished military advisor. If the master wanted him to teach young master, it showed the master had some confidence and expectation of young master Feng from now on. The Jin dynasty had always used force to rule the kingdom. There were numerous battles and revolts inside the kingdom. If one was gifted at the art of war, then he could join the army. His future, at that time, could not be measured. Housekeeper Liu happily followed the order. Even though he was old, his speed was impressively akin to the wind, his feet never touched the ground, and he disappeared from the hallway. Feng Fian followed him outside from the hallway to the inner courtyard. His mind was considering his future regarding cultivation and military career. He had to be the best, only this goal would allow him to have the strongest motivation for success. First, I have to make myself well known in the Jin dynasty. A restart in cultivation might not necessarily be a bad thing, it will train and forge my willpower one more time. There is a chance that I can reach a higher apex than I was at before. Feng Fian smiled while looking at the shadow of the spirit vessel on his palm. He was eagerly awaiting his future. His future was in the palm of his hand. Fian, I heard that you have learned how to read. Is this true? Near the hallway, next to a small tranquil pond, a handsome young man appeared. He wore a simple yet elegant robe, and an iron white sword hung by his waist. His ki was flowing naturally in his body, showing his considerable inner strength. Each of his steps felt graceful, and they contained a hidden white aura that exuded from his feet. He was like an immortal, any woman would be attracted by him. Young of age, powerful cultivation, handsome, and elegant. All of these descriptions applied to Feng Shui. His smile gave off an amicable feeling. He went and gently tapped on Feng Fian's shoulder. This was Feng Fian's older brother. He was adopted by Feng Wanpeng. If Feng Fian was an uneducated fool that was hated by everyone in Spirit State City, then Feng Shui was a famous young man known for his talent, cultivation, and his humble behavior toward everyone. In people's eyes, Feng Fian and Feng Shui were the two sides of a coin. Some, behind their backs, had said that Feng Shui was the future young governor and cursed Feng Fian as a piece of trash, an animal, and a low life. Feng Shui treated Fian extremely well. It was as if they were blood-related. The first time Feng Fian defiled a girl, it was Feng Shui who set it up and planned the whole ordeal. The first time Feng Fian burned down the library was also with the help and planning of Feng Shui. Each time Feng Fian had committed an atrocity, Feng Shui had always dealt with the aftermath. He even begged Feng Wanpeng to forgive his younger brother. The old young master Feng loved his older brother very much, but the current Feng Fian was sickened to the stomach by Sui's smile. If it wasn't for Sui's guidance at a young age, then Fian wouldn't be in this current disposition where everyone in the city hated him. Feng Shui was an adopted child. If he wanted to inherit the governor's position, his only option was to make Feng Fian ineligible by removing all hope of him from Feng Wanpeng. Feng Shui only hurried here to examine the news of Feng Fian becoming a literate person. If Fian became a better person, then he would threaten his future ascension. Maybe he would need to exterminate Fian in the cradle, cutting the weed from its roots. Feng Fian had a sudden thought, and he wanted to tease Sui a little bit. He shook his head and lamented, "Literacy to me is such a monumental task, it was all news spread by the dog servants and maids. It shouldn't have reached father because he started asking me about it. Brother would know, I normally had never read a book before. I panicked when he asked me and I answered, The Golden Lotus. I regretted this so much because it is a banned book. Oh. Of course father started scolding me. 1. Jinping Mai or The Golden Lotus is a renowned historical novel regarding sexual relations in ancient China. Feng Shui couldn't help but laugh. He presumptuously thought in his mind, an idiot will always be an idiot. I thought he really became literate. It seems like I have worried needlessly. Ha! He said The Golden Lotus in front of foster father. Foster father must be even more disappointed in him now. However, his face did not reveal any intention of ridicule, and he thoughtfully said, Fian, don't worry about it too much. I will help explain this to foster father for you. I really thank you, brother. Fian was touched with tears in his eyes. However, in his mind, he knew that Feng Shui was definitely not a good person. For him to explain anything positive to father would be a miracle. He would just use this chance to discredit me even more. We're closer than blood brothers. Such a small matter, not worth mentioning. I heard, recently, you are interested in old man Luo's granddaughter. Go find her and relax, you should forget the unhappy things. Feng Shui voiced his concern. This is a great idea. Only brother truly understands me. Feng Fian replied with a refreshed feeling and left afterward. Feng Shui saw how quickly Fian left. He cynically smiled and thought that this kid would, sooner or later, die on a woman's belly. He shook his head and went to the main lobby. He saw Feng Wanpeng sitting in the chair of the house and said, Foster father, regarding Fian. You know about Fian's story? Feng Wanpeng's fingers gently played with the teacup. His expression became a bit strange. Feng Shui did not know Feng Wanpeng's current mood. However, he was certain that he became even more disappointed with Feng Fian, even to the point of despair. Hellhead. The more disappointed you are, the more advantageous it is for me. He was ecstatic on the inside. Outwardly, he sighed heavily, and he nodded his head. Fian, in the end, was still too young. Reading that book was indeed a bit inappropriate. No, I found it very fitting. Feng Fian the boy lacked discipline. Before, I didn't think that he could become anything worthwhile. However, if he could research these books more, I believe that there is still hope for him. Sui, regarding this area, you have to learn from him a little. Read this type of books more. It will only help your future career path. With a serious expression, Feng Wanpeng earnestly said. Feng Shui was stunned. Why would a book like The Golden Lotus be nothing but good for his career? Is foster father trying to teach me a secret regarding the court? But The Golden Lotus. How could it relate to administration in any way? My experience must not be enough. I was unable to see the intricacies or the long-term implications of his words. Although Feng Shui's heart was filled with questions, he didn't dare to ask. He did, however, respectfully say, Your advice is wise. Sui will research more on the topic. I will not let foster father become disappointed. Feng Wanpeng pleasingly nodded his head. Of course, Feng Fian didn't actually seek out Zhao Yue before, because it was only a ruse to trick Feng Shui. The most important thing right now was to cultivate the immortal phoenix physique. The most crucial thing to him right now was cultivation. The art of war was only secondary. If one's cultivation was absolutely high, reaching the apex, one punch could destroy millions of soldiers. The art of war, in front of absolute power, was not worth mentioning. The current Feng Fian could not even defeat an average man. If someone as talented as Feng Shui wanted to kill him, he wouldn't have the strength to defend himself. This was another reason why he was in such a rush to cultivate. Although his physique was not suitable for cultivation, the immortal phoenix physique could improve one's constitution and innate body type. This would turn him into a cultivation genius. The immortal phoenix physique was divided into 2 stages. The first stage was blood purification. Blood was the source of life in a human's body, but it also contained many impurities. The greater the amount of impurities, the weaker the body would be. The lower the grade of the blood, the weaker the body would be, too. Thus, if the blood purity and grade can increase, then the body would become stronger as well. The meridians will widen, the bones and marrows would become more intricate and tough. The second stage was bone refining. This was also known as cultivating the phoenix bones. A cultivator's aptitude depended on one's physique, and the physique's strength was determined by the skeletal structure. The bones were the foundation of a body that were needed to create an immortal physique. Each time a phoenix bone was successfully cultivated, the body became 1 part stronger. Only when one had completed all 999 phoenix bones would his immortal phoenix physique be considered to have reached grand completion, allowing him to live 90,000 years. In his past, Feng Fian had finished 206 phoenix bones. His body was tougher than diamond, and the elements couldn't harm him. If he was able to reach grand completion, then Shui Yuting wouldn't have been able to kill him even with a sneak attack. Once the grand completion level of the immortal phoenix physique was reached, then the owner could stand tall even among the ancient saints. However, now, Feng Fian had to start over from the beginning. He started the first process, blood purification. It was divided into 4 steps. The first step was to remove the impurities from the blood. Once the blood reached a color of crimson fire, it has been purified. The meridians would be wider after achieving the first step. Additionally, the purified blood would allow for spirit energy to exude from it and change the original constitution of his body. Reaching the early level of the spirit realm was also considered the first step in leaving the mortal realm. Cultivators also had their own ranks. Once they reached the highest stages, they would become saints and immortals. The spirit realm was the first stage of cultivators and was divided into early, intermediate, and peak levels. In this stage, the body was able to produce its own spirit energy, and this was the distinguishing factor between a mortal and a cultivator. To sum it up in a sentence, as long as the body was capable of producing spirit energy, then even Feng Fian could escape his reputation of being an idiot and even become stronger than normal martial artists. This was only the early level. The intermediate and peak levels of the spirit realm were considerably more terrifying. Above the spirit realm was the immortal foundation. Immortal foundation cultivators were tyrants of their own regions. Feng Fian had already cultivated the immortal phoenix physique once, so he was already experienced with the process. His blood flow within his meridians was swift. Under normal circumstances, the blood required 3 minutes to do a full rotation of the human body, but Feng Fian's current flow was at 2 minutes per revolution. The impurities were extruded from his pores. After 3 hours, the blood had revoluted 180 times, and his body was filled with a dark layer of clay-like impurities. This is the first step towards blood purification, but it is also the easiest. It should take 3 to 5 days for a grand completion. Fian opened his eyes and quickly calculated. The warm sunlight permeated from the window as time passed by quickly. Feng Fian didn't sleep for a whole night, but he had no feeling of drowsiness. He commanded the servants to prepare hot water so he could wash away the dark impurities. A maid then put on a new silky white robe for him. He was rejuvenated and filled with energy. A grand breakfast was already prepared. It consisted of a snow jelly mushroom soup, a bowl of bird's nest with lotus seeds, a plate of buttered snowflake shortbread, and an appetizing lean meat dish. Fian saw the food on the table and shook his head. "Take it away, bring me 1 pound of buns and water." Because he was in the midst of purification, his food should be plain. Buns with water were the best combination. The 2 servants thought to themselves that the young master had become so unpredictable, it was as if he was possessed. However, they didn't dare to question his intention, so they immediately cleaned the food on the tables and brought him the buns and water. "For lunch, prepare the same thing for me." Fian immediately ate the buns and drank his water. Afterward, He went to the decorated mountain at the ponds near the west building. He stood on top of an isolated stone and gently threw a punch, then withdrew it. This was the opening technique. He wanted to see how much his physique had improved. The meridians have widened to twice the size as before, same as a talented mortal. The body is hardened by 3 parts, and strength is increased by double as well, judging by that one punch. Although it was only one night, Fian's constitution, compared to before, was like the difference between heaven and earth. In the cultivating world, the number 1 technique was definitely a physique training technique. However, to fully perfect the body, the immortal phoenix physique alone was not sufficient. The body had to experience real combat and overcome many challenges in order to become more formidable day by day. Whoosh whoosh. Fian started to throw a series of punches. These were not part of any known technique, however, based on his own perception of the heavenly arts, they summed up the mysterious truths behind body refining. A total of only 9 punches were thrown, and each punch represented a different spot of the body. Every fist that was thrown had the whole body structure behind it, and every bit of muscle and bone were activated. These actions were also like the flow of water and the drifting of the clouds. He became one with the heavenly nature, giving spectators a feeling of natural beauty. Chapter 7, Early Spirit Realm. The young master isn't playing around today, but he is practicing punches instead. How strange. The punches don't seem to be that impressive, there is no exerted pressure to them. However, it is hard to tell their trajectories due to the indescribable rhythm. This is weird. Could the young master's technique actually be complex? Is it that one couldn't imitate it even if they tried? Some of the servants started to imitate Feng Fian's actions, however, they couldn't perform the same natural flow. Each time their fist flew out, their whole body wailed in pain. They had no choice but to stop since they didn't dare risk feeling the pain again. The 9 different fists of Feng Fian represented 9 different hidden meanings. They looked simple outwardly, but in fact, they were enigmatic. Even if one could imitate the physical action, without being able to imitate the hidden meanings, he would only harm himself. Feng Shui was on top of a balcony on the 6th floor of a distant building. He was watching Fian practicing from afar, and his handsome expression became cold. In one hand, there was a book, and the other hand was busy knocking on the balcony's stand. He was lost in his contemplation. Young master, there is no need to worry, his fist techniques are just monkey plays. There will be no achievements resulting from it. An ugly servant standing behind Sui smirked. Sui shook his head, and seriously replied, "They are not normal, something like this isn't normal. I feel that there is something about him that is very different from before, it makes me uneasy. Do you want me to go make mincemeat out of him? As to avoid the nightmare of a long night." 1. Meaning longer the night, longer the nightmare, so it is better to cut the sleep short, a different servant said. Sui glared at him with icy cold gaze, and exclaimed, "Do you think foster father has truly given up on him? He is a very wily man. If he finds even a single hint of fratricide, we will all be dead. Unless there is no other choice, we will not touch Feng Fian. Also, housekeeper Liu is by his side. The cultivation level of this man is unfathomable. With him by Fian's side, unless I personally take action, nothing fruitful would come out of it." A servant spoke, "Young master has already reached the 3rd level of the vigorous Gale method, and your cultivation is at the peak of the spirit realm. You are capable of fighting 10 experts at once, yet you still can't beat that old man Liu." The vigorous Gale method is an incomplete cultivation manual that Feng Wanpeng passed to Feng Shui. His good aptitude allowed him to reach the 3rd level after only a few years, and he was highly praised by Feng Wanpeng many times. Feng Wanpeng had been cultivating for 30 years, and he was only at the 5th level. However, this was enough for him to rule a whole city. Feng Shui reached the 3rd level in just 3 years. His talents could only be higher than Wanpeng's. Don't underestimate housekeeper Liu. His cultivation shouldn't be lower than foster father's. Feng Shui was a meticulous man, thus, he made sure his actions were made without mistakes. He contemplated and then asked, "Feng Fian's personality changed after last night, right? Who did he meet yesterday?" The servant carefully answered, "The little Zhao girl, Zhao Yu. Yesterday there was a strange event. Feng Fian himself asked for a doctor to take care of old man Luo. However, the miracle here is that he didn't touch the Zhao girl. What if Zhao Yu made him repent, and she turned him into a good person? Changed by a woman? A playboy repented?" Feng Sui was amused by the thought and said, "Interesting. Interesting. You go find Brother Wu, let him take care of this. If Feng Fian gently cares for a flower, then we'll find someone who does not care for flowers. Ha! If Zhao Yu meets Brother Wu, then it would be the flower that will be devastated with torn leaves." The servant laughed pervertedly. His heart knew the type of person Brother Wu was and the inevitable fate of Zhao Yu. 2. The passage above revolves a Chinese saying symbolizing the woman as a flower, so they're all maintaining this metaphor. Hence, a playboy repenting? It is not that easy. Feng Sui calmed his evil intention and went back to read the book that was in his hand. The cover of the book was The Golden Lotus. During the next 3 days, young Master Feng had not left the Feng's mansion. He was learning military strategies with his advisor during the day and immortal phoenix physique during the night. Today, young Master Feng seemed to be a different person. Many servants and maids did not know what had happened. After 3 days of cultivation, the blood qi in Feng Fian's body became extremely abundant, the color became crimson fire, and the flow was even faster. His body was many times stronger than before. Bam! A strand of white blood was born in his vessel, and it poured into his Danshan. It didn't stop spreading, it was like a lake connecting to the ocean. Each individual drop slowly spread itself throughout his whole body. 3. Danshan is an area below the stomach, considered by most Wuxia to be the house for energy cultivation. This was the spirit realm. I have finally reached the first level of blood purification, and I have created my first spirit strand. Right now, I could be considered to be in the early stage of the spirit realm. Blood purification itself was divided into 4 stages. The first stage was when the blood was pure with the color of crimson. The second happened when the blood boiled with an obsidian color like black ink. The third occurred when the blood formed its own consciousness, with radiating silver lights. The fourth was the last. The blood becomes one with nature again, and its color would revert back to its natural state. Feng Fian currently was at the first stage, and his blood was of the crimson color. With the spirit qi inside his body, Feng Fian used this energy to stimulate the spirit vessel in his right palm. However, it disappointed him to find that the faint image of the spirit boat didn't have the slightest reaction. His energy was like a rock drowning in the ocean. There was not even a little ripple of reaction. It seems like I will need a monstrous amount of energy in order to activate the spirit vessel. A holy scent treasure cannot be dealt with using normal common sense. Feng Fian wasn't angry. If a light strand of spirit qi was enough to control the spirit vessel, that would be abnormal instead. Because he was once again on the road of cultivation, he was in a merry mood. He slightly raised his finger and a white light flashed, creating a hole in the wall. Crack! Feng Fian used his hand to crush a white porcelain cup, turning it into white powder. At the same level of early spirit realm, with his experience, he would crush any equivalent opponents. Ha ha! Yin Gao, is the bath water ready? Feng Fian opened the door and commanded the servant nearby. It had been readied. Zhao Lan, Zhao Qing, go service the young master for his bath. After telling the maids, the servant named Yin Gao smiled and asked his master, "Young master, why are you in such a good mood today?" The 2 maids brought the hot water from small buckets, and they poured their contents into a bigger wooden tub. Additionally, they added scented red flowers to the bath, and soon after, white steam filled the air. Hen, this is not for you to know. We will be going out later. I want to buy a decent weapon. Is there an armory in Spirit State City that has a high-grade magical weapon? Feng Fian, at the early stage of Spirit Realm, had a lifting strength of a few hundred pounds. Therefore, in actual combat, a high-grade magical weapon could increase his potency by quite a bit. Yin Gao was ecstatic to hear this piece of news. They hadn't left the house for a while with their young master. Finally, young Master Feng was in the mood to play today. They could once again follow him from behind and use his notoriety to do whatever they want. To be a servant for young Master Feng could be considered a prideful thing. Honorable young master, there are 3 different weapon armories in Spirit State City. However, if you want the best, then there is only the Yin Gao Ward. Yin Gao replied. Why is it that only the Yin Gao Ward would have the best magical weapon? Feng Fian was relaxing in the bathtub with one of the maids rubbing his back. The Yin Gao Ward is very big, and their business is flourishing. It is owned by one of the great 4 clans of the Jin Dynasty, the Yin Gao clan. There are around 10,000 branches throughout the kingdom, and as long as one has enough money, you can even buy spirit weapons. They are indeed impressive for them to even have spirit weapons for sale. It seems like the Yin Gao clan is not so simple. Spirit weapons were a rare thing in the human kingdoms. Even the lowest grade would be worth more than 10 cities. They were treasures that have their own consciousness and surpass the boundary of the mortal world. Normal treasures couldn't compare to them. The 4 great clans were all formidable, possessing hidden secrets. They possessed half of the political and economical power of the Jin Dynasty. They were truly 4 great monsters. Okay, let us go to the Yin Gao Ward, Feng Fian announced. Chapter 8, Crimson Dragon. Feng Fian was a romantic 14-year-old. Today, he was wearing a purple silk robe with his hair neatly tied behind his neck, and he had a paper fan in his hand. He revealed an unprecedented handsome look, like never before. Feng Fian was already good-looking, and today, he was like a young scholar. After practicing the immortal phoenix physique, his temperament and expression was brighter than the light. He was, in addition to all of this, accompanied by the air of a romantic wanderer. Even his 2 servants, Feng Ping and Fenyan, were dazed by his new look. They couldn't see the resemblance to his normal self at all. Let us go. I am going to the Yin Gao Ward right now. What are you 2 waiting for? Hurry up and lead the way, Feng Fian loudly commanded. The 2 servants regained their wits, then they led the way. The Yin Gao Ward was situated in the prosperous south side area in Spirit State City. It had 7 floors, and it was made from wooden bricks decorated with dragon and phoenix carvings. It became a well-known symbol of the city. There were weapons, strange treasures, medicinal pills, armors. Basically, anything that had to do with cultivation, this place had it. However, a regular person couldn't buy anything here. Isn't this young Master Feng? Which wind brought the great you here? Please come in, please come in. Zhang Dongli was the manager of the Yin Gao Ward, and his age was over 60. He knew a lot of people, and with his sharp eyes, he immediately recognized Feng Fian. Although his eyes wouldn't be considered to be forged by heaven's fire and all-seeing, they were indeed knowledgeable and sensitive the moment it came to judging people. It was Feng Fian's first time visiting the Yin Gao Ward, but his dad was the tyrant of Spirit State City, thus, he had already been added to the important person list. This was a young master, so he needed to be well received. Feng Fian, with the fan in his hand, gracefully walked into the Yin Gao Ward, and he said with a smile, "The Yin Gao Ward's reputation is as it was mentioned. This is my first time here, but you have already recognized me. In this city, anyone who doesn't recognize you will have his business go downhill." Zhang Dongli led Feng Fian to an inner chamber where there was already a pot of tea brewing. He acted quite friendly and familiar with Fian. Fian did not shy away from the warm welcome. He sat down, and he said, "Your words are too much. Other people's business might go down, but the Yin Gao Ward is definitely not a part of this group." Behind the ward was the great Yin Gao clan, one of the 4 great clans in the Jin Dynasty. Normal people couldn't afford to offend them. Feng Fian, of course, was not foolish enough to mess with the Yin Gao clan. At least, he was not at the moment, since he currently lacked the strength. The moment Fian had entered the door, Zhang Dongli had already started to observe this legendary young master very carefully. However, his impression of Fian, compared to his reputation, was greatly different. This young master did not seem to be an idiot. Zhang Dongli smiled, and he then inquired, "If you didn't have any business, you wouldn't have come here." What did you want to buy here at the Yingao Ward? Weapons. I heard the Yingao Ward sold the best magical weapons. Feng Fian replied. Zheng Dongliu continued, which do you want to buy? Weapons are categorized into 28 different sections: sword, blade, staff, hook, rings. The saber. Fian said. Which one do you want? The saber is also divided into 34 different categories: Sanma saber, horse-slaying saber, butterfly saber, tiger saber. Zheng Dongliu was a shrewd merchant, and he was familiar with any merchandise, otherwise, he would not be the manager of the Yingao Ward. The heavy saber. Feng Fian spoke. Zheng Dongliu was surprised. This young Master Feng looked like a person who was physically weak. Could he even hold a heavy saber? Even though his mind was questioning the choice, he didn't want to bring his concern to light. The heavy saber, the lightest, is 89 pounds, and it is divided into 3 ranks: iron saber, magical saber, and spirit saber. I trust that you wouldn't find an iron saber to be worthy of your status. Today, our Yingao Ward has 2 finely crafted magical heavy saber. You can pick from them. Zheng Dongliu explained. Weapons are divided into 3 categories: normal weapons, magical weapons, and spirit weapons. The highest grade of normal weapons was made from common metals, and they could split iron ingots without damaging the blade. However, even the lowest grade of magical weapons could easily slice through the best grade of normal weapons. They were made with a few special metals that were extremely valuable. As for spirit weapons, they were exceedingly rare. Each of them was a heavenly weapon with the power to scare the heavens and shake the earth. Even if one wanted to trade 10 mortal cities for them, no one would be willing. Right now, in all of Spirit State City, no one had one available. Maybe, in the Yingao Ward, they could potentially be the only group to have one for sale. Zheng Dongliu took Fian to the 5th level. The higher the level, the higher the grade of the weapon as well as the level of protection. The first magical heavy saber was brought by 2 bodyguards. Its blade was completely black and around 1.5 meters long. It was half a palm thick, and on top of it were animal engravings with an icy cold aura. This was a true killing weapon. People couldn't help but shudder at the sight of it. The blade's name is Man Ye, and it weighs 342 pounds. It is made from dark steel that is found in the bottom of the ocean. The whole blade has the ice element. Once it slices off someone's neck, it can freeze the blood in the blink of an eye. Thus, even after killing someone, the blade will not be covered with blood. Zheng Dongliu brought in the cup of water, and he poured it over the blade. A freezing noise filled the room, and they were no longer water drops. The moment they reached the floor, the water was turned into ice. This blade's price is 3,000 gold coins. 1 gold coin was equal to 100 silver coins, and 1 silver coin was worth 100 bronze coins. 1 gold coin was enough to feed a regular family for a year, so one could see that 3,000 gold coins was a staggering sum, a grand fortune in the eyes of regular people. It is a good blade. Feng Fian clapped his hands, but he also shook his head and said, "Unfortunately this blade is too big. Is there one with a smaller body?" Feng Fian didn't mention the price, showing that 3,000 gold coins, to him, was not a large sum. Yes. Zheng Dongliu had the second blade brought out. This second blade was only 1 meter long, and the body wasn't as thick. It had a crimson color with an ancient aura. One touch of the hand brought about a feeling of warmth. The blade's body exuded a natural feeling while the edges themselves felt dull. It even had a hole in it. It, seemingly, was not made with a great attention to detail. Zheng Dongliu sighed, and he said, "This blade is named Crimson Dragon. The materials it is made of are special. From special examination, it was found to be a mix of 9 different rare metals. Even though the length was not great for a heavy saber, it reached the weight of 240 pounds, it is truly astonishing." After seeing this blade, Feng Fian's eyes revealed a strange glimmer. He immediately stood up, caressing the blade with his finger. His heart was ecstatic, and his intuition was telling him that, even though the blade's external appearance is lacking, its absolute power was 10 times over its counterpart. He could feel the spirit energy moving within the blade. This feeling was very delicate. with the exception of him, no one else could feel this faint spirit energy. This is a spirit blade. Unfortunately, the blade was broken once, and all of the spirit energy had left its body, thus, no one else knew that it used to be a spirit weapon. Feng Fian's finger lightly touched the broken part, and he made his decision. Even though it is a broken spirit weapon, its power was incomparable to any normal magical weapons. Feng Fian was silent, trying to hide his excitement. He removed his hands from the blade, and he asked, "This blade suits me, Manager Zheng, how much do you wish to sell this blade for?" 5,000 gold coins. Zheng Dongliu, of course, knew that this blade was abnormal, but he didn't know why. He announced such a high price, but he was not sure of it. He hesitantly looked at Feng Fian after naming the price. This was a remnant of a spirit weapon, so its price would definitely be higher than 50,000 gold coins. Feng Fian was laughing, internally, at Zheng Dongliu for not knowing the value of his own item, but he expressed an impatient expression and furrowed his brows. "Manager Zheng, is this you trying to cut my throat with a price? 5,000 gold coins would be enough for me to play around with 5,000 exceptional beauties. For one broken blade to be valued at 5,000 coins, isn't this just a robbery?" Zheng Dongliu smiled. "How much would be an appropriate price for you, young Master Feng?" 3,000 gold coins. Feng Fian replied. "Okay, so be it." Zheng Dongliu was seemingly afraid of Feng Fian leaving, and he immediately agreed with that proposition. His face grew a smile. 3,000 gold coins, compared to his original expectation, was already double of what he wanted for it. Seeing how quick Zheng Dongliu conceded, Feng Fian regretted setting the price to 3,000 in his heart. It seemed like his given price was too high, but 3,000 gold coins, to buy a broken spirit weapon, was still a great deal. Zheng Dongliu was visibly happier than Feng Fian. He even gave him a magical steel scabbard for free, and he engraved it with detailed flowers showing its expensive price. "Young Master Feng, do you need me to deliver this blade to your place?" The Crimson Dragon blade weighed 240 pounds. Zheng Dongliu automatically assumed that Feng Fian couldn't hold it, so he asked the question. "No need." After Feng Fian paid the amount owed, he carried the blade in his hand and left the 5th floor. Zheng Dongliu was frightened by this sight. After a while, he regained his composure and mumbled, "Strange, how strange." The idiot in the legend turned out to be an expert. How interesting, how interesting. It seems like I'll have to sell this information to Feng Sui Yu, it would fetch a good price. "Master, this is the blade you have chosen?" The two servants outside of the Yingao ward greeted Feng Fian. "It is only a broken blade, nothing to behold." Feng Fian smilingly nodded, and he left to the outside. Feng Ping and Feng immediately chased after him, and they asked, "Young master, where are we going?" "Tea drinking. The best tea house in Spirit State City is Zhujian Pavilion, and the oldest one is the Jingshui Tea House. Which one do you want to go to?" Feng Fian didn't answer, and he only kept walking. He swiftly passed through the ancient street even though he had a 240-pound saber on his back. His steps were as fast as lightning, making the two servants behind him run out of breath. Today, his cultivation has reached the early spirit realm stage. In his danshan existed a strand of spirit energy forming the inception of a small river. This was considered the first door to the cultivation world. Feng Fian's mood had never been better. Crossing 3 big roads, Feng Fian reached a small desolate alley. At the end of the alley was an old, open-door tea house, and its roof was made out of straws. There were 5 old tables and next to that, a slanted desk with a sign written by charcoal, "Tea." Feng Ping and Feng were heavily breathing. They watched Fian from far away, and they noticed the old tea house. Their expressions were as if they had just reached an understanding. The young master didn't come here to drink tea, he came here for the little Miss Zhao Yu. Feng Ping devilishly smiled. Last time, the young master showed her mercy, so this time she can't run away from the sun. Ha ha. Feng also joined in with his evil laughs, causing a lot of commotion. This tea house was where old man Luo and Zhao Yu worked at. Feng Fian, of course, wasn't the same person who bullied both men and women, and he definitely wouldn't ravage Zhao Yu. He only came here to see old man Luo's injuries. In the end, this poor old man and granddaughter were all alone, without any backing, and they were bullied by his servants. Of course, he felt responsible. Giving them a bit of money would make their lives a lot better. Feng Fian's eyes looked around and saw Zhao Yu in the tea house. She was making tea with her petite figure, slim, like a neighbor's little sister. The gentle wind blew her blue ribbons back and forth on her head, her silky black hair scattered straight down, like a waterfall, and the wind also brought the scent of tea to the rest of the street. Chapter 9, Two Evil Men in the Tea House. A sense of warmth radiated from a fire under a stove. On top of the stove, there were 5 boiling teapots that had white smoke coming out of their top. This brought a strong scent of tea to the room. Zhao Yu was small in stature, so she was only a little bit taller than the stove. Wearing a worn-out apron with her sleeves pulled back, she revealed 2 small, jade-like, hands. With these delicate hands, she took care of the customers while she made tea. The small girl was very diligent, her forehead was filled with sweat, and her cute face was red from being next to the stove's fire. Zhao Yu, Uncle Luo wants 2 cups of Maojian, how come they aren't ready? 1. Maojian equals tippy tea. Old man Luo rushed Zhao Yu while he cleaned a table. His head was still covered with bandages, however, because this was his livelihood, he had no choice but to ignore the pain and work. Coming. 2 hot Maojian are coming right up. Zhao Yu brought 2 hot teacups over, her fingers were red from the heat. She pinched her little ear, and she went back to the stove to continue working. Zhao Yu, little boss, check out. How much money do I owe you? Someone teased. 2 bronze coins, just leave it on the adjacent table. Grandpa, go get the money. Although Zhao Yu was busy, without rest, her smile never left her face. It was as if she didn't know what fatigue was. Feng Fian was watching her, and he couldn't help but smile. He slowly walked to the tea house and sat down at a table, and he yelled, Zhao Yu, little boss, give me a cold cup of coarse tea. Okay, 1 cup off. Zhao Yu's voice suddenly stopped. She quickly turned around and saw that the person sitting on the table was Feng Fian. She couldn't help but shiver, and the teapot in her hands fell to the floor, breaking into pieces. Why was it this evil man again? The rest of the people in the tea shop were also staring at Feng Fian. It was like they were staring at a play god. Oh heavens! It was only peaceful for 3 days. Young Master Feng is about to commit another evil deed. Run, run! Everyone was extremely scared. They didn't bother to try and finish their tea, and they all left the shop instantly. The lively shop quickly became desolate. Only old man Luo and Zhao Yu remained due to fear, and they stood staring at Feng Fian with terror in their eyes. Damn your mother! Why are you afraid? Hurry up and bring tea to the young master. Do you think I wouldn't destroy your tattered shop right now? Feng Ping, who was behind Feng Fian, roared thunderously with a fierce look on his face. Feng was also pulling up his sleeves as if he was ready to beat someone up. Zhao Yu bit her lips, and she, with her eyes blinking a little, looked like a lost puppy. She pleaded, Young Master Feng, please don't destroy this tea house. This is a livelihood. Without it, we would surely die from hunger. Feng Fian stared at her pitiful state, and in his heart, he was very amused. He replied, I want to drink the tea you make. For 1 cup of tea, you will earn 1 gold coin. Do you want this business? 1 gold coin per cup? Zhao Yu opened her eyes wide in disbelief because she couldn't believe Fian's words. 1 gold coin to her was like a fast step toward being a rich person. It was enough for them to live for a whole year. Feng Fian wore a smile on his face, and he grabbed a bunch of golden coins from his pocket, each of them weighing around 1 or 2 pounds. Bang! He threw the coins on top of the table, and said, as long as you are the one to personally make it, you will earn 1 gold coin for each cup. Zhao Yu curiously looked at Feng Fian. What was this person's intention? In the end, her eyes stopped at the money on the table. She paused for a moment, and she then said, You cannot change your mind. Also, you cannot bully me or my grandfather. If you dare to tell me the conditions again, do you believe that I will bully you right now?" Feng Fian showed an evil laugh while he rubbed his hands together, gently, to scare the little girl. Old Man Luo's expression darkened. He was afraid that Zhao Yue would make Feng Fian angry, so he interjected, "Zhao Yue, is young Master Feng someone you can offend? Go brew the tea now." Zhao Yue was shocked. Her mind recalled the events of that night, and she recalled that her hands were sore from overclenching. Then, she couldn't help but cover her chest. There was a cold feeling to her here, and she quickly left to move to the stove, silently. Old Man Luo walked over and apologized to Feng Fian, without break. Feng Fian, of course, wasn't really angry with her, he only wanted to play around. This might be influenced by the personality of the old young Master Feng. From outside of the tea house, a cold voice rang. Feng Fian remained seated at a table. He slightly glanced with the corner of his eyes, and he saw that there were 5 or 6 men outside. They were all wearing dark red belts and possessed vicious hawk eyes. There was a man with a large stature, with tan skin. He was extremely muscular. It was as if he was filled with explosive power. It felt like one punch from this person could split a man's head open. This was the gangster organization in Spirit State City named Eagle Claw, and their boss was named Wu. In his hand was a chain as thick as an arm and around 2 meters long. The end of the chain was wrapped around a fierce lion's head. The fierce lion's body was as big as an elephant, and it seemed as though it possessed astonishing power. Its legs were as big as pillars, and both of its eyes were red like burning flames. One hit of its head would be enough to bring down a 5-meter thick wall. This was a red-eyed golden lion. Boss Wu had spent a large amount of money to buy it from the Beastmaster camp. This great beast, alone, was enough for him to dominate Spirit State City. All of the store owners had to pay his protection fees. Rah! The red-eyed golden lion arched its back, and it let out a fierce roar. The roar itself resonated through half of Spirit State City. Even the ground shook a little bit, and the teacups in the shop shattered. Hearing the beast's roar, everyone knew Boss Wu had arrived. The whole street was instantly devoid of pedestrians. However, there were still some curious souls that stuck around to peek at the commotion. It was not normal for Boss Wu to personally come to collect protection fees. Old Man Luo, in his heart, was lamenting his fate. Why was it that the 2 most evil bullies of Spirit State City were both here, today? He was so unlucky. Old Man Luo ran outside of the shop. He reached inside his shirt pocket for a pouch of coins, and he respectfully gave it to Boss Wu. He smiled. "It has already been prepared, it has already been prepared. 300 bronze coins, not one coin is missing. There is not even one coin left out." Old Man Luo peeked at the fierce beast, and he couldn't help but feel a shiver throughout his whole body. Its mouth was big enough to eat him alive in one gulp. It frightened him down to his very soul with its cold aura, and Old Man Luo couldn't help but take 2 steps backward. Boss Wu took the pouch, and he threw the coins inside the bag to the ground. He created a commotion. "Why is there so little? Old Man Luo, you must have eaten some bear's guts if you think you can chase me away with this amount. Do you think I'm a beggar?" Boss Wu loudly yelled. It was like someone had just rang a bell, and that bell almost rendered Old Man Luo unconscious. Sweating profusely, on his forehead, Old Man Luo shakingly responded, "Last month was also 300 coins, I didn't leave out a single coin." Boss Wu smirked and said, "This week is San Yi's birthday, every household has to pay an extra 500 coins as gifts. Old Man Luo, you are an honest man. You should be reasonable and pay the extra 500, I won't make life hard for you." Old Man Luo and Zhao Yue's tea shop was just a small business, and each month, they only made around 1,000 coins. 300 was already given to Boss Wu, and the remaining was barely enough for them to get by. However, he wanted 500 extra coins this month. How could they survive? Feng Fuyan gently tapped on his crimson dragon saber on the table, and he smiled. "Who is this San Yi character? Is his reputation so great that his birthday would require all households to pay extra money?" Feng Ping replied, "San Yi is very mysterious. He is the #1 gangster in Spirit State City. He specializes in the black market, the slave trade, the brothels, the casinos, and assassinations as well. Many people are afraid of him. There is a saying in our city, anger young Master Feng, wife will be gone and daughter will disappear, anger San Yi, the family will be broken and decimated. Feng added. Young Master Feng and San Yi were the two big evildoers in Spirit State City, one lusts after women and the other after life. Feng Fian was surprised, he didn't know that he was so notorious in the city. Two big evildoers? How interesting. Feng Ping continued, this Boss Wu character is the #1 henchman for San Yi. He is the boss of the Eagle Claw gang, and he has a few thousand members, there is nothing that he wouldn't do. Isn't that just like me? Feng Fian said. He can't compare to young master. When you play with women, you are at least merciful. When he plays with women, it is not just him, it is him and a whole group of people until the girls are dead. Feng Ping replied. Fian thought that he was already a bastard, but this Boss Wu and his group made him seem like a saint, in comparison. Chapter 10, Young Master Feng Saber. Oh God. 500 coins. Old man Luo lost his wit, his strengthless body laid on the floor, and he started begging, Master Wu, I'm only a small-time business owner. I don't have 500 coins to give you. All I have, right now, is 143 coins. I will offer all of it to you. The rest of the amount, I will be able to pay next month. Normally, Boss Wu would let this go, however, this was before he had received the order from Feng Shuai, so he couldn't just ignore this. The reason Boss Wu could terrorize Spirit State City was because he had the backings of both the government and the underground world. San Yi was his dark backer while Feng Shuai was his political supporter. This was why, with the exception of very few people in Spirit State City, he could do anything without fear of repercussion. Boss Wu smirked, stroked his beard, and he then said, Old man Luo, the truth is, 500 coins aren't a big amount. If you sell your granddaughter to the brothel, you will get at least 30,000 coins. Not waiting for Boss Wu to finish his sentence, Old man Luo dropped to the floor, grabbing Wu's legs, and he begged, Boss Wu, please don't joke about this. Yua is only 14, and she can't be sold, she can't be sold. Old man Luo was living at the bottom of society, and he had no power, besides kneeling to beg, there was nothing else he could do to save his granddaughter. Boss Wu, exasperated, kicked Old man Luo away, and he then walked inside the tea shop with his fierce beast. At this moment, Zhao Yua ran out from inside, and she threw a gold coin toward Boss Wu. Here is your money, don't hurt my grandfather. Yua quickly lifted her grandfather up from the ground. Bang! The gold coin fell on the floor and rolled towards Boss Wu's feet. The gold coin was equivalent to 10,000 bronze coins, and that was way more than the 500 bronze coins payment. Boss Wu picked it up and rubbed it, he was surprised to find that it was real gold. Where did she get it from? You think this matter can be settled with just money? Holding the gold coin, he looked over to the direction of Zhao Yua and Old man Luo with a cold devious smile. Chen Liu, Zheng Hao, tie this little girl up for me. Today is a merry occasion. This girl is pretty, with her soft and fair skin. I had chosen this girl from a long time ago, today, I will fulfill my wish. After hearing the command, the two thugs came over with ropes in their hands and an evil smile on their faces. Zhao Yua's heart was shaken, but she tried to be courageous. Boss Wu. We still have an important guest waiting for my service, if you tie me up, he would not be pleased. After he heard this, Boss Wu's eyes hovered to the shop. He saw an extraordinarily handsome young man inside with extravagant clothing that was smiling in his direction. Young Master Feng. Boss Wu's eyes narrowed, and his expression became serious. He signaled for the two thugs to fall back. Feng Fian was still sitting in the same position, and he smiled, Boss Wu, who gave you permission to collect fees in Spirit State City? About this. Boss Wu's face became ugly. Spirit State City was the Feng's home turf. Although his reputation and power were plentiful, it was not comparable to the main Feng house. However, he quickly regained his confidence. Feng Fian was only an idiot that could only eat and wait for his own death. Even Feng Wanpeng had given up on him, so why should he be afraid? After thinking it through, Boss Wu couldn't help but laugh. He casually walked to the tea shop and sat in front of Feng Fian. His eyes wandered as if to judge Feng Fian. Rao's young master Feng wants to interfere with this matter? Feng Fian had not even opened his mouth, and Feng Ping quickly whispered in his ear, "Young master, Boss Wu isn't easy to play with. There is no need to turn against him because of a woman." The two servants, Feng Ping and Feng Yan, were praying for their young master to not impulsively fight with Boss Wu over a woman. As long as he could remain calm, nothing bad would happen. Zhao Yu was quite tense. In the end, Feng Fian was only an idiot young master. He could also be a coward. If he became afraid of Boss Wu, then her fate would be extremely miserable. If given the choice, she would rather fall into the hands of Fian, not be roped and taken away by Boss Wu. Feng Fian smirked and proclaimed, "I will definitely interfere. Anyone who even touches her hair will die." His voice filled with authority like thunder resonating in the sky. Zhao Yu went into a daze, exposing her round widened eyes. She was surprised and confused, even a bit blushful. They weren't related to each other, so for an immoral playboy to stand up for her like this, it could even be considered heroic. There was a wave of unknown feelings surging in her heart. She once again judged Feng Fian, and she found that maybe he wasn't as evil as she originally thought. Boss Wu nodded his head, and he gravely said, "Good. Very good. Young Master Feng today is indeed one to care for the flowers. Let us see if you can protect her." With a wave of his hand, 5 thugs immediately headed for Zhao Yu. After his purchase, Feng Fian wanted to test his saber. These thugs were delivering themselves on a platter. Fian's eyes became emotionless, and his hand steadily gripped the crimson dragon saber weighing at 240 pounds. His movement was like the wind. One step took him 3 meters far. Jumping into the air, creating a crescent moon while channeling his ki, he unleashed a strike, down from above. The saber's energy was crimson, like an unstoppable flame. Whoosh! The sound of the saber cutting the air was akin to a fierce beast's roar, hurting the spectators' ears. Fush! The saber's power was great. It sliced one of the thugs into 2 pieces from his head to his legs. Fresh blood gushed out, and it painted the ground red. The speed of that one slash was too great. From the moment the saber was lifted, to the instance of dismemberment, Fian's actions were swift and natural. It was as if he was extremely experienced. It all happened so fast that Boss Wu didn't have time to react while Fian's saber was already basked in a bright coat of sanguine blood. The other 4 thugs were frightened out of their minds. One blade was enough to cut a person into 2 pieces. The force of that blow must have been great. Feng Ping and Feng Yan turned into stone statues, with their jaws dropping to the floor. When did the young master become so strong? He was almost like a god of war. Facing the bloody scene, Zhao Yu fainted from fear, and she was held by her grandfather. Before her consciousness faded, the image of Feng Fian's killing techniques, his transformation from a regular person into a heroic man with an undaunting, yet charming, aura, lingered in her mind. You. Boss Wu was out of words. Although he had never cultivated through immortal manuals, he had trained his body to the point where he was comparable to even cultivators. But after seeing Fian's blade, he didn't know if he could have personally survived it. Feng Fian, with the saber on his shoulder, went back into the tea house and smiled. "Boss Wu, tell me, who commanded you to make a move against Old Man Luo and Zhao Yu?" Feng Fian carefully drifted his fingers across the bloody blade, removing the remaining remnants of blood drops. "I do whatever I want. I was never commanded by anyone else." Boss Wu was also a veteran that had went through many battles. He quickly regained his composure. Although Feng Fian's slash was very frightening, that didn't mean it was unstoppable. With the help of his red-eyed golden lion, he could potentially defeat Feng Fian. However, at this very second, the red-eyed golden lion was lying on the floor in a puddle of cold sweat. Feng Fian's revealed phoenix aura had terrorized the beast, rendering him immobile. Feng Fian's body carried his phoenix soul. Naturally, there was an accompanying heavenly phoenix aura. The phoenix placed first among the 4 divine beasts, and their bloodlines were extraordinary. An impure creature like the red-eyed golden lion could not withstand the royal aura of the phoenix. Boss Wu, wanting to use his beast to subdue Feng Fian, was a great miscalculation. If you don't want to speak, then you will have to pay the price. Feng Fian was smart. Even without Boss Wu's confession, he could roughly guess who it was. Who could it be outside of Feng Sui or San Li? What are you doing? Boss Wu's face darkened. Feng Fian, I am San Yi's underling. If you kill me, there will be serious consequences. Seriously, your mother? Here in Spirit State City, the Feng clan has the final say. How could Feng Fian be threatened by him? Boom. Feng Fian dragged his heavy saber and headed towards Boss Wu. Boss Wu remained vigilant this whole time. When he saw Feng Fian's movement, he immediately leaned forward and threw out a punch with the force of a few hundred pounds, aiming for Fian's arm. His body was huge, but his speed was swift. A punch swept forward with grinding force, like a flying dragon. Bang! Feng Fian was lifting his saber while he quickly stepped forward. His feet were as light and flexible as a snake, moving forward and then back to easily dodge Boss Wu's mountain-shattering punch. The saber took a quick turn, its bloody aura appeared, and it met the fist's power. Boss Wu's hand was trained and tempered like iron steel, but it was impossible for him to face the saber in a straight battle of power. Boss Wu's expression became maddened. He tried to move away, but it was too late. Poof! The 240-pound Crimson Dragon saber directly cut Boss Wu's right arm straight down, starting from his shoulder. Hot blood flooded from the open wound, squirting as far as 3 feet away. Bang! Feng Fian kicked Boss Wu in the stomach. His body rolled on the floor, like a dead dog on the street, in the fetal position. Blood was oozing from his mouth. He was twitching in great pain. The street had been slowly filled with spectators. These people, normally, were bullied and exploited by Boss Wu. However, seeing his current state, they all started to clap and cheer. This is it. Yes. Young Master Feng. Young Master Feng has cut off Boss Wu's arm. How could a normal person handle Boss Wu? The idiotic young Master Feng turned out to be a great master. Just like his saber, he is earth-shattering. This might not be a good thing. Based on my experience, a calamity is coming. An old man with grey hair slowly stroked his beard and predicted. The people around were clamoring and making statements about how young Master Feng had beaten Boss Wu. This was definitely an event that would shock Spirit State City. Feng Fian sheathed his saber and gallantly walked in front of Boss Wu. He threw the hand that he previously dismembered in front of him, and said, "Return and tell San Yi that I will definitely be on time for his birthday." Boss Wu endured the pain. He bit his teeth and crawled on the ground to grab his arm. He angrily turned around, and he left with pernicious and indignant eyes. Feng Fian simply didn't fear his future revenge. Boss Wu was only a mortal martial artist, and Fian was now in the early stage of spirit realm. He could easily crush him. Once he reached the intermediate or peak spirit realm stage, his inner Qi would be multiple times stronger. Even 10 Boss Wus wouldn't be his match. Sparing him was like sparing a dog. It would not cause any big waves in the future. "Master, what do we do with this red-eyed golden lion?" Feng Ping asked. The 2 servants, now, have considered Feng Fian to be a god. They have determined to worship him for the rest of their lives. Young Master was simply too amazing. There remained a red-eyed golden lion with chains around its neck. There was no will to battle in him, only fear remained in its red eyes. He became a sickly cat after feeling Fian's dominating phoenix aura. "It is only a low-blood animal. We will roast it tonight for everyone. It will strengthen the body and prolong the lifespan. At night, one can bed 10 girls, and your glory will not fall. Ahem, ahem, remember to leave some for me." Feng Fian smiled and wiped the blood off his saber. "Ah." The 2 servants were shocked. This was a fierce beast, and its value would be around 300 gold coins. This wasn't roasted meat, Rather, it was roasted gold. Alas, their young master had spoken, so they could only follow his order. Chapter 11, Blood Spirit Seed in a garden located within Spirit State City. Boss Wu was kneeling on the floor, facing an old man while complaining. San Yi, Feng Fian had changed overnight, he was too powerful. I was not his match. The old man had a skinny figure and was dressed in a black robe. His left cheek, for unknown reasons, had a visible scar showing signs of muscle atrophy. Only human skin was left. One couldn't tell his original facial features. The hair on his head was already grey. He seemed to be around 60 years of age, but Boss Wu knew San Yi's real age. He had exceeded 100, his strength was unimaginable. He had personally witnessed San Yi using one finger to kill an armored general from 100 feet away. This required extreme skill and was quite hard to believe. San Yi smiled with his stiff face and said, "He also told you that he wanted to meet me at my birthday celebration, right? San Yi, you heard about it too?" Boss Wu was surprised to hear. San Yi said, "In this whole Spirit State City, there are not many places that my eyes can't reach. Stop kneeling, stand up. Feng Fian is definitely strange, he has cultivated." Maybe Feng Wanpeng had taught him the vigorous Gale method. His old eyes were filled with a deep light, as if he was contemplating about something. Boss Wu stood up from the ground and gloomily said, "If Master San Yi actually takes action, he will only need one fingertip to kill the little boy Feng Fian." San Yi coldly glared at him. This gaze was truly frightening. Boss Wu's heart was shaking and cold sweat ran down on his forehead, wondering if he had said something wrong. San Yi reverted his gaze, and coldly snorted. 3 years ago, Feng Wanpeng had reached stage 5 of the vigorous Gale method, obtaining the intermediate stage of Immortal Foundation. For a 4th generation of the Feng clan, this was considered an outstanding cultivation. Even if I personally took action, there is no guarantee that I would be successful. Not to mention, there is also old man Liu by his side. If both of them were to fight together, I wouldn't have the strength to even defend myself. If we move against Fian, it would disturb the other 2 men. This is not beneficial to me. Go bring this news to Feng Shuai. I'm sure Feng Shuai wants to get rid of Feng Fian even more than us. Just let the Feng clan fight internally, it couldn't be more wonderful. Feng Shuai wanted to use us to take care of Feng Fian. His plan was really wily, but unfortunately, in front of me, he is still too immature." San Yi revealed a smile. The smile became more and more grim. Before Zhao Yue woke up, Feng Fian had already left the tea house. Once Feng Fian returned to the governor's mansion, the sun had already set. Before his return, he went to the Yingao ward and spent 1,000 gold coins to buy a blood spirit seed. This was a spirit plant that grew amidst the lava. When an ordinary person consumed it, the blood flow would become faster and the heart would beat so fast that the body would explode, resulting in death. Even for a lower-ranking cultivator, if the plant was rashly consumed, he couldn't avoid his meridians being fractured as well as having a broken danshan. For people who have not reached the stage of Immortal Foundation, this plant was a poisonous substance. But to those who have exceeded the Immortal Foundation, this was a spirit treasure used to refine the body. Naturally, Feng Fian had not reached the Immortal Foundation stage. Currently, he is only at the early spirit realm. According to the normal rules, if he was to consume the blood spirit seed, he would be seriously injured, if not dead. However, because his method was the immortal phoenix physique to cultivate the most powerful body, the blood spirit seed could not push the blood that fast. Once the blood flow had reached a certain speed, it would be the same as helping Fian's blood refining process instead of causing harm. The faster the flow, the faster the refinement process. Feng Fian opened a black jade container. The inside contained ice pieces with a red seed in the middle, along with a small leaf as big as 2 fingers. It was crystal clear and transparent, like a blood jade carving. This was the blood spirit seed. Rather, this blood spirit seed had not reached the level of spirit grass. At most, it could only be considered as a normal grass with a strong effect. This was precisely why it was only worth 1,000 gold coins. If it was a true spirit grass, then the lowest price would be 100,000 gold coins. a priceless treasure. Spirit grass, like the name suggested, was a sentient entity. It had produced its own wisdom and could run away. A few top spirit grasses could even transform into humans and start the road of cultivation. Boss Wu is only a small underling. He certainly has someone with a cultivation background behind the shadows supporting him. Let's hope that this blood spirit seed can increase my cultivation to the next level. Feng Fian's soul was growing stronger. Today, when he was fighting against Boss Wu, he felt that there was someone within Spirit State City who was spying on him. This person's cultivation was extremely high, and his spiritual soul also had unfriendly murderous intent. Even though his cultivation was way higher than Feng Fian was still able to detect his spiritual spying. The owner of that soul did not make a move. He quickly pulled back during the climax of the action. This was why Feng Fian felt the urge to improve quickly, because the person did not have a friendly intent. Sooner or later, he would make a move himself. Fian had no choice but to take a risk with the blood spirit seed and hope that it would increase his cultivation. As long as one's strength was sufficient, there would be no need to fear any enemies. The force of the blood spirit seed could be even greater than a spirit grass. I most likely can't accept all of it at the moment and would need external help. Feng Fian closed the black box and opened the door to walk outside. The sky was completely dark, and the night and water were equally cold. The mansion's lamps had been lit up above in the chandeliers. The laughter of many women could be heard in the distant bedrooms. It was the dormitory of the maids. Before, Feng Fian often visited there. As long as a maid had a bit of beauty to her, she would be ruined. However, ever since his soul was merged with the other Feng Fian, he didn't go there any longer. Sometimes this, sometimes that. A piece of scum can also become a great person. 1. This is a saying in Chinese. Basically means a person can have a change of heart. Passing by the moment, Feng Fian's heart had mixed and unexplainable feelings. He didn't stop here but kept going through a garden, along a trail of white pebbles, to a pond next to the fake decoration mountain. Standing by the water's edge and looking at the sparkling water surface, Feng Fian opened the black box again. The blood spirit seed was akin to a small flame, illuminating the dark night with a touch of red. With the cold temperature and pressure of the water on top of the special nature of the immortal phoenix physique, I should be able to resist the blood spirit seed's potency. Feng Fian immediately ate the whole blood spirit seed, and then jumped into the cold water in the dark pond. Splash! As each drop of water flew into the air, his body continuously sank to the bottom of around 7 or 8 meters deep. He sat down in the cultivation pose on top of the muddy ground at the bottom of the pond. Feng Fian had a special breathing technique that could allow him to stay, even a day, at the bottom of the pond without suffocating. After swallowing the blood spirit seed, it felt like swallowing fire. It turned the meridians and blood vessels throughout Feng Fian's body aflame. His body started making many crackling sounds. The blood flow in his vessels started to increase in speed as well as temperature, as if there were many small strands of fire traveling in his bloodstream. Feng Fian began to channel the immortal phoenix physique incantations. He had successfully cultivated the first level of blood purification. His blood was already pure with a crimson fire color. The second level, compared to the first, was more than 10 times more difficult. However, once the cultivation was successful, the blood quality would also greatly improve. The physical body would have earth-shattering changes. Turning the crimson blood into the dark blood would require a change in the quality of the blood, and from that, his spirit energy inside his body would also change. One could say that, if Feng Fian could successfully complete the second stage of blood purification, he would immediately skip the intermediate stage of the spirit realm, straight to the peak of the spirit realm, or an even higher stage. However, this was not easy. Even with the help of the blood spirit seed, it was impossible to complete the second stage of blood purification overnight. Boom! Suddenly, something outside of Feng Fian's expectation happened. The blood flow in his body suddenly reversed, and the gathering place of the blood was not his heart, but at his right hand's palm. What is going on? Feng Fian was surprised. Reversed blood flow? It was even more dangerous than reverse meridian flow. The shadow of the spirit vessel in Feng Fian's right palm started to radiate a flashing light, as if it was trying to move, returning to life. The boat had traveled through space and time, and it was ranked above the 18 legendary spirit treasures. Feng Fian couldn't awaken it with his spirit energy, but with his stimulated blood, there was a reaction. Chapter 12, Breakthrough. Again the blood in his body, ignited by the blood spirit seed, had become a runaway horse. It escaped Fian's control and headed towards his right palm in a maddened fashion. The spirit boat, that had fused with his flesh, made an even more violent beating noise. Bang! Fian's eardrums vibrated as if there were bells repeatedly crashing within his head. A strange picture appeared in his mind. It was an ancient bronze boat, a spirit boat. Above the bronze boat were 18 pillars, towering like magnificent peaks. The 18 bronze pillars had already rusted through the ages. Hung on top of them were black, tattered sails. It looked like a painting of the dark heavens and earths. The large and vast ancient boat seemed capable of holding an entire world. Bang! Feng Fian shuddered. The ancient boat image in his mind was broken into many smoke clouds. His blood's traveling speed became even more terrorizing. All of it was aiming for his right palm and entering the spirit boat. Oh, the force of the blood spirit seed is beyond my imagination, and the slumbering spirit boat had awakened as well. Would my body be unable to handle the breakthrough damage, and will the ship escape again, resulting in my death? Feng Fian was unwilling to perish. He bit his teeth and activated his immortal phoenix physique once again. Splash splash. The blood in his body was like the yellow river, rushing with unstoppable currents. His palm was like an ocean, his blood was the sea water, and the spirit boat was floating on top. The three formed an odd picture, the ocean with a wave of blood, an ancient boat taking sail, and the red river of God. 1. The Chinese Raw used poetic language to describe the three quotes, as if they were names of paintings. Suddenly, the ancient spirit within the boat broke out into the sky with awe-inspiring strength, caused the blood to boil, and then went back into the blood vessels, into the body. His blood was boiling. Bang! Bang! Feng Fian's whole body trembled. His hair in the water also stood up vertically and his skin radiated a shade of red, as if it was on fire. He lifted his head and let out a long roar. Ruoa! An explosion of force escaped from his body. Under the night, the cold lake had an absence of ripples in the dead water. Suddenly, the entire water surface spun like crazy, creating a huge whirlpool. Bang! A loud noise filled the air as if a huge cauldron had just exploded completely. The water in the lake splashed upward for more than 10 meters. The entire mansion had been alerted, and a brigade of armored guards rushed towards the pond's direction. A powerful figure flew out from the pool before the security forces have arrived, and disappeared into the night. Such a loud commotion, what happened here? Did someone dare to invade the governor's mansion? Surely courting death. We have to search, find and capture this evil intruder. The guard captain, holding his long spear, stood by the bank of the pond, and noticed the broken debris left over from the fake decoration mountain that had been completely destroyed. His heart was shaken with fear. This force was too strong. This power was capable of fully shattering a tall compound. Row 50 armored guards searched around the pool with a white dog, but to no avail. The only result was that they alarmed the maids and servants within the mansion. The instigator of this commotion, Fian, had already changed his tattered clothing and replaced it with a fur coat made from fox skin for sleep. He wore a big pair of wooden shoes and yawned as if he was still in deep sleep. It was like he had just woken up. Why is it so noisy, you dog servants? What are you trying to find so late at night? Do you know that you have disturbed this young master's sleep? Fian lazily stretched his waist and said. The 50 armored guards stepped forward with one knee on the ground and said, "We subordinates greet young Master Feng." The captain of the guards was also on his knees, one hand holding his long spear, and said in a reasonable manner, "Just now, an extremely strong expert had broken into the mansion. Young master, please have no fear, we will certainly be able to protect you under any circumstances." The armored guards knew that the young master was rather timid, and they were afraid that he would be startled. Feng Fian pretended to be scared, and lamented, "Extreme expert, you guys shouldn't scare me. The intruder's strength is extraordinary. One palm was able to destroy the whole fake decoration mountain. It was an unbelievable force." This servant believed that even within the entirety of the Spirit State City, only a few are capable of such a feat. The guard captain's face was a bit embarrassed. After all, such a strong expert had broken into the mansion, and they were completely oblivious to the fact. This was a dereliction of their duty. Fian looked at his hand and he was ecstatic. He, himself, was considered an extreme expert within the whole of Spirit State City that could only be counted on one's hand. What happened just now? Bodyguard Lin, in the end, what had happened here? Feng Shuai, with his heroic manner and two servants, came over. Their paces were calm but heavy, their poses were elegant and composed, yet valiant. His silky clothing was organized, his hair was finely done. His handsome eyes were like a pair of cold knives in the dark. Once he had arrived, the whole scene became silent. The guards saw Feng Shuai and all of them became more respectful. Each devotee got on their knees, their attitudes became much more humbling. It was like the servants had finally met their master. Although Feng Shuai was only the governor's adopted son, because he was strong and talented, he was considered the heir to the position. Everyone was respectful towards him. This was in stark contrast with their attitudes toward Feng Fian. One was the future master of Spirit State City, the other was a timid playboy young master. How could they be compared? The captain guard respectfully clapped his hands and lowered his head, then said, "I deserve death for letting an extremely strong master break into the mansion. Please punish me, young master." Feng Shuai calmly walked towards the pond with both hands behind his back. Seeing the fragments of the pool of rocks, his eyes were shocked and he shivered. "So powerful, this is not someone that you guys could have dealt with. Everyone stand up. The opponent is a cultivator. You guys don't have to be ashamed. I will report this to adopted father, and let him be the judge." The captain guard, along with the 50 armored troops, were relieved. In their hearts, they complimented him for being so wise. He was really worthy of being the best within the generation. They secretly compared Feng Shuai and Feng Fian in their minds, but they could only breath heavily in the end from confusion. One was a peerless hero while the other was an idiot who could only eat and await his own death. It was impossible to compare. All 50 armored guards backed down from the scene. Feng Fian sighed at the excellence of Feng Shuai. This person was very meticulous and talented with his actions and thoughts. He was able to win the people's hearts with 2 simple sentences. Frightening, simply frightening. Feng Fian, I heard you were studying military strategies with strategist Jet. Have you learned anything? Feng Fian originally wanted to turn back to the house, but was stopped by Feng Shuai. He stopped in his track, turned around, and smiled. The messy strategies of strategist Jet. Sometimes it is about sieging a castle, sometimes it is about organizing formations. They were all child's play. I was not interested. Boring, boring. Brother, if you are interested, why don't you come together to hear that old man's nagging? Feng Shuai already heard the news. He knew that Feng Fian's strength was formidable and took off Boss Wu's arm. His real self was not how it seems on the surface. Could he have been fooling me all these years? This kid was keeping a low profile. There were thousands of thoughts in Feng Shuai's heart, but his face did not show it. He laughed. 1. This is for the line below. Ancient China believed people think with their hearts, not brains. 18 kinds of war, 36 different ways to siege, 72 ways to defend. I had understood them all since 7 years ago and could familiarly recite them. Simple reasonings on paper to me is no longer important. Fian, you are now in the primary stage of learning the art of war. After 8 or 10 years, you could reach my height. You need to keep trying your best. This guy was so arrogant. Big brother is really talented. I can't help but to admire. Feng Fian let out a yawn, and smiled. I can't anymore, have to go back to sleep. With that, Fian turned around and left. The smile on Feng Shuai's face slowly disappeared. He watched Feng Fian's back as he was leaving and his expression became cold and distant. "Young master, is this kid, Feng Fian, really a waste of a human being, or is he pretending to be waste?" a servant behind him asked. Feng Shuai said, "In front of me, it is all the same. On the art of war, he couldn't catch up to me even after 10 years of learning. He is only at the early stage of the spirit realm, while I am at the peak of the spirit realm. Even if I let him make 10 moves first, he still wouldn't be my opponent." The difference between early and peak spirit realm was 10 times in power. They were not on the same level of existence, so even though Feng Shuai knew that Feng Fian was cultivating, he did not care. To go from the early to peak stage of the spirit realm was not something that could be done overnight. Even with his amazing talent, it still took him 3 years. It wasn't a certain thing for ordinary people either, even with 10 years. He did not believe that Feng Fian's talents were higher than his. An idiot wants to rise again. I will certainly, once again, suppress you, never allowing you to lift your head again. The faint smile on Feng Shuai's face was natural, as if he was strategizing about something. He wasn't only a cultivation genius, but also a wise man. "Young master, the governor called for you. There is an event he wishes to discuss." A maid bowed her head. Feng Shuai furrowed his brows, wondering why his foster father was calling for him so late. Maybe something big had happened? Slam. Feng Fian closed the door and spread out his right palm. The faint picture of the ancient boat had become more pale, as if it was completely integrating into the flesh. This spirit boat suppressed the spirit blood seed's medicinal power at a critical moment. If not for it, I'm afraid I would have exploded to death. But now, I have successfully broken through to the intermediate stage of the spirit realm. The potency of the spirit blood seed, by itself, would not have been directly responsible for my breakthrough, so it had to be the spirit vessel's effect. The powers of a holy scent treasure cannot be speculated using common sense. With the spirit blood seed's potency by itself, Feng Fian would have needed at least 1 month to break through to the intermediate stage, but because the spirit vessel increased the effect of the spirit blood seed, it made it possible for him to break through in just 1 night. If Feng Shuai was to know about this, he probably would be frightened to unconsciousness. The intermediate stage could not be compared to the early stage. The difference between the two was like the heavens and earth. The difference in thickness of the spirit energy was many folds greater. The spirit energy in Feng Fian's meridians was mighty, his Danshan rotation speed throughout his body was great, as if it was a spirit river flowing without breaks. Now, if Fian and Boss Wu were to fight again, he would not need to use his saber. A slap would be sufficient to break every bone in Boss Wu's body. Even though I broke through to the intermediate stage, my second level of the blood purification process did not reach grand completion. The second level of blood purification required the blood in the entire body to turn into a dark color, bowling inside his vessels, but the blood in Fian's body was only a crimson red. He still had a long way to go to reach a complete black like ink color. Even if I break through to the peak of the spirit realm, I'm afraid my blood would still not be black like ink. The immortal phoenix physique is not of an ordinary difficulty. Feng Fian pointed his finger and a light came out from the tip, causing a candle to go out from 5 steps away. The whole room became dark. After a busy day, Fian was exhausted mentally and physically. He wanted a good rest in bed for 1 night because tomorrow, he had to learn military strategies with strategist Jen. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on. A maid outside yelled loudly, "Young Master Feng, the governor called for you to deliberate an important event." His bed was not yet warm, yet he had to struggle to get up. A trace of doubt surfaced in his heart. It was so late at night, what else had happened? Plus, even if something big had happened, Feng Wanpeng would discuss it with Feng Shuai. This was the first time he called for Feng Fian. Chapter 13, Hidden Dragon War and Military Strategy. Iron Council. The lobby of the governor's mansion was 12 meters wide. There were 8 tall pillars around the room. In the middle was a golden eagle statue, mightily breathtaking, like a divine bird looking down on the common people. Every time there were guests in the lobby, their spirits were shaken by an invisible force of oppression. They would become too afraid to even breathe too heavily. Feng Wanpeng was holding a jade scroll around 3 feet long and then slowly rolled it back up. This letter he had read 3 times, and he also smiled 3 times, as if it was such a good event that even someone as stern as him couldn't help but smile. Besides Feng Wanpeng, strategist Jie and housekeeper Liu were also present and sat on both sides. Their ages were similar, both with grey hair and wrinkled faces. However, they were both not ordinary characters. They could single-handedly rule one direction. Strategist Jie, with a fan made out of feathers in his hand, glared at the jade scroll, seemed to have guessed a lot of things, and spoke. "Governor, is this a piece of news from the southern main house?" The jade scroll in Feng Wanpeng's hand was named the Flying Jade Scroll. It could travel 100,000 miles in one day. It was a real spirit treasure. The Flying Jade Scroll came to Spirit State City, which meant the news came from the grand southern city of the Feng clan. Strategist Jie and housekeeper Liu were not outsiders. They had followed Wanpeng for more than a decade, and thus, Wanpeng never hid anything from them. He smiled and said, "The next hidden dragon war of our clan that occurs once every 20 years is happening soon." Strategist Jie's eyes squinted, and ecstatically said, "How long?" 3 months later, the beginning date of the autumn season. Purple Mist Prefectural City, hidden dragons pierce the sky. Feng Wanpeng read the contents of the Flying Jade Scroll. The significance of the hidden dragon war of the Feng clan was known throughout the world. Anyone that performed remarkably in the hidden dragon war would surely thrive in the future. The Feng clan was a huge clan. Children of the clan numbered in the tens of millions. They were divided into many different branches. Every branch all had countless young geniuses. Like Feng Wanpeng, who ruled over Spirit State City and was in charge of millions of people in many thousand miles, he was a tyrant in this direction. But he was only a 4th-generation descendant from a Feng branch clan. He was not comparable to a true member of the Feng main clan. As the Feng clan's 4th generation, if not 10,000, then it would be at least 8,000 members in size. There were many talented people, and they all ruled over multiple ancient cities, or county towns, the military barracks, or the government. Their people and influence scattered across the whole world. Every 20 years, the Feng clan would have a selection to judge the potential of their younger generations. They would select the most transcendent talents and focus on cultivating them. This was the purpose of the Hidden Dragon War. Hidden dragons leave the sea. Hurricanes ravage 10,000 miles. After 3 months would be the date of the Hidden Dragon War. All the younger generations of the Feng clan would have to participate in this event. Those who could show all of their talents would be the next leaders in their generation. In the future, they could even be nominated for the patriarch position. The main house of the Feng clan was located in the Grand Southern City. It was also one of the strongest clans in the city. Grand Southern City was one of the 8 biggest cities of the Jin Dynasty, located to the south. Grand Southern City had vast territories and a large population. It had 26 counties. Each county had countless ancient cities, and under the cities were the small towns. Spirit State City was only one out of 124 ancient cities, under the Bailing County. The Feng clan was one of the 3 strongest clans in the Grand Southern City. Thus, it was clear how powerful it was. Feng Wanpeng laughed loudly. 20 years ago, I participated in the Hidden Dragon War with high spirits. I went through dozens of checkpoints and defeated hundreds of opponents. Afterwards, an elder took notice of my talents and groomed me into the position of governor, ruling one direction. Strategist Jie asked, "What was your ranking in the last war 20 years ago?" "I was the 18th. Feng Wanpeng's heart was proud when he recalled the feat and couldn't help but heroically laugh. Placing 18th at the last Hidden Dragon War was indeed an achievement worthy of arrogance. Strategist Jie was an advisor under the Feng clan. He naturally understood the event from 20 years ago, and said, 20 years ago, during the Hidden Dragon War, there were 9,438 people within the 4th generation's main branch, while the side branches had a total of 70,000 people. To defeat so many people and reaching the position of 18, you must have been remarkable during that year." Strategist Jie's words were not flattery. After all, Feng Wanpeng was still a formidable expert even now. He was still renowned within the fourth generation and had some influence. Physical strength determined one's power. Feng Wanpeng said, 20 years have passed, the fifth generation of the Feng clan has become even more prosperous. According to the statistics from the message, the main branch has 30,000 people, which is a surprise, because some of them are absolutely brilliant geniuses. Some could even defeat the experts of the last generation. A lot of people predict that this fifth generation of the Feng clan will be the rise of a new golden generation for our Feng clan. A heaven-shattering genius could appear at any time, and he would make the elders become crazily ecstatic. Strategist Jen nodded and responded in a serious manner, if this is the case, then it is difficult to be within the top rankings. But with the cultivation of the oldest young master, breaking into the 200s should not be a problem. Feng Wanpeng smiled and shook his head, the boy Feng Shuai's talents are extremely high, I have high confidence in him. His ranking will not just be in the 200s. If he participates in the branch selection war, there will be a big chance of him standing out. Because Feng Shuai was only an adopted child, he could only join the branch war of the Feng clan. However, as long as he performed well, he could still join the war with the direct clan afterward. Feng Wanpeng changed his expression and lamented, I, Feng Wanpeng, was a hero my whole life, but I gave birth to a useless son. If Feng Fian, this darn kid, was equal to 1/10 of Shuai, I would still be satisfied. Strategist Je said, recently, I have been exchanging with young Master Feng a lot. Although he was a bit cynical and distracted, he is not without merit. Some of his understandings with the art of war is very unique, sometimes his ideas greatly impress me. Are these words the truth? Feng Wanpeng asked. Strategist Je answered, my opinion is, young Master Feng is indeed capable of becoming a talented person. Even though he cannot cultivate, if he could learn the art of war, he could join the military in the future and his achievements would not be little. Housekeeper Liu, who had been keeping quiet this whole time, finally opened his mouth with an emotional expression, Governor, a prodigal son who learned to turn back is worth more than gold. I think during this Hidden Dragon War, we can let the young master participate in the Military Strategy Iron Council. Military Strategy Iron Council. Feng Wanpeng's expression became frozen as if he was contemplating something. In the Jin dynasty, if one wanted to succeed and become renowned, surpassing everyone else, then he couldn't stop his cultivation to become a formidable expert. However, not everyone had the talent to cultivate. And without cultivation talents, one could only learn military strategies to become an educated man, a strategist, or a chief of staff. If one's art of war and resourcefulness was great, then he could still be a person on top of tens of thousands, sitting in an esteemed guest position for many major clans and immortal sects. The Military Strategy Iron Council and the Hidden Dragon War were both ways for the Feng clan to select outstanding young talents, one for fighting, and the other for brains. One literature, one martial arts. If one could show his mental capabilities and high level of understanding of the art of war, then he would still be heavily groomed by the Feng clan. The Military Strategy Iron Council test is not easy. Many young geniuses that participate in the Hidden Dragon War take part in this literature test to debate militaristic arts. Placing first is harder than flying to the heavens. This child Fian. He only started his studies for a few days, plus he is very timid. What if he will act like a fool at the event? Sigh. To see so many young geniuses, maybe he would be frightened to the point of non-stop shaking, unable to even speak. Feng Wanpeng couldn't stop lamenting. Even though he wanted Feng Fian to take one step to the sky and become successful, he also knew that with Fian's virtues, he would rather let him not go than for him to lose face at the event. There would be less shame this way. At this time, Feng Shuai entered from the front door. He bowed his head to Feng Wanpeng, and then respectfully greeted housekeeper Liu and strategist Jen. He straightened his posture, and said, Foster father is right, Fian is not familiar with the major aspects of society, so if he was to participate in the Military Strategy Iron Council, he would be scared silly and cause a scene. Your reputation and our clan's reputation would be ruined in his hands. His words made the other people sad. Even though the words were ugly, but they were on point and everyone here knew of Fian's virtues and character. Maybe Fian is indeed too timid, even housekeeper Lu sighed repeatedly. Thump thump. Feng Fian was wearing wooden slippers, and came in while yawning. He stood next to Feng Shuai, and bowed toward Feng Wanpeng, housekeeper Lu, and strategist Jet, then said, "Father, I want to participate in the Military Strategy Iron Council." Feng Fian had heard everyone's discussion when he was outside. If one wanted to be known for his abilities, then he had to take the first step and show them. With a smile on his face, Feng Shuai said, "Fian, the Military Strategy Iron Council is not a joke, you need to understand this." Ha ha. Brother, I admit that I have not read that many books, but you cannot underestimate me. Simple reasonings on paper, anyone could do those. Feng Fian smiled. Feng Shuai was unhappy, and said, "Are you saying that I can only reason theoretically on paper?" Well, that is a fact. Feng Fian still smiling, "Brother, you seem dissatisfied, have you ever been in the military?" Feng Shuai had never even stepped inside a barrack. Of course he had never been in the military. He was speechless at the moment. "Brother, it looks like you are really not convinced, eh?" Seeing Shuai's rare-beaten look, Fian's heart was quite happy. Shuai's face muscles twitched twice, and then he stiffly smiled. "Fian, you are still too young, even just reasonings on paper, you are still lacking. Reasonings on paper is to use less to defeat more, using strength to defeat the weak, to use real weapons and summon the troops, to kill the enemies, wiping them out to the last man." Although young, Feng Fian right now was spirited while pointing out a country's military potential. "Allow me to summon the troops." Everyone was confused. Spirit State City was located in the hinterland of the Jin Dynasty. There was no external enemy nor internal conflict. It had been many years since the last time the troops were summoned. What was the point of talking about troop deployments right now? Feng Shuai was also confused. He didn't know what Fian was trying to say or what his next step was. Feng Wanpeng, strategist Jet, and housekeeper Lu were also frozen. Was this little boy crazy? Feng Fian got down on one knee and with a serious expression, he loudly said, "Spirit State City has many thieves rampaging about. Their leader abused his power and the people refer to him as San Yi. This person sells slaves, participates in human life gambling, forces women into prostitution, and organizes a gang with a few thousand members to oppress the townspeople. He is the cancer of Spirit State City. Feng Fian here urges the governor to give me 3,000 troops. I will, in one night, capture all the evil crooks. Not even one man will remain standing. I beg the governor to give me 3,000 troops. I will mop up the culprits, behead the thieves, and purify Spirit State City. I will fight for the sake of the people's hearts." Chapter 14, Heaven Restoration. Evil Eyes. Feng Wanpeng's heart was shocked. There were simply no words to describe this feeling. Was this the ignorant Fian? No, absolutely not. This boldness wouldn't necessarily be apparent even in the most battle-hardened veterans. A 14-year-old boy wanting a military order to command the troops, even the courageous Feng Shuai wouldn't have the guts to do so. The word military order here has the connotation that the commander will be taking responsibility for failures, usually resulting in death as the punishment. The others were even more stunned. This was an unbelievable event. Even though Spirit State City was in the hinterland, away from the borders, it also had 10 military encampments which totaled at 10,000 city guards. All of them were well equipped with armor, riding strong horses and tigers, spears in their hands, and were invincible in all battles. Although the city guards couldn't compare with the brilliant official military, the soldiers were all brave and could fight 1 versus 3. Nonsense, Fian, you are too young and too insensible. The city guards can't be arbitrarily summoned. Feng Shuai laughed out loud, bowed and said, "Foster father, Fian is still too young and frivolous, not knowing right from wrong. If 3,000 city guards were under his hands, it would be handling the situation too lightly." Feng Wanpeng naturally knew about San Yi. This person's cultivation was not below his own. Unless it was the last resort, Wanpeng didn't want to make this man his enemy. After all, they were both cultivators. If it was really a fight to the bitter end, then maybe half of Spirit State City would be destroyed in the process. This was not the situation Wan Peng wanted to see. However, he had never seen this side of his son, such seriousness and high morale. Was it finally the time for the boy to rise? As long as the will to fight was there, the future would be bright. Feng Fian saw Wan Peng's dignified expression in contemplation. He understood his hesitation, so he said, "I have a full grasp of my victory. I am sure to bring down the Eagle Claw gang, not letting even one person slip through the net." Feng Shuai presumptuously scowled. "Feng Fian, there is a lot at stake here. How can we rush to give you the city guards just based on your words alone?" Feng Shuai did not want Fian to be in the limelight. If he couldn't destroy the gang, then it would be good fortune. However, if he could actually exterminate the Eagle Claw gang, then Fian would certainly have a newfound fame in war and become Spirit State City's new star figure. Even the main Feng house would notice him. Feng Shuai would definitely not allow for the salted fish to stand up from failure. 1. Akin to a koi fish becoming a dragon, a reversal of fortune, Feng Wanpeng thought for a moment, then suddenly stood up and said, "San Yi is not an easy opponent. This person's cultivation had reached the intermediate stage of Immortal Foundation. He also practices the Heaven Restoration Evil Eyes technique, and has a quasi-spirit treasure. He can split a mountain in one strike and reform the geography. Even 1,000 city guards would be killed to the last man. Fian, you have to know, even though the army is powerful, but against some people, just the quantity alone isn't enough to kill them. Naturally I understand this, so I want to invite housekeeper Lu to come with me to the Blood Eagle Mansion." Feng Fian confidently said. The Blood Eagle Mansion is the place where San Yi lives. Anyone who had stepped inside had never come out alive. Feng Shuai's expression changed. He thought that Fian was arrogant to the extreme. Anyone without great courage would never dare to break into the Blood Eagle Mansion. To invade the Blood Eagle Mansion was to court death. Housekeeper Lu suddenly opened his bright eyes. 2 bright lights radiated from them and said, "If young master is so bold, then even I will go with young master, even if my life was on the line." The old man's heart was very excited. His master has such courage, rare, so rare to see. Who dared to say that his master was timid? Was this courage still considered small? Feng Wanpeng's heart had a great shock. He had decided to let Feng Fian go. As long as his son could become someone great, then even if the entirety of Spirit State City comes to ruin, it would still be worth it. "I will give you 5,000 city guards. I will personally stand on the tower to watch the battle. If you can destroy the Eagle Hawk gang, I will give you permission to participate in the Military Strategy Iron Council 3 months later. However, if you and the entire troops are annihilated, I will not attempt to save you. You and the entire army will be dead and buried together." Feng Wanpeng said. "I obey your command." Feng Fian was ecstatic, and broke out laughing. "Within a month, I will have the entire Blood Eagle Mansion razed to the ground." Feng Fian took the 5 military orders from the hands of Feng Wanpeng. He gripped them tightly, then turned around and left. After Feng Fian had left the lobby, Feng Shuai, as if awoken from a daze, quickly kneeled to the ground and said, "Foster father, this is too childish. San Yi's cultivation is frightening. The Eagle Hawk gang also has several thousand members. To leave 5,000 city guards' lives in Fian's hands, I'm certain that there will not be that many left. More so, after the city guards and the gang start the battle, there will be dead bodies all over Spirit State City, ruins everywhere. I can't imagine the consequences. I beg foster father to rethink this matter." Feng Wanpeng, without hurry or hesitation, calmly said, "Shuai, I heard that you have been close with San Yi and his people. In the next few days, don't leave the mansion, calm your mind and practice the vigorous Gale method in preparation for the Hidden Dragon War 3 months later." Hearing these words, Shuai's heart jumped. This was foster father's warning to him. It seemed that nothing was hidden from him in Spirit State City. Feng Shuai closed his mouth and didn't say half a word after. The reason why Feng Fian wanted to deal with San Yi was not because of justice, he essentially was not a moralistic and righteous person. Plus, he and San Yi didn't have any hatred. There was no need to do this heavy task, but he had to because there was a plan in his mind. It was already late at night. The servants were in deep sleep at the governor's mansion, the surroundings seemed quiet. Holding the 5 military orders, Feng Fian didn't return to his room but to the library. He opened the main door and ignited the night candles. The Heaven Restoration Evil Eyes was one of the 12 grand evil techniques of Senluo Temple. When cultivated to the minor completion level, one could see an ant fighting from 100 miles away, or if there was water on a fly. Within 100 steps, a glare could kill a man, his soul would be shattered, and he would become a vegetable. Feng Fian closed the ancient book in his hand and mumbled, San Yi's cultivation is from the Heaven Restoration Evil Eyes, plus it is certain that he had obtained minor completion. This is also a method from the Senluo Temple, his origin must not be simple. He also has a quasi-spirit treasure. This is an unbelievable weapon, I must obtain it. Fian had the Crimson Dragon Saber. It was once a spirit weapon, but it was broken and its aura had almost been depleted. It could only be regarded as a top magic weapon and couldn't be compared to a quasi-spirit weapon. The so-called quasi-spirit weapon, the vessel itself has the same material and spiritual control as a spirit weapon, but the weapon's spirit itself was not sentient. A spirit material would need many hundreds of years to form its own sentient spirit, outside of some extremely exceptional materials. The birth of a spiritual treasure was very difficult. Even the main Feng clan, which was so powerful for more than 1,000 years, only had 3 spirit treasures. Each was considered to be a clan heirloom as well as its protectors. A spirit weapon, when activated, would be able to destroy a city like Spirit State from 1,000 miles away. The 3 spirit treasures were considered the invincible ace cards of the Feng clan. As long as they activate any of the 3, they could repress any trouble. As long as the 3 spirit treasures remained in the Feng clan's possession, it would remain the overlord of Grand Southern City. Even though a quasi-spirit treasure was many times weaker than a spirit treasure, it couldn't be underestimated. In the end, it still had the same body and material, only lacking the consciousness of the spirit. Feng Fian wanted to make a move on San Yi so that he could get the quasi-spirit treasure from his hands. San Yi has a quasi-spirit treasure, and I have, in my hands, a shattered spirit treasure, the Crimson Dragon Saber. It still has a strand of spirit consciousness and spirit energy. If I could extract this remaining spirit and then insert it into a quasi-spirit treasure, then I am 90% certain of creating a complete spirit treasure. A complete spirit treasure. Haha. Your mother, I am so talented. A spirit treasure is capable of burning the sky and boiling the sea. If I could get a hold of one, killing an immortal Foundation expert would not be impossible. When he had obtained the Crimson Dragon Saber, Feng Fian harbored this thought, so the moment when he found out that San Yi had a quasi-spirit treasure, he decided to take care of San Yi. This matter of killing and raiding for treasure would not give a good reputation, this was more like the young master killing evil for the people. 2. Basically saying that he doesn't want to treat this as benefiting himself, but helping the people of the city. Quasi-spirit treasures were already rare, but broken spirit treasures with a strand of spirit consciousness remnant was even rarer, even among 1,000 spirit treasures. Feng Fian was truly lucky to encounter it, on top of buying it for only 3,000 gold coins. Other people, even if they were to come upon a broken spirit treasure, wouldn't be able to extract the residual spirits inside because the spirit itself belonged to that particular spirit treasure. Even an expert with a heaven-shattering cultivation wouldn't be able to do the separation. However, a Holy Saint treasure was capable. A Holy Saint treasure was above all spirit treasures, all spirits must be subservient to the Holy Spirit. It was like the king and his subjects, the king's words, the subjects could only obey. The spirit vessel, it was a Holy Saint treasure. Although Feng Fian could not control the spirit boat, he could use its prestigious aura from its Holy Spirit to extract the soul from the broken spirit treasure. So in the whole world, only Feng Fian had the capability to turn a quasi-spirit treasure into a complete spirit treasure, to combine a broken spirit treasure and a quasi-spirit treasure into a real one. To be the master of a spirit treasure, this thought would drive people crazy. Now, Fian could only wait until San Yi's death, then take the quasi-treasure from his hand. This would be the most difficult task. Chapter 15, Mysterious Guest. To deal with San Yi was not an easy task. To rely on the city guards and Feng Fian alone would never be successful, so the next morning, Feng Fian left the mansion to find a powerful ally. The tall and ancient Yin Gao ward slowly appeared in front of his eyes. Today, the atmosphere of the Yin Gao ward was formal and solemn. There were armored guards on both sides of the statue at the front door. 8 men to the left, 8 men to the right, all with cold steel lance in their hands. Their black skins were like metal, their eyes beamed killing intent, no different from 2 packs of wild beasts. Feng Fian stood outside the front gate, his eyes were slightly alarmed. He could clearly feel the powerful presence of the 16 armored guards like an impregnable fortress made out of 16 steel pillars. These 16 god-slayers blocked the door. No one dared to step inside the Yin Gao ward, not even one step. Really worthy of the Yin Gao ward's reputation. If these 16 heavenly armored guards were to fight together, then their battle power would be extremely formidable, comparable to a strong army. Feng Fian felt that he had come to the right place. No one was weak within the 16 armored guards. Their bodies gave off an invisible energy. Any mosquitoes flying in the air would instantly be crushed. This was Feng Fian's first time seeing these 16 guards. It was apparent that they had just arrived in Spirit State City today. With the 16 heavenly guards protecting the Yin Gao ward, even brave souls would only stand far away and watch. Today, the Yin Gao ward was a bit deserted. The inside was strangely empty and cold. Early in the morning, white mist was still filling the streets. Feng Fian slowly walked out of the white mists. Ha ha! Young Master Feng, the Yin Gao ward is not welcoming guests today. Please come back at a later time. Manager Zheng Dongliu saw Feng Fian coming from afar. Feng Fian clapped his hands and smiled. Today, I have a big proposition. Do you not want to conduct business, Manager Zheng? Zheng Dongliu sighed. Of course I want to do business, but today, I have a distinguished guest. With them here, I can't do any business even if I wanted to. Feng Fian glanced at the 16 armored guards and nodded his head. It seems like the Yin Gao ward really can't have guests today. The 16 armored guards were meant to escort the esteemed guest. Who could be worthy of such a formal reception from Manager Zheng? Then tomorrow, I will visit again. Although Feng Fian was disappointed, he didn't want to make it difficult. Young Master Feng, please wait 1 minute. Zheng Dongliu was standing inside the main door of the Yin Gao ward. His body slightly bowed forward, seeming to be listening to someone speak. In a respectful manner as Feng Fian stopped, his curiosity was piqued. Zheng Dongliu, as the manager of the Yin Gao ward, his position in Spirit State City could not be underestimated. Even San Yi or Feng Wanpeng, the 2 dominant rulers, would only be on equal footing with the manager. Ultimately, the Yin Gao clan was behind Zheng Dongliu. No one dared to offend such a monster. The identity of the guest must not be simple to make Zheng Dongliu act so respectfully. Zheng Dongliu was still bowing, and then he nodded. A while later, he stood up straight, turned his gaze towards Feng Fian and smiled. Young Master Feng, my words earlier were mistaken. A businessman should always value business as the first priority. It seemed like the esteemed guest had said something to him, causing his change of heart. However, the esteemed guest's abilities must be great. Even with Feng Fian's current cultivation, he couldn't hear what the guest had said to Zheng Dongliu. Feng Fian's sleeves slightly fluttered with the direction of the wind, and he smiled. My business is absolutely lucrative, earning full pots and full scoops. The important thing is if Manager Zheng is daring enough. There is no business in the world that the Yin Gao ward wouldn't dare to do. Zheng Dongliu confidently beat his chest and said, Young Master Feng, let us go inside to the inner chamber and talk. Feng Fian calmly walked in between the 16 armored guards in an indifferent manner, as if he couldn't feel their killing auras. He entered the Yin Gao ward's inner chamber under the guidance of Manager Zheng. This wasn't Feng Fian's first time to the inner chamber of the Yin Gao ward. It was particularly quiet here. Not even a servant was around. Manager Zheng personally escorted the genuinely important guests himself to this place. Feng Fian was now one of those esteemed guests. Feng Fian sat on an ebony chair to the left side. Holding a jade cup, his eyes inadvertently, or purposely, glanced at the surrounding area. It seemed that there were no major changes compared to a few days ago. On the wall was an ancient nature painting, below the painting was a back door, and the door's curtain had been put down. There seemed to be a person sitting behind the curtain, but there was not a trace of life, as if it was just a statue. This was the true esteemed guest, even Zheng Dongliu had to be respectful to this person. When Feng Fian's eyes focused on the person behind the curtain, an enormous coercive pressure, heavy like a mountain, appeared before him. This was an invisible pressure from the guest, with an overwhelming divinity. Bang! Within his body, his organs and bones were startled and shoved. It made a strange cracking noise, as if everything was crushed. This was just an invisible energy, but it was strong enough to completely crush Fian without any chance to defend. Was it because he looked at the person once and it made them angry, wanting to kill Fian? Anyone who was powerful would have an unusual temper. This old expert's temper was too weird. The cultivation of the guest was too high, so it made Feng Fian naturally think that he was an old expert. Feng Fian practiced the immortal phoenix physique. His body was many times stronger compared to other intermediate spirit realm cultivators, but right now, his blood was boiling, his vessels were about to burst open. If he was a normal person, he would have been squeezed into a pool of muddy blood. Bang! The shadow of the spirit vessel in Feng Fian's right palm started to rotate rapidly. An even more powerful aura came out of the boat, and shot towards the outside. Boom! The pressure of the whole space suddenly disappeared without a trace, as if the rough sea had suddenly calmed down. Behind the curtain came a light sound, and afterward, the silence was restored. With the pressure gone, Feng Fian felt that he was just in an intense battle. His robe was soaked in cold sweat. If the spirit boat didn't help, maybe he would have been gravely injured by the pressure. There were too many masters in this world. Zheng Dongliu sat on the opposite side, his face still contained the smile. It was clear that he didn't notice any pressure, and didn't know that Fian and the esteemed guest already had one round of battle. This Zheng has already seen that young Master Feng is a person who does great things. How big will this business be? Zheng Dongliu smilingly said. Feng Fian took a deep breath, converged his mind and stopped looking at the curtain, then smiled. Murdering business, I'm not sure if the Yin Gao ward is up for it. After the words were said, the smile on Zheng Dongliu immediately froze. He thought for a moment, then dignifiedly said, murdering business always has a big risk. Ah. Big risk. Feng Fian replied. How big? Zheng Dongliu further inquired. One Blood Eagle mansion. Feng Fian firmly fixed his gaze on Zheng Dongliu's eyes. Zheng Dongliu took a big breath, his eyes were filled with surprise and panic, then said, you want to kill San Yi? Not only San Yi, but the entire Eagle Claw gang. Feng Fian suddenly stood up and said, I've already gotten a military order from the governor. Within 1 month, I will lead 5,000 city guards to raise the Blood Eagle mansion, slay San Yi, and destroy the Eagle Claw gang. 5,000 city guards can destroy the Eagle Claw gang, but they can't kill San Yi. Zheng Dongliu said. Feng Fian smiled, I naturally cannot kill San Yi, but the Yin Gao ward has so many masters. If you want to kill an intermediate immortal foundation cultivator like San Yi, perhaps difficult, but it is absolutely not impossible. As long as the Yin Gao ward dispatches some experts to kill San Yi, then the wealth accumulated by the Eagle Claw gang will all belong to the Yin Gao ward. I will not even take a coin. This business is definitely lucrative. Does manager Zheng dare to partake? Feng Fian, again, pressed the question. Each year, the Eagle Claw gang gathered more than 50,000 gold coins. After a decade, this accumulation was definitely a huge number. It would be strange if Zheng Dongliu wasn't tempted. but to kill an intermediate Immortal Foundation expert, he would have to mobilize a large number of experts. This big business could not be conducted just by Zheng Dongliu's command. Feng Fian noticed that the expression on Zheng Dongliu's face kept on changing. He knew the manager was tempted. He did not care about the money gathered by the Eagle Claw gang, he only wanted the quasi-spiritual treasure from San Yi's hand. Zheng Dongliu rose up from his chair and went toward the curtain. He kneeled down to the floor and bowed his head. "Master, how do you see this?" Chapter 16, Birthday Party. Fian's eyes, once again, were projected towards the curtain. Zheng Dongliu called this person Master. Maybe this person was someone from the upper echelons of the Yingao clan. If the other party was really a higher-ranking member of the Yingao clan, then even if Feng Wanpeng was here, he would have to kneel down in front of this person. After all, the Yingao clan was one rank higher than the Feng clan. The person behind the curtain stood up, their lips seemed to gently move a little, no sound came out. Then, they sat back down again. Voice transmission. This person gathered the sound waves into a sound transmission and directed it into Zheng Dongliu's ears. This person's cultivation greatly exceeded Fian's expectation, definitely a master, maybe higher than both Feng Wanpeng and San Yi. Zheng Dongliu nodded, then turned towards Feng Fian and smiled. "My master said that young Master Feng is too young and is afraid that you won't be able to control thousands of people fighting without much confidence in you. Unless you can prove that you have enough courage, charisma, and intelligence, otherwise, this money-losing business, the Yingao ward will surely not do, Feng." Fian smiled. "How does your master want me to prove it?" Zheng Dongliu nodded. "If you can answer 3 questions from my master will personally kill San Yi. If master was to personally make a move, San Yi's death is certain." Feng Fian's eyes lingered in the air and smiled. "Senior has such rhetoric, it seems like your abilities are formidable. Please start your questions." The person had an unparalleled cultivation, exceptional aura, and powerful mind and spirit. Feng Fian assumed that it was an old expert that had been cultivating for more than 100 years. The hair must be white, otherwise, it would be impossible to reach the ancient well without wave state. 1. Meaning that the expert wasn't fazed by anything, always calm like the water surface in a well. Of course, this was just a speculation from Feng Fian. The guest's real age, he had no way of seeing through at the moment. The wind caused the curtain to slightly move, a voice resonated from within. The silhouette behind the curtain became even more ethereal, others wouldn't be able to see her clearly or determine her age. She wore a white spotless robe made from woven silk chiffon, delicate and elegant. She held a red lute in the hand but wasn't playing it. This was an elegant old woman, Fian thought this in his mind. Their voice was very hoarse, like the desert wind, dry and harsh. The first question: Eagle Claw gang members are separated throughout Spirit State City. To destroy it completely, they must all be in the same place. How will you gather a few thousand gang members together? This voice sounded like an old woman around the age of 80. There was a sense of maturity within the D voice. However, Fian concluded that this is not her real voice, it was changed by a special method. The other side did not want him to know her identity. In 8 more days, will be the birthday of San Yi. Then, the entirety of the Eagle Claw gang will be there. It would be the opportune time to catch them all. Rumbeshi nodded, and continued. Second question: the gang members numbered more than 4,000. Even if they are disorganized, to kill them all, you would have to pay a heavy price. Have you taken into account the future casualties of the city guards? Feng Fian smiled. Of course, I have calculated it. If I were to take command, then the casualties would not exceed 100 people. Would not exceed 100? Zheng Dongliu interjected. Even under the command of the 18 dukes of the Jin dynasty, the casualties wouldn't be just 100. Young Master Feng shouldn't boast in front of my master's presence. Feng Fian replied. This Feng has never boasted before. If Manager Zheng doesn't trust me, you can come with me, 8 days later, to the Blood Eagle Mansion. Zheng Dongliu furrowed his brows. With the exception of the Eagle Hawk members, no one has ever stepped inside Blood Eagle Mansion and made it out alive. In order to deal with the Eagle Hawk gang, I have to embark into the Blood Eagle Mansion once. Feng Fian arched his body. The clear words gave the impression of a tremendous amount of confidence. A long silence. Behind the curtain came a gentle applause. She smiled and said, "I never thought that, in the small spirit state city, I would encounter such a bold boy. What is your name?" Feng Fian was ecstatic in his heart and said, "This is your third question?" "Correct." Her voice was still old and hoarse. "Surname Feng, given name Fian." She said, "Feng Fian, it seems like the descendants of the Feng clan are indeed talented. This name, I will remember. You are still young and have promising talents. You should not be buried in this small spirit state city. You need to go out to see the wider world." Feng Fian replied, "I believe that day will not be far from now. This will conclude our business, not for anything else, but for the 3 words Feng Fian. The Yin Gao Ward will kill San Yi for you. We want the wealth of the Blood Eagle Mansion, not a coin less." She continued, "This is the deal. After 8 days, there will be blood in Spirit State City." After the business was settled, Feng Fian bought 3 more blood spirit seeds before leaving to return to the mansion. His heart felt a lot more emboldened. With the Yin Gao Ward tied to his chariot, this move that Feng Fian had decided to use against San Yi had been completed. However, that old woman never came out. He was feeling very curious. What was her status? When Feng Fian had left, the curtain was gently put to the side. A white jade hand stretched out. It was as if the hand was made out of ice, like a flawless blue lotus, blooming on the lake. Zheng Donglu saw the white hand moving outside. He quickly kneeled down on the ground and buried his head fiercely, nearly touching the floor, like a faithful hound seeing his owner. This girl at the Yingao clan had an extremely high position. He didn't dare to neglect his manners. Butterflyer, butterflyer, follow him. 2. Here is an endearing suffix to add to a name. Zhao Yu is an example, except was actually part of her name. In her jade-like palm, many large white clouds appeared. Clouds of fog shrouded the surroundings and they turned into a white crystal butterfly. In the beginning, this butterfly was motionless, but it slowly came to life. Its wings started to flap, and from her palm, it flew outside of the Yin Gao Ward and chased towards Feng Fian. This white crystal butterfly was formed with spirit energy. It had its own sentient thoughts, comparable to a half-spirit beast. "Master, your identity is supreme. For a small person such as Feng Fian, why waste 8 days in Spirit State City?" Zheng Donglu appeared to be puzzled, and he humbly inquired. The mysterious woman's voice was no longer hoarse, but crisp like an oriole, and said, "That person is not simple. He even withstood 30% of my coercive aura. His cultivation is very strange. This is the first reason. Second, a little intermediate spirit realm cultivator dared to go against an intermediate immortal foundation enemy. I can't help but admire his courage. If he was able to exterminate the Eagle Claw gang, and with casualties not reaching 100, then he surely is a rare talent. I would not hesitate to become friends with him." Zheng Donglu said, "If Feng Fian could become your friend, then he will be renowned all over the world. Rising in ranks will be just around the corner. Even if he had cultivated during his past 8 lives, it would not warrant such a blessing." 3. This phrase meaning that he had good karma from cultivating in his past life. Cultivation here means being a monk and does good deeds, not actual cultivation. Zheng Donglu knew the exact status of this master and how unbelievable it was. Even the current patriarch of the Feng clan would have to bow towards her when they met. The governor Feng Wanpeng in front of her could only be considered an ant. Her words were enough to mobilize 10 million soldiers. If Feng Fian could get her approval, then his future would be almost limitless. However, her eyes are so high, normal people couldn't get into her good grace. Time flew by fast, and 8 days would soon be over. Feng Fian had only entered the military encampment of the city guards once. Having met the old woman in the Yin Gao Ward, he knew just how lacking his personal cultivation was. In the past few days, he had been using the blood spirit seeds to raise his blood purity. He used a total of 8 blood spirit seeds in the last 8 days. Now, he could withstand the potency of the seeds without having to use the water pressure beneath the pond. His blood became a bit darker, the speed of his blood flow had also improved. These last 8 days, Feng Fian had come to the Yingao ward twice, but he didn't see the mysterious old lady, let alone the 18 heavenly armored guards. Feng Fian jumped on top of a crimson tiger, holding the reins, and laughed. "Elder Liu, today we go to a birthday celebration, no need to be so alarmed." Housekeeper Liu was wearing a black robe, but he didn't look comfortable. With a stiff smile he said, "The Blood Eagle Mansion might be the most dangerous place in Spirit State City, but I am not nervous one bit. I am only worried about young master." 8 days had passed out of the 1-month limit, but you haven't made a move? Housekeeper Liu couldn't predict Feng Fian's thoughts. He didn't show even a sign of worry. He had obviously vowed to send San Yi to the heavens, but now he is going to San Yi's birthday celebration with great fanfare, so which song was he singing in the end? 4. Meaning what the heck is he thinking? Feng Fian mysteriously smiled and said, "Maybe I will make a move tonight." Housekeeper Liu didn't believe that he would make a move tonight because the 5,000 city guards were not mobilized. Was he planning to go with 100 servants to kill a few thousand Eagle Claw members? It was simply a joke. These 100 servants were only carrying the birthday gifts. Dozens of gift carriages were not something that could be carried by a few people, so Feng Fian brought along 100 servants with able bodies to handle them. This was the first time Feng Fian was going to San Yi's birthday party, so he was naturally very generous. The birthday gifts included 28 big carriages, each had 4 large metal chests that were filled with gifts not light of weight. The servants were cruelly worked and tired. Fian was humming songs while leading this mighty crew to the birthday celebration. Chapter 17, Soul-suppressing blood formation. An ancient white carriage, that was around the corner, entered the street. The wheels grinded against the ancient street made from blue pebbles, creating a repetitive sound. The driver was an old man with a black veiled hat on his head. "Master, the kid Feng Fian just left, will he make a move tonight or not?" Zheng Dongliu lifted a part of his veil, revealing a pair of old eyes. In the ancient carriage came a hoarse voice, "Feng Fian has already started." "Has already started?" Zheng Dongliu seemed quite puzzled and asked, "But the 5,000 city guards are not mobilized, what will he use to combat the Eagle Hawk gang?" "His move is called During War, Never Stop Deceiving. The 5,000 city guards were only a trick to fool San Yi. The true attack force is the 136 servants pushing the gift carriages. If I am not mistaken, these 136 servants were handpicked from the absolute best of the city guards elites. They are the sharp knife aiming towards the heart of the Eagle Claw gang." The master responded. 1. A strategy in China. Literal translation would be "War never tired deceiving." Zheng Dongliu was still skeptical and asked, "He wants to use 100 people to kill the entire Eagle Claw gang? Is Feng Fian crazy or not?" "He is not crazy at all. The 136 elites are only the vanguard. They serve as a knife to disrupt the Eagle Hawk gang. The other 5,000 city guards would be the real force." Zheng Dongliu became even more confused and said, "But you just said that the 5,000 city guards were only a trick to confuse San Yi, plus, they are still in the barracks outside of the city, they are simply not mobilized." Hell, but Spirit State City has a total of 10,000 city guards. Where did the other 5,000 guards go?" The master responded. Having heard the remark, Zheng Dongliu's heart suddenly jumped, and yelled, "Replace the beams with rotten timbers." 2. A strategy from Sun Tz. Use 36 stratagems, come. Feng Fian did not let me down. I would like to see if you could give me any more surprises. The master was a highly intelligent woman. Any actions from Feng Fian could not delude her eyes. Zheng Dongliu controlled the ancient white carriage and slowly headed towards the Blood Eagle Mansion. The Blood Eagle Mansion was located to the east of Spirit State City. It was made from piling up blue boulders, like a huge castle. The 30 feet tall walls had towers and battle stations. Just like an impregnable fortress, the defense was formidable. If Feng Fian actually led 5,000 city guards to attack the Blood Eagle Mansion, he most likely wouldn't make it through the door before his entire troops were annihilated. Now, the sun had set in the West Mountains. The sunset was like a crimson flower on top of the peak outside of the city, illuminating the few last sun rays. Feng Fian jumped down from the Crimson Tiger's back and landed firmly on the ground. He squinted his eyes towards the front gate. The blood in his eyes started to flow, like many small rivers. Gently inhaling the air, one could smell a pungent stench of blood. The thick walls were engraved with 99 skeletons, each of them were hideous. If it was night time, this place would turn into a ghost castle, simply frightening. Feng Fian took out 2 fingers and gestured in the air. His eyes became more focused, and mumbled, clearly, "This is the soul-suppressing blood formation. San Yi is, indeed, truly capable." As soon as the words left his mouth, a group of giant red eagles flew out from the Blood Eagle Mansion. With feathers as red as fire, their beaks had a symbol on them and were stiff like steel pincers. They numbered around 100 with claws as big as the human hands. They flew straight out from the green wall towards the carriages led by Feng Fian. Whoosh whoosh. The flapping wings of the blood eagles caused the wind to roar. It tore the air apart. They caught all 100 servants carrying gifts, like an eagle catching a small chicken, and brought them all inside the Blood Eagle Mansion. Then, all of them disappeared behind the castle walls. What was left was only Feng Fian and housekeeper Liu, as well as the 28 large carriages. This was clearly the first blow. It seemed like Feng Shui had passed the message to San Yi that I wanted to deal with him. Then, very good, this was all part of the plan. Fian's face still had a faint smile, and he laughed loudly. "San Yi is a renowned person. Is this the hospitality of San Yi?" An old hoarse voice came out from the mansion, extraordinarily loud and far-reaching. "This was because of all of my naive animals. They didn't know better and caught all of young Master Feng's servants. These beasts are too bold." San Yi's voice reached to almost half of Spirit State City. His cultivation was really powerful. Each of the sound waves turned into large sonic bells, heading towards Feng Fian. It was like a crazy hurricane coming without restraints. Bang! Housekeeper Liu suddenly stood in front of Fian and knocked all of the sound waves away with one fist. There was still a faint smile on Fian's face. He naturally understood the ridicule in San Yi's words, and replied, "These animals are indeed very bold. San Yi must be very lax in your daily disciplining. It seems like I have to discipline them in place of San Yi." Feng Fian gave a small signal and housekeeper Liu became a black shadow, flying away. Within the blink of an eye, he was already inside the Blood Eagle Mansion. Ordinary people wouldn't have been able to see his shadow. Rumble. A series of loud noises occurred as well as the screams of the eagles. A moment later, more than 100 blood eagles became dead eagles. Their carcasses were piled in one place. Housekeeper Liu wiped the blood on his palms and stood in front of the Blood Eagle Mansion. A long silence ensued. An unknown amount of time had passed. Then the voice of San Yi resonated in the air once again. "I had heard that young Master Feng is different from the past. Today, it seems like I have to look with a different pair of eyes. Boss Wu, don't linger any longer. Go bring the gifts from young Master Feng in here." 3. Look with a different pair of eyes is a saying from the Three Kingdoms, meaning a person had changed and can't be judged with an old perspective. Boss Wu, who only had one hand, brought with him a group of muscular men wearing red belts and came out from the Blood Eagle Mansion. They coldly stared at Feng Fian, then grinned. His right hand was dismembered by a single blade from Feng Fian. With great hatred and grievances in his heart, he was anxious to rip apart Fian's muscles and flay his skin. Naturally, Fian didn't consider them worthy in his eyes, and let them bring the 28 carriages into the Blood Eagle Mansion while following them at the back of the line. "Master, it seems like San Yi isn't stupid." He had seen through the small tricks of Feng Fian. Now with his 136 elites captured, what will Feng Fian do to defeat the enemy? Zheng Dongliu maneuvered the carriage to the small woods outside of the Blood Eagle Mansion and stared into the far distance. His master was still comfortably sitting in the ancient carriage, and calmly said, "Has Feng Fian entered the Blood Eagle Mansion?" "He entered just now," Zheng Dongliu replied. Within 3 Shi Chen, the Eagle Claw Gang's name will be erased from Spirit State City. His master's words were accompanied with a smile. 4. Shi Chen equals ancient Chinese hours using the zodiacs, divided into 12 hours each day. 1 Shi Chen equals 2 modern hours. What? Zheng Donglu considered himself a wise man, but the events unraveling in front of him made him feel like he was a fool. Right now, Feng Fian did not have a single soldier. How could he destroy the many thousand men of the Eagle Claw Gang? But this master seemed to have the same perspective as Feng Fian. Any moves from Feng Fian were not concealed from her. She lifted the curtain, her fingers were out in plain sight again. The 5 delicate fingers appeared to look like jade. A white butterfly flew back and landed on her finger. Then, it became a strand of spirit energy and disappeared into her palm. 5. This is a Chinese expression that is a lot more poetic, describing something looking like jade, but I didn't want to inaccurately embellish the raw to make it more English-friendly. The corner of her lips revealed a smirk, as if she had learned something. A pair of perfectly clear and beautiful eyes, filled with intelligence, looked towards the Blood Eagle mansion located a few thousand meters away. She saw the blood key from the grand yard begin to move, the magical runes shuttle back and forth. This was a formation created from spirit energy as well as blood. Her finger made a small symbol, her pretty eyes squinted, then smiled. The soul-suppressing blood formation. It seems like Feng Fian will be in big trouble this time. What was the soul-suppressing blood formation? Zheng Donglu's experience was vast throughout the years and could be considered to know quite a few things regarding the cultivation world, but he had never heard of the soul-suppressing blood formation. The master let the curtain down, then she held her red lute in her hands, the fingers gently flicked the strings, then came a beautiful voice. The soul-suppressing blood formation is a forbidden formation from the Senluo temple. Rumor has it that it requires 99 male virgins and 99 female virgins in order to create a complete formation. The engraved patterns of blood makes up the runes, and the white skeletons create the foundation. Once the soul-suppressing blood formation has been activated, it will wake up the soul-eater skeletal beast from hell, and it will call on the soul-suppressing skeletal sword. If God is in the way, slay God. If Buddha is in the way, slay Buddha. In the entire Grand Southern City, only 3 or 5 people could break this soul-suppressing blood formation. Each of these few were all-powerful giants, enough to frighten the 4 directions and 8 spheres. Having heard the remarks, Zheng Donglu's expression greatly changed and exclaimed, even a 1,000-year spirit beast from the beast-taming camp wouldn't necessarily be able to fight against a soul-eater skeletal beast, let alone the spirit energy from the soul-suppressing skeletal sword. This time, with Feng Fian rashly going into the Blood Eagle mansion, he will surely be dead 9 times out of 10. 6. Original Raw would be 10 parts 9 dead. Unfortunately, this soul-suppressing blood formation is simply not completed. With San Yi's cultivation, he had no chance of forming a real soul-suppressing blood formation. This one is only a corner of the real formation. Even if the soul-eater skeletal beast was to be awakened, its battle power is at most 1% of the real thing, not enough to cause fear. In this world, there didn't seem to be anything that could be hidden from her eyes, wise and deep, akin to a grand sage traveling the mortal world. When Feng Fian had stepped into the Blood Eagle mansion, Feng Wanpeng, Feng Suiyu, and strategist Jie were all standing on top of the castle wall, gazing towards the Blood Eagle mansion. Feng Suiyu secretly sneered in his mind, Feng Fian, the Blood Eagle mansion will be your grave. You probably didn't know that I had already sent the news of your attack to San Yi. The moment you step inside the Blood Eagle mansion is the moment where you jump headfirst into a net to seek your own death. 7. Jumping headfirst into a net is another common Chinese expression. Strategist Jie gently swayed his feather fan and furrowed his brows. This child Feng Fian is too rash. How could he go alone into the Blood Eagle mansion? Even with housekeeper Lu's protection, how will they resist the entire few thousands of gang members of the Eagle Claw Gang? This chess move is such a failure. Feng Wanpeng's face also became dignified. Did I make a mistake? I simply shouldn't have let him deal with the Eagle Claw Gang. Ultimately, he is too young in age, plus, he hasn't cultivated. There is simply no way out from rushing into the Blood Eagle mansion. Feng Wanpeng's heart was filled with regrets. If San Yi was determined to kill Feng Fian, then, even he, wouldn't be able to have the chance to save him. If Feng Fian truly died in there, then how could he be worthy of Fian's mother's exhortations? Thinking of Fian's mother, Feng Wanpeng tightly gripped his fists and shivered. "Fian, you better not let me down." Chapter 18, a song that wrenches the heart. Feng Fian slowly walked into the legendary and most dangerous place inside of Spirit State City, the Blood Eagle Mansion. The 28 large carriages, with the chests, had been brought by Boss Wu, and they were taken into the backyard. The 136 servants that were captured were all tied to a pillar, and they had lost their ability to act. Feng Fian didn't look at these tied-up servants, only at San Yi, who was sitting in the grand chamber. Rumor had it that San Yi had lived past 100. He was indeed an undead monster. San Yi sat comfortably on a large chair made from ivory as the mysterious black robe on his body fluttered in the wind. His scarred and bony left cheek was completely bloodless, and this made him look like a ghost in the night, very grim. One had to pay a large price to cultivate the heaven restoration evil eyes. Why must he turn himself into someone that doesn't look like a human or a ghost? Why does he bother with such torture? Feng Fian sighed heavily, stood up, and he then said, in a reasonable manner, "Today was supposed to be a good day that celebrated San Yi's birthday. And yet, this is your way of treating your guests." Feng Fian pointed towards the servants that had been roped to the pillar, his words filled with dissatisfaction. "Keek? Go offer some tea to young Master Feng." San Yi, as if he didn't notice the implications behind Fian's words, wore a calculating smile on his face. He gently touched a black ornamental ring on his thumb. The black ornamental ring exuded a black glow, and, on the body, there were 7 tiny ancient runic words. It was as if there were 7 grimaces that gave off a mysteriously profound aura. San Yi had stolen this black ornamental ring from the Senluo Temple. It was a quasi-spiritual treasure, and it was extremely hard. Even the sharpest sword couldn't leave the tiniest of marks on it. Even if one put it in spirit fire in an attempt to melt it, the shape of it wouldn't even warp. 60 years ago, because of the theft of this infinite spirit ring, San Yi had to escape from the Senluo Temple to Spirit State City, that was many thousands of miles away. However, after he'd successfully stolen the infinite spirit ring, he was filled with regrets. The infinite spirit ring, outside of its power that was many times greater than a regular magical treasure, didn't have any other functions. It could only be considered a powerful quasi-spiritual treasure. Just because he had the quasi-spirit treasure, he had to hide from the experts of the Senluo Temple for 60 years. It hadn't been worth it. The infinite spirit ring was a top-secret treasure from the Senluo Temple. I've heard from a Senluo elder that its origin was extremely mysterious. It was dug up from an ancient burial ground filled with great dangers. It couldn't simply be just a quasi-spiritual treasure. It must have a hidden ability that I haven't figured out yet. San Yi stared at the 7 ancient runes on the body of the ring, and he felt that the ghostly eyes were also staring back at him. If he could figure out the truth behind the 7 runes, then he could unravel the secrets of the infinite spirit ring. His heart certainly thought so. Feng Fian's eyes also noticed San Yi's thumb on the black ring and thought it was probably the quasi-spiritual treasure that was in San Yi's hands. A quasi-spiritual treasure's effect is powerful. It must be handled with caution. Fian wondered, had the experts of the Yingao Ward arrived yet? Feng Fian was acting calm and indifferent, but he'd started to worry in his heart. If the experts from the Yingao Ward didn't appear, then the entirety of his strategy would be wasted. To confront a master like San Yi, housekeeper Liu wasn't enough. Today was San Yi's birthday, and the head figures of Spirit State City should have come to celebrate. Even as the night curtain was slowly pulled down, not a single guest had appeared. Only Feng Fian and housekeeper Liu were sitting in the grand chamber. The party was quite deserted. Men dressed in black, with red belts around their waists, patrolled the hall. Their gazes were filled with danger, sneers were on their faces, and exceptionally dazzling grand sabers were held in their hands. A chilly wind blew over, causing Feng Fian to be chilled to the bones. he lifted his head and saw a pair of serious eyes that were filled with evil energy from San Yi. The eyes were filled with an evil aura and felt similar to a bloody knife stabbing into Feng Fian's soul. If it was a normal person, his soul would have already been dissipated from this glare. However, Feng Fian carried the soul of a phoenix. His soul was extremely powerful. Even if San Yi's cultivation was 10 times stronger, he still wouldn't be able to damage Fian's soul. Oh? This kid is quite strange. Even my heaven restoration evil eyes didn't have any effect. Could he be wearing a spiritual treasure that can withstand the evil pressure of my evil eyes? San Yi's heart became more alarmed. He naturally didn't believe that Fian could use his own strength to combat the power of the heaven restoration evil eyes. He assumed that he was using an external tool to block his invisible attack. After all, the heaven restoration evil eyes was one of the 12 evil techniques of the Senluo temple. Even though San Yi hadn't reached the grand completion stage with it, its power was still extraordinary. San Yi's eyes became bright as he got ready to use his full power, intending to kill with his eyes. Feng Fian naturally wouldn't wait for his death. He stood straight up. He didn't take a single step backward, but he went forwards instead. With 2 hands gracefully behind his back, he went straight towards San Yi and said, "San Yi, your hospitality today has left me greatly disappointed." Fian's clear eyes and his black pupils gazed straight back at San Yi's heaven restoration evil eyes. He didn't even try to avert his eyes from the glare. Instead, he wore a smile on his face. To use mortal eyes to confront the heaven restoration evil eyes. However, San Yi couldn't smile even if he tried. This was really bizarre. Even with a spirit treasure on his body, there was no way that Fian could stop his heaven restoration evil eyes in this circumstance this close in proximity. Plus, he was even staring straight back into the heaven restoration evil eyes. What was this situation? San Yi's heart was filled with fear. This crazy child couldn't be left alone. Otherwise, in the future, he would certainly become a calamity. Bang! San Yi's fingers destroyed a corner of the table, turning it into dust, and a scary smile appeared on his decomposed face. "Feng Fian, you're considered my guest? Don't think that I don't know the reason that you're here. Even your father, Feng Wanpeng, wouldn't dare to destroy my Eagle Hawk gang, yet, you, a yellow small child, thinks that you can accomplish this." 1. Yellow, Wan Cow, Zhao, or a yellow small child. A derogatory term meaning others as young and foolish. San Yi suddenly stood up and signaled with his hand. There were 100 black-clothed men that came from all 4 directions, and all were holding black steel sabers filled with heavy killing intent. They surrounded Feng Fian and Housekeeper Liu. Housekeeper Liu flew upward, and he then stood in front of Feng Fian in an attempt to protect him. His face became very solemn. Feng Fian's expression remained the same, and he slowly stepped forward from behind Housekeeper Liu, who was in front of him. His face had a hint of a smile, and he said, "You're already over 100 years old, yet you still can't maintain your composure? You shouldn't lose your head like this." Feng Fian didn't try to hide a contemptuous smile in his eyes, making everyone present realize how insidious he was. "What do you mean?" San Yi's eyes squinted, as a bad premonition formed in his mind. Boom! A monstrously loud sound erupted from the Blood Eagle mansion, along with a destructive force capable of annihilating everything. Rumble! Even the ground started shaking as many deafening explosions occurred. The house collapsed, pillars went flying, and a huge fire was started. This caused the entire Blood Eagle mansion to be engulfed in a sea of flame. The black-clothed and domineering men from earlier were all frightened, and they had deathly pale faces. They escaped in the midst of the disaster. There were also those with piercing cries of despair that screamed like pigs being butchered. In the end, what's happening? San Yi screamed loudly, but he still stood there, standing in the middle of the spreading flames as a black aura consumed his face like an evil ghost. San Yi, that bastard Feng Fian hid some elite troops inside the 28 large carriages, as well as some fire oils and thunder explosive crystals. Now, the entire Blood Eagle mansion has been destroyed. Boss Wu stumbled from the flames, and he kneeled in front San Yi. his face blackened by the fire, and a large chunk of his hair was burned off. His mouth exhaled smoke. Words couldn't describe the patheticness of the scene. Useless waste. San Yi's entire body shook from rage, and a heavenly palm came out, turning into dark black clouds, tearing Boss Wu into pieces. Blood and flesh scattered across the floor. The 28 large carriages had 4 chests each, and each chest had 2 men hidden inside. Thus, the total was 224 hidden elites from the city guard. These 224 guards were truly the real elite. In one shot, they fractured the Eagle Claw gang to the core. They appeared to repair the gallery roads, but they actually made secret advances through Chenkang. 2. A strategy by Han Xin, meaning to perform an elaborate ruse. Fire continued to spread and burned even more rigorously. With the bright fire's light, that night in Spirit State City was particularly bright. The Blood Eagle Mansion's walls were big and fortified. Even thunder explosive crystals weren't certain of destroying them. It used to be an impregnable fortress, but now, it became the burial ground for the few thousand gang members of the Eagle Hawk gang. They couldn't escape even if they tried. San Yi broke into a long laugh, and he wore an especially gloomy smile, saying, "Feng Fian, I underestimated you. However, if you want to kill me, I'm afraid that this isn't enough. Wait." Boom. San Yi stomped once, and his whole body flew into the sky directly to the top of the wall that was tens of meters high. He spread his hands, and 2 strands of black spirit energy came out of his fingers, like 2 giant black suns floating in the sky. 2 magical divine runes and ghost spirits were wrapped around the 2 black spirit energies. One was Ghost Manual and the other was Battle Sword. It created a terrifying force that stirred the souls of the spectators. Oh. San Yi wants to activate the soul-suppressing blood formation. If we let him activate the formation, we'll all die here. Feng Fian flew out from the sea of flames with the crimson dragon saber in his hand, his hair standing up from anger. He headed towards the top of the walls, wanting to stop San Yi from activating the soul-suppressing blood formation. At this moment, Housekeeper Liu was fighting with a few hundred black-clothed fighters, and his attention couldn't be divided. Fian could only count on himself. Right now, Fian's cultivation was in the intermediate spirit realm stage, where one step could travel 5 zhang, almost to the stage where each step he took would be the same as taking flight. 3. 1 zhang equals 3.33 meters. Each step taking flight describes someone so fast that his walking was like flying. San Yi stood on top of the wall that towered tens of meters high, his eyes filled with disdain. With both of his folded hands positioned in front of his chest, he yelled, "Soul-suppressing blood formation, open." His white hair stood straight up as the 2 magical runes in his hands fused together, creating a power capable of destroying the heavens and earth. At this moment, he was like an evil god descending. The 2 magical runes and their spirit energies became a huge human head that was as big as a black hole. It seemed as if it could devour the world. Boom. The force became 10 times more powerful, like a wild tornado screeching, like a wild beast roaring, and like the wide sea turning itself into a tsunami. Even the earth began to crack open, and it created a small opening. It was as if something was emerging from underground. Feng Fian was unable to move from the pressure. He could only insert his blade into the ground and grip it heavily so that the energy wouldn't blow him away. The blade's body in the crevice started making crack-crack sounds from the friction as his body was slowly pushed backward. San Yi originally was in the intermediate immortal foundation stage, and that was 3 stages higher than Fian's. Plus, the soul-suppressing blood formation, indeed, had the strength to rebel against the heavens. Too powerful, one couldn't resist. A song that wrenches the heart, oh where do I find knowing ears? A person was playing the lute, and the beautiful sound of the lute touched their hearts. A loud lute sound vibrated from above the heavens, and it pierced the expansive sky. A ray of sonic waves came from above like a sharp blade. San Yi's body was suddenly startled and became motionless. It was as if he had been petrified. Slash. San Yi's body split in 2 like there was an invisible double-edged sword that had cut him from above. Fresh blood flew everywhere, staining the walls red. San Yi's body fell from the wall down to the ground and shattered into pieces. An intermediate immortal foundation expert died from just one note of a lute. Everyone was shocked. Just who was the person who'd played a lute in the end? Housekeeper Liu was frightened. In the distance, Feng Wanpeng was also shocked. Feng Fian, with the crimson dragon saber in his hand, was also filled with surprise. He rubbed his cold palms together, looked towards the outside of the Blood Eagle mansion, and he said, "Wow, this old grandma's cultivation is truly horrifying. It's surely gone beyond the realm of immortal foundation. Not simple, truly not simple." Boom. Just as Feng Fian finished speaking, a loud crumbling noise occurred. The thick stone walls started to crack, and then they collapsed, becoming thick powder covering the ground. Everyone took a deep cold breath. This lute sound was too extraordinary. It had killed San Yi, destroyed the soul-suppressing blood formation, and it had broken the walls. This was the power of a human? Chapter 19, Infinite Spirit Ring. The flame inside the Blood Eagle mansion soared to the heavens, the fire crackled, and it was unknown as to when it would be extinguished. The servants, who were originally tied to the pillar, had long been rescued, and the 5,000 city guards carrying black banners had long been in an ambush outside the mansion. Kill. Tonight is the night of the Eagle Claw Gang's demise. Young Master Feng is wise with heavenly might. He beheaded San Yi, destroyed the Eagle Claw Gang, and he protected the people from evil. Kill them without leaving even a scrap of armor behind. 5,000 city guards were adorned in black armor with long spears in hand, and they were riding red tigers. They were truly as fierce as a black dragon flying to this place. Wherever the black dragon touched, bodies would drop to the ground one by one. The sound of their chants shook the earth. It was already determined that tonight would not be peaceful. The whole Spirit State City was shrouded in smoke as it became a battlefield filled with soldiers possessing morale as high as a rainbow. 1. Describes the spirit as extremely high, extremely heroic spirit. San Yi is dead, and anyone who surrenders will be spared. Someone brought the bloody clothings of San Yi on top of a spearhead, and that person yelled at the top of his lungs. The gang members of the Eagle Claw Gang, who were already scared, became even more frightened. Their morale was completely shattered, and they lost the will to fight against the city guards. In this war, Feng Fian didn't have to waste too much effort. Even though the Eagle Hawk Gang had a few thousand members, they crumbled in the end. First, he used the 5,000 city guards left outside the city to confuse San Yi's eyes. Then he hid a group of elites inside the treasure chests on top of the gift carriages brought into the Blood Eagle mansion. The whole attack caught the enemies with their hands behind their backs, and he later used the expert from the Yin Gao Ward to slay San Yi and completely destroy the rest of the enemy's morale. Sieging the castle was secondary, sieging the hearts was essential. 2. Originally from the Sun Tzu, rephrased by Masu, making the enemy lose their confidence, that was half the battle. This perfect battle had demonstrated Feng Fian's courage and excellent planning. He risked himself to infiltrate the enemy's nest. Using himself as bait to attract San Yi's attention, this was the key to defeating the enemy. Within only 1 hour, the battle had concluded. The Blood Eagle mansion was left with more than 1,000 corpses, and the remaining gang members had all surrendered. They were escorted by the city guards to Spirit State City's prison. When the battle ended, Feng Wanpeng, Feng Suiyu, and strategist Zhao rushed over. A row of black-clothed men were squatting along the street, signaling their surrender with both hands in the air. A few thousand people surrendered. This was the Eagle Claw Gang that was always terrorizing the people. Feng Suiyu couldn't believe his own eyes. He clenched his teeth, both eyes were red, and his heart was filled with rage. Feng Fian is just an idiot. How could he have such strategies? Let alone such courage? This is absolutely impossible. However, there were facts laid in front of him. He had no choice but to admit that Feng Fian was indeed an expert at military strategy. He had exceptional intelligence, and he was definitely not a mediocre person. As Feng Fian became more and more like a genius, Feng Suiyu felt an even greater crisis. His eyes flashed with hints of obscured killing intent. In recent times, strategist Zhou had witnessed the intelligence and the instantaneous growth of Feng Fian. In his heart, he was ecstatic, sighing, good and well-hidden schemes, a strong heart and mind, sieging the castle, deceiving the enemy, even I couldn't lay such a perfect plan. Governor, the future of young Master Feng is without limits. If young Master participates in the Military Strategy Iron Council, he will definitely make a big wave. He will be suddenly renowned like a phoenix flying in the 9 heavens. Feng Wanpeng's mind, at the moment, was even more agitated. His eyes were accompanied with a myriad of feelings, and his fingers tapped on his armor again and again. He lifted his head, looking in the far distance, and he bitterly said, "Feng Zhuan, do you see? Feng Fian has truly grown up. If you could see this, would you smile just once?" Feng Wanpeng's throat motioned up and down and his watery eyes had tears running freely, but they were clear tears of happiness. He was too excited. He couldn't stop being ecstatic even if he tried. The night was like a delicate silk pattern, swallowing the entire heaven and earth. Feng Fian flew out from the sea of flames, past the high walls, and disappeared into the small forest outside of the mansion. In his hand was a black ornamental ring, and on it was 6 or 8 engravings of ancient runes. 3. It's clearly 7, but the author uses 6 or 8 to be poetic. The black ornamental ring was taken from the hand of San Yi's dead body. Even though it was only an ornamental ring, it weighed more than 10 pounds, the density, compared to black steel, was greater by tens of times. A quasi-spiritual treasure cannot be underestimated. However, outside of the heavy weight, I can't feel any other mysteries that could be hidden within it. Feng Fian held the black ornamental ring in his hand. Whether it was injecting spirit energy or placing blood on it, there was no sign of change. It was as if it was indeed an ordinary stone pebble. These 7 ancient runes? Quite mysterious. His eyes noticed the 7 ancient runes on the body of the ornamental ring. Each of the words were as big as a fly's leg. With the eyesight of an ordinary person, one wouldn't be able to identify these runic words. Even with Feng Fian's current cultivation, he could barely see them. However, he couldn't recognize them or their meaning. The 7 runic words were truly ancient. It was as if they were 7 symbols from an old age. "Oh." Feng Fian lightly mumbled. When he put the ornamental ring in his right palm, he felt the spirit vessel, hidden in his hand, become startled. It started to jump around. It was like the spirit vessel had hopped into his blood vessels and decided to take a stroll. Maybe there was a connection between the infinite spirit ring and the bronze azure spirit vessel. Right now, Fian was both surprised and scared. The spirit vessel was truly mysterious. To be able to merge with the body was definitely something only a holy and spirit treasure could do. If the infinite spirit ring could be connected to the spirit vessel, then it couldn't just be a simple quasi-spiritual treasure. Feng Fian, full of excitement, brought the ornamental ring onto his right palm, on top of the spirit vessel, and a magical event happened. The 7 ancient runes on the infinite spirit ring slowly rotated like they were 7 fishes swimming in a river. Fush! Fush! From the infinite spirit ring came a black blooming brilliance. It was as if they were strings of evil black ghosts, causing the dark night to become even more gloomy and sinister. The remnants of the bronze azure spirit vessel in Fian's palm, that had disappeared in his bloodstream, also emitted a bright azure light like a heavenly blue lamp. The black aura and the bright azure light appeared at the same time within the palm of Feng Fian. HGHHH. HGHHHH. HGHHHH. HGGH. HGGH. The 7 ghosts from the infinite spirit ring wouldn't stop flying. They turned into different shapes, becoming 7 mysterious pictures: dragon horse river diagram, 8 trigrams mysterious language, 4 yang ancient cauldron, netherworld spirit pagoda, heavenly flying king, 100 ghosts banquet, and 10,000 lights. It was fortunate that Feng Fian's knowledge was vast, otherwise he would be extremely frightened by this scene. All 7 paintings created a divine pressure, and the ideas behind them were profound. Only a simple strand of their power would have given people difficulty in breathing. The 7 ancient runic words turned out to be 7 different paintings. No wonder why no one had figured it out. Without the help of the spirit vessel in waking them up, Feng Fian would most likely not have been able to solve the secret of the infinite spirit ring using his whole lifetime. Boom! The 7 ancient paintings hovering in the air shattered. They turned into small strands of black smoke, and they flew back into the infinite spirit ring. They became the 7 tiny ancient runic words engraved into the ring. Feng Fian didn't have time to think about what exactly happened. Inside his body was another sky-shattering and earth-shifting change. The spirit vessel's remnants also sunk into the body, and its imprint, from the palm, disappeared without a trace. At the same time, Fian's blood seethed with excitement. There was a blue light within his blood vessels, and his blood started becoming jet black like ink, hidden with a magical shining aura, enumerating dazzling black mysterious rays. Boom! Fian's danshan exploded, the spirit pathway in his danshan quickly expanded, and the spirit energy in his blood frantically poured inside. Inside the spirit pathway, each strand of spirit energy was like a small river converging into a sea as big as the Yellow River. The spirit pathway that connected the heart to the danshan caused his breathing to increase by 9 times in a short span of time. It was as if a divine waterfall had taken over his bloodstream. This was a sign of spirit realm grand completion. Feng Fian had stepped into the peak of the spirit realm. Everything had not ended, as the bronze azure spirit vessel, which was smaller compared to a grain of rice, kept on moving through his bloodstream. Each of its full revolutions doubled the spirit energy inside the body of Feng Fian. The spirit vessel was like a pool of spirit energy for him. It continuously completed circulations throughout Fian bloodstream. When it would stop was unknown. Feng Fian's cultivation continued to rapidly grow. Little by little it increased. The spirit pathway in his danshan, that connected to his heart, also had a new subtle change. It slowly condensed into the form of an immortal plant sprout. This was the process of going from the spirit realm into immortal foundation. Many practitioners who cultivated for decades were blocked by this blockade, but Feng Fian borrowed the strength of the spirit vessel. Thus, it was possible for him to break this blockade. His body would now begin forming its immortal foundation. Once the immortal foundation was condensed, then he would be at the first step onto the true road of cultivation. One could practice many magical and unbelievable methods, such as target-seeking sword, wind pressure saber, 1,000 miles seeing eyes, all-hearing ears, water-treading steps, and spatial traversing grasp. Once one reached the immortal foundation rank, they could obtain spirit beast as slaves, excavate mysterious spirit stones, search for spirit plants, and refine spirit pills. The strength of an immortal foundation cultivator was 10 times that of a spirit realm cultivator. The second level of the cultivation world was immortal foundation. Immortal foundation was the beginning, the essence of becoming an immortal. Reaching the immortal foundation rank allowed for one to become a governor of one city and dominate a region, just like a true master. In a few cultivation sects, once this rank was reached, one could leave his apprenticeship and freely roam the world. Chapter 20, Dongfang Jinggai. People possessed an intelligence foundation, so people were wise. People had a life foundation, so there was life. People, along with the intelligence and life, must also have an immortal foundation, to set foot on the road of cultivation. This was the process that each cultivator had to experience. They had to cross the spirit realm to refine the immortal foundation, and then, they had to build the god base. The spirit realm was the cultivation inheritance method of one's master. With it, the body became a place to nurture spirit energy. For example, Feng Fian's inheritance was the cultivation method of the demon phoenix race, and his spirit realm was also the phoenix spirit realm. As for Feng Wanpeng's and Feng Sui's method, it would be the vigorous gale method. Their inheritance belonged to the Feng clan, and their cultivational spirit realm was the vigorous gale spirit realm. Above the spirit realm was the immortal foundation. When the spirit realm had enough conscious spirit energy, it would form into an immortal foundation plant, rooted in the danshan of the cultivator. It would then absorb the natural spirit energy of the world and grow stronger. Once the immortal foundation's plant matured, another metamorphosis would occur. The plant would turn into the god base. The god base was the first building block in the cultivational world. Once the god base was formed, the cultivator would then be considered to have the qualification to become an immortal. his danshan would become as hard as a boulder. The spirit energy would become restrained and hidden, and even an opponent in front of him wouldn't be able to recognize him as a cultivator. This was the most frightening type of person. Spirit realm, immortal foundation, and God base are the three ranks that all cultivators must go through, and each rank was divided into three levels: early, intermediate, and peak. Of course, there were ranks above God base, but the cultivators that belonged to those ranks were above the mortal world. Even a great clan, like the Feng clan that ruled One Direction, did not have many people reaching such a rank. Once one had surpassed the God base rank, his longevity would be above 500 years, they would obtain supernatural techniques, and they would even compete for the heaven's fate. Bang, bang. Feng Fian's boiling blood became as black as ink, and for a long time, it could not calm down. The azure bronze spirit vessel crossed the blood vessels into the heart, and it then passed through the spirit pathway, without stop, into the danshan. This azure bronze spirit vessel was like an ancient heavenly boat, lingering in the sky, within the danshan. In the azure radiating light, there were many different colors, and each mysterious magical Daya rune intertwined above. It seemed mythical. The 18 steel pillars on top of the azure bronze spirit vessel had rusted, and the open sails were also tattered. The amount of time that had passed was unknown. Even the holy spirit energy had begun to dissipate, becoming depleted. Even so, there was still a lingering presence that could strike fear into the hearts of people, flashing in eternal brilliance. This was the first time where Feng Fian took a careful observation of the ancient spirit vessel. This was the thing that escorted him from the Yellow Springs River to this place. In it must be an exceptional mystery. He felt like he was controlled by an unknown person on this twisted path, and he had no choice but to take this route. Seemingly, behind the spirit vessel was an invisible hand, changing Feng Fian's fate mark. It even went around the natural rules of the heaven and earth in order for him to reincarnate and merge with the soul of young Master Feng. In the end, certainly, there were terrible unknown secrets hidden behind the scene, shrouded to all. Who could have such supernatural power? The spirit vessel must be somehow related to the black ornamental ring. Once the azure bronze spirit vessel had become silent in the danshan, the natural world energy stopped crazily coming in. The spirit realm had almost reached the immortal foundation, only missing a single step. I did not expect to reach the peak of the spirit realm so soon. Feng Fian opened his eyes, and two rays flashed from his black pupils. A smirk then appeared at the corner of his lips. Each small level was a hurdle, and many people took years to break through such a small level. Even the genius, Feng Shuai, had taken 1 year to break through from intermediate spirit realm to peak spirit realm, and now, he was stuck at the peak level without being able to take an additional step. Practicing Daoism was difficult, and practicing Daoism was bitter. One had to be able to withstand the loneliness, the trials, and the torture in order to succeed and become a cultivator that could fly through the sky and traverse the earth. 1. Raw text is dig through the earth, but it sounds less cool in English. Rono Feng Fian put away the black ornamental ring into his robe. He planned to research it at a later date. Suddenly, his neck became cold from a chilling aura coming from above his head. It caused half of his body to be frozen. Danger. His body tumbled to the ground, and he moved 20 meters away. Boom. From the dark sky came a black shadow, causing the ground that Feng Fian had stood on to become a 2-meter-deep crater. Smoke and flame billowed, leaves in the forest scattered everywhere. Whoosh! Feng Fian turned around. The crimson dragon saber was unsheathed, and with the blade in his hand, he focused his gaze towards the black shadow. When the smoke had cleared, the shadow gradually began to reveal its true shape. It was a white ancient carriage, covered with transparent crystals. It was as if they were uncarved diamonds. There were 9 spirit nails on top of the carriage, emblazoned with runic words. However, because of the dark sky, it was difficult to tell what the words were. The driver was an old man wearing a dark hat. Feng Fian was able to guess that the man was old because on the top of his head was a portion of white hair. They were dry and not shiny, and only the hair of an elder would have this appearance. This ancient carriage came from the sky, but there was no accompanying flying beast to pull it. This meant that the handler was quite powerful. and his cultivation was enough to ride the spirit energy in the sky. Such experts, not even mentioning Spirit State City, would not be easily found in the whole Bailing County. This old man, of course, did not have such a cultivation, so then, the person controlling the carriage must be the mysterious person inside. Feng Fian held his saber horizontally even though he knew how formidable his opponent was. However, he was not afraid, his heart was calm and ready to strike at any moment. Silence, a long silence. An unknown amount of time had passed, and the ears of the old man driver slightly moved. It seemed like the person inside was telling him something. He nodded his head, and he slowly got out of the ancient carriage, with both hands behind his back. He contemplatively stared at Feng Fian. Even though his black hat covered his face, Feng Fian felt a familiar presence from the old man. This old man. He definitely had met him before. This was a spiritual sense, with the spiritual sense of a phoenix. He definitely couldn't be wrong. However, he couldn't continue his analysis. The ancient white carriage suddenly flew away from the ground, and it aimed straight towards Feng Fian, along with the roar of the wind. Without any indication, the ancient carriage, with the speed of the wind, the curtain's corner was lifted and, inside, a sweet smell escaped like it was a smell from a certain blossoming spirit flower. Feng Fian continued to pay attention to this ancient carriage, thus, when the ancient carriage made a move, his crimson dragon saber also moved. Two hands gripping the blade, and one strike through the air. The blade pierced the air, creating a sound. Bang, bang, boom. Today, Fian's cultivation had reached the peak of the spirit realm and the force of his hands were amazing. In addition, with the sharpness of the crimson dragon saber, he could even destroy the sturdy steel gate of Spirit State City with one strike. This strike was also accompanied by a crimson aura, as well as a destructive force, that was met with the opposition, akin to a heavenly mountain. The pressure from the blade's body spread to the handle, and it rendered Fian's hands completely numb. Bang, bang. The blade and the ancient carriage collided, and sparks flew everywhere. Feng Fian returned his blade to his back, his hands shook to the bone by the collision, feeling splitting pain. Who the hell are you? And why are you making a move against me? Feng Fian's face was filled with anger. He wasn't an emotional man, easily triggered, but the opponent didn't know right from wrong, and suddenly attacked him. Anyone who met such a situation would be easily enraged to the point of shouting profanity towards the person's mother. Only a few days of effort to actually break through to the peak of spirit realm, you have such superior talents. From the ancient carriage came an old and hoarse voice. Ah, it is the predecessor from the Yin Gao ward. The voice of the opponent made Feng Fian recognize that it belonged to the old grandma from the Yin Gao ward. This old grandma's cultivation was deep beyond imagination, as one sound of the lute from her was enough to kill San Yi. Her power, compared to the current Feng Fian, was 100 times greater, so he naturally was very respectful to her. In the end, she was still an old grandma. Of course, Feng Fian had never seen her face, and he only speculated that she was an old grandma. Maybe she was a beautiful woman of peerless talents and grace. Predecessor. Heck heck. The other side seemed unhappy and her voice was a bit strange. Feng Fian couldn't handle such a strange cynical voice, and he said, if predecessor doesn't like to be addressed as such, maybe I should call you old lady. How bold. Feng Fian, do you know who you are speaking to? Zheng Dongliu took off his black hat and angrily spoke with a maddened expression. Feng Fian appeared to have guessed that it was him. Without any surprise, he gently smiled. My calling her an old lady, that is to give her face for being an elder. If the Yingao clan wants to pressure me, this young master will not tolerate this. 2. Original text was eat instead of tolerate, must be a Chinese expression. In Fian's past life, he was the patriarch of the demon phoenix race and he had seen many grand characters. If this old lady didn't behead San Yi for him, he wouldn't have been so respectful towards her. Dear young lady, please cease your anger, there is no need to quarrel with this white silk ignorant playboy dandy. Zheng Dongliu was extremely alarmed. He kneeled down to the ground directly. He feared that the girl in the carriage would become angry, and then, the consequences would be disastrous beyond the imagination. "Dear young lady." Feng Fian suddenly became stupefied. An 80-year-old grandma was called a young lady? His mother. This Zheng Dongli was too nauseating. Feng Fian considered himself to have sufficient mental bearing, but it was not strong enough to call an old grandma a young lady. Zheng Dongli's flattering skill was not bad at all. Feng Fian bitterly looked towards another direction and spat on the ground. Right now, he was truly nauseated. Clap clap. A crisp applause came from the ancient carriage. Next, a slender soft hand lifted the curtain, revealing the lotus-white arm, and then a slim figure in a white robe appeared. Dongfang Jingyu came out, and her face was covered with a white veil that was embroidered with a small blue butterfly. It was so vibrant that it was as if it had its own life. Her jade-like hand held a red lute, her slender fingers gently slid up and down the strings. With crystal-clear white eyes and a smile, stared at Feng Fian like she was thinking about something. This was definitely a breathtakingly beautiful woman. Even though the veil covered her face, it couldn't hide her beauty. This was truly a magnificent girl, inside and out, with a holy and noble atmosphere. Her identity was definitely not simple, and this aura wasn't something that a girl from a common household could learn. Fian's eyes widened, his stiff body stared at Dongfang Jingyu as she stepped down from the ancient carriage. It was like he was seeing a ghost, and his body began to shake. His clenched fists couldn't help to not make a crackling sound. His heart felt as if it was twisted with a knife, and the blood in his body seethed with excitement. How could there be two women with such similar auras in this world? Dongfang Jingyu, in front of his eyes, truly resembled Shui Yuting as if they came from the same mold. They were as equally ethereal and holy, exactly like the other. Hatred fermented in his heart, quickly becoming huge floods that submerged the sky, drowning his eyes and covering his reason. Fian strongly grinded his teeth and his chest was contorted from the pain. He loudly screamed, "Shui Yuting, don't think that wearing a veil would render me unable to recognize you. The previous life's love and hatred, and this life's scores, there will only be death for one of us. Slut, die for me." 3. A lot of flowery languages here. Hopefully it sounds okay in English. Dongfang Jingyu was surprised by Feng Fian's scream, and her mind was slightly startled. She could feel the endless hatred of Feng Fian that was accompanied by sadness and sorrow. How much does one have to hate someone to have such an unforgettable feeling, to lose one's mind completely? But who was Shui Yuting? Dongfang Jingyu, with her immortal soul and bones of Dao, focused her gaze like a goddess coming down to the mortal world. Her heart was filled with confusion. Why was Feng Fian's hatred directed towards her? 4. The first sentence doesn't mean that she is an actual immortal, it is just a description of how godly she appears. The wind created from Fian's punch was like a sword, heading straight for her. Boom. Dongfang Jingyu lifted her beautiful eyes. She had not reacted to Feng Fian's death-risking strike. One fist connected, then another from the right, causing her to fall down to the ground. The lute in her hand was kicked far away by Feng Fian. This first was too unexpected, and it even caused Zheng Dongli's jaw to drop to the floor. It is over, it is over. A major catastrophe had happened. Chapter 21. There is no road to the sky nor a door into the earth. If a man died in their favorite woman's hands, then all that person's love would be transformed into hate. Feng Fian originally thought that he would never be able to see Shui Yuting again, in this life, but he didn't expect to meet her again so soon. This scenery was almost identical to their meeting before. Shui Yuting rode her ancient fragrant moon carriage and flew down from the sky gently. She pulled aside the carriage's curtain. From the fragrant carriage, she gently stepped down, and she stood in front of him. Her wide and round almond-shaped eyes were like the beautiful bright moon. At that moment, Feng Fian felt that, for the first time, he could hear his own heart beat. Dongfang Jingyu was so similar, their eyes gave off the same impression. Their temperaments were also the same, every inch of their eyes to each of their eyelashes, everything was exactly the same. How could there be such similarities between two women in the world? Fian's heart was both engulfed with intense love and hate towards Shui Yuting. Otherwise, he would not be so hysterical when he saw Dongfang Jinggai, or, in this case, recognized the wrong person. He knew once Dongfang Jinggai started to hunt him, there would be no road to the sky nor door into the earth for him. Feng Fian had to escape for 3 days and 3 nights, even his eyes had not been closed, his legs, especially, never stopped even for a bit, and right now, he was tired, sleepy, thirsty, and hungry. However, he still couldn't stop. Dongfang Jinggai was definitely right behind him, and once he stopped, it would be likely that she would catch up. Once she caught up, Feng Fian was afraid that he would die in the hands of a woman one more time. This would be such a shameful thing. For the past 3 days, Feng Fian fled day and night, without breaks. With the speed of his legs, it was likely that he had ran more than 1,000 miles. An ordinary person would never catch up to him, but Dongfang Jinggai was not an ordinary person. She had cultivated the 1,000 miles seeing eyes, and she could channel her spirit energy to see for 1,000 miles. Even if 2 ants were fighting 1,000 miles away, it would not elude her eyes. Fuck, this woman's personality turns even faster than turning the pages in a book. I didn't want to mistake her for a different person, I didn't want to punch her head, I didn't want to call her a slut, and I didn't want to do anything. Who is to blame for her and Shui Yuting to be so similar? Feng Fian didn't know where he had escaped to, but he knew it was outside of Spirit State City's boundary. There was a snowy mountain peak, and before his eyes, there was a large and fast-flowing river. Chasing the sound of the water, Feng Fian went to the river bank. Seeing his reflection in the water was unbearable because there was not a distinguishable difference from a beggar. He almost didn't believe that this person was him. Escaping on the road for 3 days had made Feng Fian's fancy clothes become ragged, and his tied-up hair was spilled, disheveled, and full of dust and leaves. The gold-engraved boots on his feet had been missing for an unknown amount of time, and his extraordinary handsome face right now was covered with black dirt and mud. It was as if he had just climbed out from a pit. Clank clank. Feng Fian threw his crimson dragon saber to the side, then crouched down on the ground. He clasped a palm full of water from the river, crazily drank from it, and he then cleansed the dirt off his face. He then picked up his crimson dragon saber and stood straight up. Right now, the night was dark, the foggy water on top of the river was wide, and a plume of blue smoke that rose from the river made it difficult for others to see the other side. Whoosh! A clear slashing wind rang from the sky above, and, even though it was still 100 miles away, it could be heard along with the killing intent. This caused the atmosphere to suddenly become as cold as ice. A round jade plate from the moon, above of the mountain, flashed a sparkling brilliant light. No, this was not the moonlight, this was a mirror flying in the air. Hey ocean spirit mirror. Dongfang Jinggai is catching up. This was a mirror of the spirit treasure rank, and the light was a spirit technique used by Dongfang Jinggai. Once the light of the mirror reached him, she would immediately be alerted as to the whereabouts of Fian. Even if one escaped 1,000 miles away, she could still catch up. This was the reason why Feng Fian didn't have a way of escaping the hunt of Dongfang Jinggai. Facing this Hey Ocean spirit mirror accounted for a large reason. This was a genuine spirit treasure that had its own sentience. One spirit treasure could kill the opponent, it could sweep high, low, and in the 4 directions once a spirit treasure was completely awoken. Then, with one blow from it, it could destroy an ancient city with a few 100,000 people. Dongfang Jinggai stood on top of a white peak covered by snow. Her hands carried her red lute, her white robe gently floated about, her slender fingers gently moved, and, from it, came many strands of white spirit energy, making the power of the Hey Ocean spirit mirror awaken a little bit more. Even though it was just a hint of the mirror's true vestige, it was enough to overpower the fierce beasts and cause them to kneel, the swimming fishes to freeze in the river. Rather, this was the power of a spirit treasure. Even though it was just a trace, it could still destroy mountains and suppress tens of thousands of existences from moving. What is happening? I was leading the people to destroy the Eagle Claw Gang. I should be the hero of Spirit State City. The anticipated heroic young man, becoming one of the 10 outstanding youths in all of Grand Southern City. Keek, all of these titles should be mine. However, unfortunately, I messed with Dongfang Jinggai. This time,
I have a home that I cannot return to. It seems that I can only meet my end in a far corner of the world. Dongfang Jinggai was a big character of the Yingao clan, and this clan was one of the 4 great clans in the Jin dynasty. To mess with the Yingao clan was like messing with the king of hell. The Feng clan was powerful, but it could only reign in the grand southern city. Essentially, it could not be compared to the Yingao clan. If Feng Fian wanted to return to the Feng clan to seek asylum, then, to put it simply, idiotic nonsense, lunatic ravings. Once the Yingao clan started to apply pressure, then maybe, the upper echelons of the Feng clan would send experts to hunt Feng Fian. After all, the older generations of the Feng clan wouldn't dare to offend the Yingao clan. To them, sacrificing a young child to please the Yingao clan was entirely doable. Moreover, Dongfang Jinggai's personal cultivation was already frighteningly strong, and her fingertip alone was enough to annihilate all Immortal Foundation experts. If she wasn't absent-minded at that time, then it would be impossible for Feng Fian to punch her down to the ground. This was simply a great shame, to be beaten to the ground by a hedonistic young master at the peak of spirit realm rank. Even though Dongfang Jinggai's emotions had seen through the profound Dao, she was still angry to the point of almost puking blood. She swore on her life to destroy this shameless Feng Fian, only this would allow the shame in her heart to be cleansed. In the cultivation world, there were 2 things that could turn friends into enemies in the blink of an eye. One was benefit and the other was face. As long as one had fame, they considered their face to be more important than even their lives. The higher the fame, the more valuable their face was. Even though Dongfang Jinggai didn't care so much about her reputation, but to be punched in the head by Feng Fian without a valid reason was enough to drive her mad. The Haotian spirit mirror was hanging in the sky. It was flying high up in the air, like a moon, radiating light through an area within a radius of 100 miles. It was bright just like it was during the daytime. Feng Fian knew to not be shined on by the Haotian spirit mirror no matter what. When the light of the spirit mirror came down, he immediately leaped into the river, creating a big bubbly splash. He then sunk into the bottom of the river that was bone-chillingly cold. Splash! His body completely disappeared in the water. Whoosh! A beautiful white shadow came down from the sky, standing on a patch of green grass next to the river bank. One hand held a bright red lute, and the other hand held the Haotian spirit mirror. She stared intently at the billowing flow of the river with eyes filled with coldness. Dongfang Jinggai fluttered in the night sky, like the wings of a white butterfly, while she made a cold howling sound. Feng Fian, you won't get away with this. Before Dongfang Jinggai noticed that Feng Fian was an apex talented person, she wanted to take him under her command. However, after the big unexpected mishap, Dongfang Jinggai's heart viewed him with contempt. She only wanted to dismember his body into 10,000 pieces. Hovering in the sky on top of the wide foggy river, her tall slender figure was softly feminine. She strolled in the air. Her footsteps appeared to be taken with leisure, but with each step, she traveled a dozen zhang further. She was mystical, and she exuded the feel of infinite beauty. This was the technique water-treading steps. Even the expert predecessors that had cultivated for a lifetime wouldn't necessarily be able to reach such a stage. Dongfang Jinggai was regarded as the absolute top talent within the younger generation. As for someone like Feng Shuai, this sort of trash wouldn't even match a single hair on her body. This large river that crossed through the entire Grand Southern City was named Tongliang River. It was also the largest river of the Jin dynasty. It ran through 9 counties, and it was 80,000 li in length. Even at its narrowest part, it was more than 10 miles wide, and the other side of the river was not in view. Tongliang River, under the curtain of night, was like a coiling dragon. The unending waves issued angry dragon roars. The waves hitting the river bank made a splash. A black shadow emerged from the water, and it slowly crawled to the shore. After this experience, it completely demonstrates that it is better to not offend women in the future. Feng Fian channeled the spirit energy in his body, drying the wet clothes on his body. He was ecstatic. If he was half a step late in escaping earlier, maybe Dongfang Jinggai would have caught up. This woman's cultivation was too high, and on top of that, she also had a spirit treasure. Even the predecessors from the last generations would most likely be beaten by her into many little pieces. It seems like I'll have to quickly extract the spirit energy and spirit conscience from the Crimson Dragon Saber and insert it into the Infinite Spirit Ring, turning it into a spiritual treasure. As long as I possess a spirit treasure in my hands, then maybe there is a chance of me being able to challenge Dongfang Jinggai. Feng Fian had this thought. However, Dongfang Jinggai didn't give him a chance to refine his spirit treasure. The Hay Ocean Mirror, once again, rose to the sky just like the bright moon. She came again. This woman doesn't mind fatigue, she has lost her wits. Feng Fian stomped his feet twice, and he then hid in the trees, fled alongside the river bank, and escaped for more than 10 miles away. On the wide river, suddenly, came, loud and clear, human voices. There was also a green lantern burning brightly in the middle of the river. It was a red ship made from steel, it was a few hundred zhang in length, and it towered at around 18 zhang. Slowly, it moved on top of the river's surface. On top of the big ship were numerous lanterns, and on the lanterns were the 2 huge words Feng Tian. While the lantern brilliantly shined like wildfires, on top of the ship was joyous singing and dancing. One could vaguely hear the sound of the lute as well as the bells resonating together, causing spectators to not help but think about the type of person the owner of this huge ship was. Feng Fian stopped running for his life, and he stared intensely at the huge ship in the middle of the river. His face had a happy expression. Chapter 22, Heavenly Witchcraft Goddess. After nightfall, the thick mist appeared, and all the boats on the cold Tongliang River were traveling at a very slow speed. After all, there were many dangers above a big river. If there were ships rushing at night, then an accident was likely to occur. This giant ship was also no exception. It slowly moved forward, in the water, but, even so, it still gave away the feel of a majestic atmosphere, like a huge steel monster, madly playing on the water surface. This was a red ivory warship, crafted by the hands of a grand blacksmith master. He spent 10 million pounds of rare soul metals to make, and it took many hundreds of years to finish it completely. It could carry almost 10,000 people, and it absorbed the mysterious quintessence yang energy of the sun so it could travel 30,000 li in one day. Searching the entire Grand Southern Prefecture, one wouldn't be able to find 10 red ivory warships like this. This was not to say the big families couldn't craft a red ivory warship. After all, a clan like the Feng clan could spend 10 million pounds easily, but the Feng clan still didn't have a single one. Crafting a red ivory warship wasn't hard because of the material requirement. However, it was hard to find a grand blacksmith master to forge it. Blacksmith masters could be considered one of the most famous professions in the Jin dynasty, along with beast-taming masters, pill masters, treasure-seeking masters, and wisdom masters. These were called the 5 grand mysterious masters. In other words, after becoming one of the 5 grand mysterious masters, one could go anywhere and still always have food to eat. Powerful cultivation sects and cultivation clans would always respect the 5 grand mysterious masters, and they would gladly make them guest elders. For instance, the current national teacher of the Jin dynasty was a 3rd-ranked grand pill master. Even the Jin emperor would refer to him as a high master. The great status of the 5 grand mysterious masters could be seen from this. Blacksmith masters were divided into 3 ranks: blacksmith apprentice, blacksmith master, and grand blacksmith master. Each rank was also divided into 9 levels. The requirements to become an excellent blacksmith master were very harsh. Not only did it require a high cultivation, but you also need an even higher degree of formation mastery, spiritual materials, and infernal fire. Becoming a grand blacksmith master was even harder. One had to successfully create a spirit treasure before one's abilities were accepted by the Wangxiang Tower. Once that happened, they were granted the title of Grand Blacksmith Master. This gate had prevented countless blacksmith masters from advancing, so, even though the entire Grand Southern City accounts for millions of mountains and rivers, with a population in the billions, it only had 2 Grand Blacksmith Masters. Because of the few Grand Blacksmith Masters, there was a low amount of red ivory warships as well. To be able to ride a red ivory warship, the status of this owner couldn't be anything but high. Dongfang Jinggai is strong, but she will not necessarily rush into a red ivory warship. Feng Fian, once again, jumped into the cold as ice river and inched towards the red ivory warship in the middle of the river. Even though Dongfang Jingyu carried a spirit treasure with great battle power, enough to suppress one direction, a red ivory warship's strength was also formidable. It had 18 offensive arrays and 18 defensive arrays, and each of these formation arrays was comparable to the power of a cultivator. Their power was not lower than a spirit treasure, and their defensive power was even more frightening. Even a spirit treasure wouldn't necessarily be able to break through. On the red ivory warship, there weren't any sails, however, in front of the bow was a huge spirit rune, lingering in the air, creating an 8 trigrams formation. In the middle of the formation was a spirit compass, leading the way for the red ivory warship. Each time there were multiple branches on the river, the spirit compass would shine brilliantly, then change the direction of the ship. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng, have you found the position of the heavenly witchcraft goddess? A muscular man, 3 meters in height and wearing a thick black steel armor, was kneeling behind the legs of Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng, very respectful in manner. An old man with a black robe was standing on the bow of the ship. He was 3 meters tall, skinny as a stick, had yellow wrinkly skin, and a crumpled face with a pair of bright eyes like the stars in the night sky. His eyebrows, hair, and beard were all white. His long white hair extended straight down to the ground. His white eyebrows were also 3 meters long, swaying in the air, while his white beard, on his chin, was like a stallion's tail, rocking back and forth. His skinny hands were holding a magical basin made from a kiln firing workshop, and it was square-shaped. On top, there were engravings of calligraphy runes and mysterious symbols. In this world, only this Grand Master could read these. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng's old eyes were filled with the light of wisdom, and he seemed to be able to see through everything in this world. He stared at the magical basin for a moment, his pupils flashed a hint of excitement, and he said, "The heaven blesses my heaven worship division, but where is the heavenly witchcraft goddess?" Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng waved his black sleeves, and a black light came out of his finger like a meteor piercing the sky. This finger pointed towards a direction in the middle of the wide sky. In that direction. The location of Spirit State City is in that direction, maybe. Maybe the heavenly witchcraft goddess was born in Spirit State City? The expressions of everyone on the red ivory warship were ecstatic. With a respectful demeanor, they all kneeled on the bow of the ship and kept on kowtowing towards the direction of Spirit State City. Boom, boom, boom. The sight of a few thousand people kneeling on the ground and kowtowing was an absolutely magnificent sight. These people were all 3 meters tall, and their hands were as big as water buckets, much more powerful compared to an ordinary person. These characteristics belong to the ancient Zhang race. Ancient Zhang race was a huge race, located in the western ancient Zhang city of the Jin dynasty. Ancient Zhang city was similar compared to the Grand Southern city. They were both one of the 8 grand cities of the Jin dynasty, and ancient Zhang city was 100,000 miles away from Spirit State City. The ancient Zhang people worshipped the heavenly witchcraft god. They lived in a prehistoric setting, making fire by drilling wood and ate raw meats and fowls. Even though they were born with human appearances, their strength was extremely powerful. They possessed a mighty body. Many great families were specialized in traveling to ancient Zhang city to capture the ancient Zhang people, domesticating them into slaves. One could say that the ancient Zhang race was a branch of humanity, plus, they were gifted with powerful strength. However, there were numerous ancient Zhang slaves in the Jin dynasty because they were tamed by the great families and nobles into combat slaves. The ancient Zhang race possessed one city as their main stronghold, with the following 3 large tribes within: Heaven Worship Division, Darkness Division, Heavenly Witch Division. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng was the spiritual leader of the Heaven Worship Division, and he had lived for 484 years. Not many years from now, he would become weak and go to heaven with his hands laying down. Thus, before this, he was determined to find a successor, one that could lead the Heaven Worship Division to continue to have a successful future. And this person was the heavenly witchcraft goddess. In the mythical legends of the ancient Zhang people, the heavenly witchcraft goddess was a girl. Every 10,000 years, she was able to reincarnate again. The birth of a heavenly witchcraft goddess would usher a new era for the ancient Zhang people. the heavenly witchcraft goddess had a mission of educating and spreading witchcraft heritages. Once a heavenly witchcraft goddess reached the age of 14, her body would birth a witchcraft tree within, one that could be felt by the tribal wisdom masters. 10 days ago, the wisdom masters of the 3 large tribes of the ancient Jan people felt the presence of the witchcraft tree at the same time, so they all led many experts to find the heavenly witchcraft goddess. This huge news had alarmed the entire cultivation world of the Jin dynasty. All the great families and sects sent many experts to secretly follow the masters of the 3 tribes in order to find out what exactly they were looking for. The Heaven Worship Division had a red ivory warship, so in one day, they could travel 3,000 miles. Plus, Grand Wisdom Master Jingfen, with his exceptional knowledge, had led the Heaven Worship Division to this place. He and found the exact location of the Heavenly Witchcraft Goddess. The Heavenly Witchcraft Goddess was in Spirit State City. Feng Fian utilized the Dark Knight to go alongside the warship. He secretly climbed on top of the red ivory warship and was immediately frightened by this scene. Fuck, a few thousand people kneeling at the ship's bow, facing a far direction and kowtowing. What was this situation? These people were kneeling, their lips were also mumbling something without breaks. Luckily, they were kneeling towards the other direction, otherwise, when Feng Fian had climbed up the ship, he would have been caught red-handed. Fian ignored what these people were doing, and, from their back, he gently flew by and infiltrated into a steel door. He then hid inside a warehouse stacked with food. Escaping for 3 days made Feng Fian really tired. Even when his spirit was exhausted, he didn't dare to rest. He sat in a dark corner of the warehouse, took out the infinite spirit ring and the broken crimson dragon saber, and he held them in each hand. Old Grandma Dongfang Jingai was very astute. Sooner or later she would come to the red ivory warship. Feng Fian couldn't sit still and wait for death. He could only extract the spirit awareness and spirit energy from the crimson dragon saber and put it into the infinite spirit ring in order to make the ring into a real spirit treasure. Only with a real spirit treasure in his grasp could he have a chance of protecting his life. Chapter 23, Dragon Horse River Diagram. The heaven and earth was enveloped by the dark night, and the cold waves of the Tongliang River continued to slap the hulls of the red ivory warship, creating a rhythmic sound. In Fian's Danshan, there was an azure light with the shape of an ancient azure ship as big as a fist, floating in his navel. Inside the ancient azure ship was a strand of spirit energy, invoking a holy centaur. The crimson dragon saber that was on Fian's right hand suddenly quivered. The originally slumbering spirit energy in the blade became active, and a red spirit energy flew out from the blade's body. Thud. The crimson dragon saber, weighing at 240 pounds, was broken, once again, into 2 halves. A crimson dragon, of a hand's length, rushed out. This crimson dragon was formed by spirit energy and spirit awareness merging and mixing together. It was ethereal like smoke. Its head was only as big as a finger, and its eyes were glaring angrily. Ra! The crimson dragon roared softly. Its muffled voice was like a mosquito's, so it didn't alarm the ancient Jiang soldiers outside at the front of the ship. It flew around Feng Fian's body 3 times, then suddenly, it entered the infinite spirit ring in the palm of Feng Fian. Bah! The roar of the dragon eventually dissipated, and it disappeared in the infinite spirit ring. Bang! After the spirit energy and spirit awareness had entered the infinite spirit ring, a red brilliance from the inside bloomed outward. Next, the 7 ancient runic words engraved on the ring's body, once again, started to move. It burst out large lights, and the 7 ancient paintings appeared again. Dragon Horse River Diagram, 8 trigrams Mysterious Language, 4 Yang Ancient Cauldron, Netherworld Spirit Pagoda, Heavenly Flying King, 100 Ghosts Banquet, and 10,000 Lights. What the hell is this? Why are there only 7 paintings in the infinite spirit ring? In his past life, Feng Fian was the patriarch of the demon phoenix race, and his knowledge was broad. However, he couldn't see through the 7 paintings. This could only mean that the 7 paintings did not originate from the hands of an ordinary person, and they could be the holy centaur records in the ancient legends. Holy centaur records, even a corner of these records was enough for a cultivator to ponder for millennia. Not to mention, there were 7 complete ones. Here, each painting represented a different charm. If one could not see through them, then it was better to temporarily pause here. Feng Fian decided to turn the infinite spirit ring into a spirit treasure first. In his palm, a red spirit energy appeared. It moved sharply, creating a crackling sound. Bang! The spirit energy turned into infernal flames, and the flames began to refine the infinite spirit ring. This fire was the first dark origin flame, and it was the most common flame used by cultivators from burning the spirit energy. The temperature, compared to a regular fire from burning wood, was dozens of times higher. It could easily melt steel into molten iron. Pill masters and blacksmith masters, within the 5 grand mysterious masters, were experts at playing with fire, and the more skillful ones were able to create the second dark hell flame or even the third dark true flame that could burn the heaven and boil the sea in the legends. The infinite spirit ring was refined by the first dark origin flame. The 7 ancient paintings were also distorted by each of the little embers within the flame, and they jumped around playfully. The shadow of the crimson dragon, loitering on the infinite spirit ring, eventually turned into a crimson dragon engraving that surrounded the ring, coiling one full rotation. Ha ha! Finally, both spirit energy and spirit awareness emerged into the infinite spirit ring. Now, it only needs a little more to complete the fusion. Even though it is still a bit weaker than a regular spirit treasure, but right now, it still can be considered a spirit treasure. I really want to try to see the power of the infinite spirit ring right now. Feng Fian was ecstatic. After all, he now grasped a spirit treasure. Even if Dongfang Jinggai arrived, at least he could have the strength to strike back. Suddenly, something unexpected happened. The 7 ancient paintings on the infinite spirit ring started to turn, and the azure bronze spirit vessel in Fian's dungeon also started moving, by itself, along with one of the paintings. They started to resonate with each other. Dragon Horse River Diagram. The Dragon Horse River Diagram, in the 7 paintings, was able to create intricate movements with the azure bronze spirit vessel, and these motions were like the calling of the origin. It became more and more intense. The azure bronze spirit vessel turned even faster in the dungeon, and, eventually, it exerted a powerful force that pulled the Dragon Horse River Diagram, that was originally engraved in the infinite spirit ring, over to itself. Whoosh! The Dragon Horse diagram flew into the dungeon, and it floated around the azure bronze spirit vessel, slowly rotating. To be able to merge with the body, it was really a painting made by a holy saint of the past. This was a winding river. The water raged turbulently. It was filled with immortal fogs. A dragon horse lifted its head, turned and looked up at the moon, and, in its mouth, was an 8-legged immortal tortoise. It seemed solemn and majestic, indescribable by words. On the dragon horse's back were 8 times 8, 64 vortexes. They were positioned by a mysterious formation that made others feel like they resonated with one another, like the rhythm of the heavens, along with the arrangement of nature. Even though it was just a painting, it gave the sense of being profound and vast. It contained millions and millions of pieces of ancient knowledge and hidden potential. The painting was now suspended in the dungeon of Feng Fian. The azure bronze spirit vessel was floating beneath the Dragon Horse River diagram, and, between these two things, there was a mysterious connection that attracted and refined each other. This was a fantastic scenery, the river diagram and the spirit vessel existing at the same time, in the dungeon. As Fian was about to curse, another mutation suddenly happened. Boom! Afterward, the speed of the spirit pathway in the dungeon and the heart were stimulated by the Dragon Horse River diagram and the spirit vessel. It began to shrink, change, and radiate lights. This was the sign of the spirit realm breaking through to the immortal foundation. The Dragon Horse River diagram also brought a large amount of ancient spirit energy to him when it merged with Fian's dungeon. This caused a chain reaction. Judging by a normal cultivation speed, Feng Fian needed at least 3 more months before he could reach the immortal foundation rank. However, right now, this process had advanced greatly before the due time. Tonight was when Fian broke through to the immortal foundation rank. Immortal foundation was a gate that, if cultivators did not reach, they would only be considered a half-baked cultivator. At best, they could rule the mortal world. However, without the immortal foundation, they couldn't even be considered a true cultivator. This immortal foundation hurdle had blocked many cultivators outside of its gate. 10 cultivators at the peak spirit realm stage wouldn't necessarily have one that could successfully form an immortal foundation. Once successful, one's strength would be comparable to a governor of an ancient city, and they could be considered an expert in the cultivator world, like the governor of Spirit State City. Feng Wanpeng, who took 30 years to cultivate, was only at the intermediate stage of the immortal foundation. Feng Fian was only 14 years old, and at this age, a person that entered the immortal foundation would definitely be considered a genius, one in tens of thousands. With this aptitude, if the older generations of the Feng clan were to find out, they would be grinning from ear to ear. Feng Fian fully activated the spirit energy in his body, and the crazy spirit energy was coming non-stop. His blood boiled even more. So fierce. Many powerful explosions, within him, happened one by one. Bang, bang. A cry of a phoenix rang in the head of Feng Fian. The second step of blood purification had reached grand completion, and the rank of his blood had, once again, increased. It became as black as ink. Feng Fian's constitution, once again, ranked up, and the endurance of the body greatly increased. His bones were hard, just like steel. His muscles and meridians all contain black blood energy. Now, even if Feng Fian was cut anywhere on his body, as long as it was not a dangerous place, then the wound would be healed within an hour, no scar would remain. Even before, when his physique was not completed, he could still have defeated a cultivator one small level above him. If he could reach the early stage of Immortal Foundation tonight, then his true power would be comparable to an Immortal Foundation expert in the intermediate stage. This was the result of completing the second stage of blood purification. Such a strong body could only be attributed to the Immortal Phoenix Physics heaven-defying effect. This was a heavenly method only available to the patriarch of the demon Phoenix race. If Feng Fian could successfully complete the third level of blood purification, his blood would become sentient and a silver aura will radiate in the four directions. His constitution would be even more formidable, and he would be able to defeat opponents 2 levels higher than him. However, Feng Fian still had a long road ahead of him. The cultivation of the Immortal Phoenix physique, in the later stages, would become increasingly challenging. Condense the spirit realm, break it, and form the Immortal Foundation. Feng Fian clapped his hands together in front of his chest, and a spirit aura exploded out of his skin. His body became an ancient immortal statue. Chapter 24, Chaotic Battle. A red seedling, it was just like a flame that was suspended in the Danshan. It was born and grew on top of the Dragon Horse River diagram. There were 2 long leaves with the shape of flames, tiny and delicate. It was as if they were just newly grown teeth, filled with spirit. This was the Immortal Foundation. It was formed with the transformation of the spiritual realm. The first step of condensation for the Immortal Foundation was successful. The inside was filled with spirit energy. The purity and density of this spirit energy were many times greater than the spirit energy inside the body of a spiritual realm cultivator. Early realm of the Immortal Foundation, however, if I use all of my might, I wouldn't be at a disadvantage even against an intermediate Immortal Foundation expert. Feng Fian opened his eyes, and he slightly smiled. An unknown amount of time had passed. The cabin still remained dark without any light. The outside was tranquil, and there were only the footsteps of 3 or 5 ancient Jiang soldiers on patrol. Feng Fian slightly opened the door of the cabin. Outside, the night was encompassing. Only the clear and bright moonlight was shining down, and this left a reflection in the water akin to a silverfish's scales. Within the radius of 100 miles, one could only hide inside this red ivory warship. With the intelligence of Dongfang Jinggai, she wouldn't be able to guess that I was hiding here. Feng Fian naturally didn't hope that Dongfang Jinggai would chase him to this point, but he didn't want to think about the other anomalies within. Thus, his heart had doubts. I wonder, since she couldn't find me, would she go to kill my father? Feng Fian's body shook when he had this scary thought. If Dongfang Jinggai truly didn't spare any schemes, and she made a move with Feng Wanpeng, then there was nothing else Feng Fian could do. In the end, both the cultivation and background of this damned old grandma were quite frightening. If that was the case, then I could only run back to Spirit State City and fight her to the bitter end. With this thought in his mind, Fian's eyes became cold and solemn. Suddenly, a blinding light from the far distance reached the ship. A spirit aura came down repeatedly. It was definitely the huge mirror flying to this place. Within the mirror, a bright silver light was hidden. It came down in ripples, like a bright moon, and it caused the red ivory warship to be enveloped in the light. I just thought about her, and now she is here. This woman could be considered somewhat magnanimous since she is only chasing me and not causing dangers to my clan. Feng Fian couldn't help but think a bit more highly of her. In the end, not everyone could distinctly see through their gratitude and grudges like this. Many people, once angry, would seek revenge. Once they were truly irritated, they would massacre the entire clan of their opponent. However, Dongfang Jinggai was aware that if she caught Feng Wanpeng, then she could force Feng Fian to obediently show himself. And yet, she didn't do so. At least, it proved that she was not a person who would employ any underhanded methods. Even though he was being chased by her, Feng Fian's view of her, on the contrary, had improved. Of course, it was only just a little. Whoosh! Dongfang Jinggai rode the wave like a butterfly that flew gracefully on the water surface. Each step gently touched the large surging waves as she caused small ripples on the large river. Her long black hair fluttered in the cold river wind. The white veil slightly covered her peerless beauty, only revealing a pair of bright eyes like black pearls. Inside her eyes was a depth without any emotions, giving others an enigmatic feel. She was holding her ancient red lute, and her slender and soft fingers gently held the strings. She hadn't started to flick the strings, but it already gave off an unlimited pressure. Once she started to play, then one note of her lute could destroy a heavenly army and 10,000 horses. Dragon Lake spans 3,000 li like a white jade hung from the silver river. Sunsets on the sacred bird monument, Hay Ocean mirror rose from the moon. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng stood above on the high platform, and he lifted his head towards the Hay Ocean spirit mirror in the sky. While his wrinkly face had a serious expression, he quietly mumbled. He then raised his voice, "I don't know which expert from the Yingao clan you are." The number of spirit treasures in the Jin dynasty was a lot, and each of them all had their own legends. When the Hay Ocean spirit mirror arrived in the sky, it was instantly recognized with one glance from Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng. The ancient Jiang people had always been in conflict with the big clans of the Jin dynasty. The other side was one of the 4 grand clans of the Jin dynasty, an expert from the Yingao clan, so the Grand Wisdom Master took heavy precautions. This was also a crucial period to find the heavenly witchcraft goddess, so there couldn't be the slightest mistake. All of the ancient Jiang warriors on the red ivory warship were alarmed. Each wore their iron armor, with weapons in their hands. Rushing out, their bodies were radiating a battle aura, and the heavy pressure made the atmosphere frozen. Even though Feng Fian hadn't entered his battle condition, he still felt the frightening aura from these soldiers. The battle power of these few thousand ancient Jiang soldiers were truly scary. They must be more than 10 times stronger than the Spirit State City's guards. Dongfang Jinggai hugged her lute, and she rode the big waves. Her eyes gently glared at the red ivory warship once, and she then replied without any emotion in her voice, "This little girl's status is humble, and she does not dare to state my name in front of Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng." "How do you know I am Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng?" Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng smiled. Dongfang Jinggai said, "On top of the red ivory warship hangs the flag Feng Tian. This is the symbol of the ancient Jiang city's Feng Tianbu. There are only 3 people of Feng Tianbu that could control the red ivory warship. One is the Feng Tian General, the other is Grandma Guai Yu, and the last is Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng. With predecessor's appearance and age, naturally, you are not the mighty Feng Tian General, Ling Zheng, and you are definitely not Grandma Guai Yu. The only person left is Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng." "Ha, this little girl's mind is meticulous. If I didn't have an important matter to do, then I really want to make you a disciple." Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng smilingly said. The number of wisdom masters compared to blacksmith masters, pill masters, and animal taming masters were less. Each wisdom master was worth the price, as they were respected and courted by all the major powers, let alone a grand wisdom master. If one could become the disciple of a grand wisdom master, it would definitely be an extremely great honor. Dongfang Jinggai was still serene, and she said, "Many thanks for Grand Wisdom Master's kind affection, but this time, this little girl is only here to catch a little thief. I am sorry to intrude Grand Wisdom Master's convenience. However, would you please be willing to let me board to force his appearance? This person is on board of the Red Ivory warship?" Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng asked. "I am absolutely not wrong." Dongfang Jinggai's eyes brilliantly shined. They looked around the Red Ivory warship, wanting to find Feng Fian. This old grandma was like a haunted apparition that won't move on. Not good. If she steps on the Red Ivory warship, then I would have no road for survival. Feng Fian thought this in his mind. His eyes looked in the direction where Dongfang Jinggai was staring at. The corners of his mouth revealed a cunning smile. He already had calculated a top-level ruse in his mind. Feng Fian decisively stepped out from the cabin, from behind the backs of the ancient Jiang soldiers, and he quickly flew by. His speed was as fast as a ghost's shadow, and he did not allow others to see him. Dongfang Jinggai's eyes angrily sank. Having found Feng Fian, the anger that was initially in her heart was burned once again. Her fingers motioned on the lute strings as she created a light sound. HMMGG. The lute had just rang, and an invisible killing light immediately flew outward. Fush! An ancient Jiang soldier yelled out and then fell to the floor. He rolled down the warship, and then he stopped moving. Oh heavens! The demon girl from the Yingao clan is killing people. Everyone, join together to fight her, since this woman is so vicious and merciless. This is a provocation to us ancient Jiang people. If we don't repay this blood feud, then our ancient Jiang people shall perish. Feng Fian, with extremely fast speed, was constantly changing directions. The loud shouting of the few thousand ancient Jiang soldiers increased the hatred in their hearts. The murderous atmosphere intensified. Two ancient Jiang soldiers wearing iron armor, with fingers the size of a cup, jumped out of the Red Ivory warship and headed towards Dongfang Jinggai. "This demon girl is pushing us too far. She actually killed my people for no reason. Let us see if this grandpa today will kill you for your murderous crime." These events happened way too fast, and this was outside of Dongfang Jinggai's expectations. Earlier, a murderous calm sound wave clearly headed for Feng Fian, so how could it kill an ancient Jiang soldier? That ancient Jiang soldier naturally wasn't killed by Dongfang Jinggai's murderous calm sound wave, but by Feng Fian's fist. At the moment that ancient Jiang soldier had stood up, his hand rubbed his neck, as he did not understand what had just happened. However, right now, no one paid attention to him because the ancient Jiang soldiers were enraged. Many of them left the Red Ivory warship to act as a vanguard with their lives against Dongfang Jinggai. The situation became crazy, and all kind of attacks began. Their power caused loud explosions on the river's surface. The price for murder is death, a life for a life. If we don't kill this demon girl, where will we show our ancient Jiang's face? Today, we will fight for equality and fairness. The ancient Jiang people were candid and frank, plus, they were frequently oppressed by the big families. With just a little provocation from Feng Fian, all of them became angry, all of them turned into fierce murderous devils, and they lost their minds like wild beasts. At this moment, Dongfang Jinggai was annoyed and depressed. Naturally, she knew that Feng Fian had done some scheming behind the scene. However, even if she had 100 mouths, she couldn't explain herself at the moment. She could only use and activate the Haotian Spirit Mirror to block these barbarians. Feng Fian was sitting at the highest point of the Red Ivory warship, looking at the flustered expression of Dongfang Jinggai, and he loudly laughed. "Dongfang Jinggai wants to fight with this young master, you are still too young." As Feng Fian was happily smiling, an old noise came from behind his back. "The person she wants to catch is you." Feng Fian could no longer continue laughing. He turned his stiff expression to directly look at the old wrinkly face, and he nodded and smiled. Chapter 25, Unbeatable Slut. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng's eyes were surrounded with wrinkly lines. Even though he was of old age and feeble strength, he made others feel a deep mysterious vastness. He stood behind Feng Fian. It was as if he had stood in this place for a long time. A smile was always on his face. Is this old man a human or a ghost? His footsteps didn't make any noise. Hellhead. Feng Fian forcefully laughed twice. Dongfang Jingyu treats human lives like trash. Predecessor doesn't want to stop her. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng shook his head, and he smiled. In this world, there does not exist a person who could fool me. Lying in front of me is something you shouldn't do. Tell me the truth, where is the heavenly witchcraft goddess? The intelligence of Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng was exceedingly high, and he was perspicacious. These little tricks of Feng Fian could fool the ancient Jiang soldiers, but they could not fool him. Heavenly witchcraft goddess? Who is that? Feng Fian was confused, his mind was full of questions. He was not intentionally pretending. He had never heard of anyone who spoke about the heavenly witchcraft goddess, but, looking at the old man's confident face, he was seemingly very serious. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng frowned, and he once again observed Feng Fian. He slowly said, "On your body, I could feel the presence of the heavenly witchcraft goddess. You have clearly made contact with her. You came from Spirit State City?" "That's right," Feng Fian said. "Then do you know a young girl around the age of 14? Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng said with a slightly nervous expression. "About this. Feng Fian does know girls in Spirit State City, and not just a little amount. On top of that, they were mostly around 14 to 18 years of age, plus..." Cough cough, the majority of them had been forcefully taken by him. He had many unforgettably passionate and romantic one-night stands. Yes, at least, that was what Feng Fian thought. As for how the girls were feeling, he did not know. If there was indeed a heavenly witchcraft goddess in this matter, then he definitely had used devious means to forcefully take them. Oh God, could it be that he had already sued with the heavenly witchcraft goddess? That would not be good. It would be strange if he wouldn't be chased by the whole ancient Jiang tribe. The expressions on Feng Fian's face was constantly changing, and it became increasingly ugly. He was praying that he would be lucky, and he eventually said with difficulty, "What is the origin of the heavenly witchcraft goddess?" Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng carefully observed the emotions on Feng Fian's face, and he gently stroked his white beard. Then he sighed. "The heavenly witchcraft goddess is the daughter of the heavenly witchcraft grand god. Every 10,000 years, she will come back through reincarnation. Once she comes into this world, she will represent the birth of the witchcraft scripture and the heavenly witchcraft spirit tree. The heavenly witchcraft goddess will unite the three largest tribes once more, and she would become the supreme leader of the entire ancient Jiang tribe. 10 days ago, the heavenly witchcraft goddess awakened. She has, once again, descended. Our tribes naturally have the obligation and responsibility to welcome the return of our goddess." Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng's face was filled with a pious aura as if he viewed her as a true goddess. This was a belief that existed in the hearts of every ancient Jiang person. However, having heard this, Feng Fian had cold sweat throughout his body. Just Dongfang Jingyu wanting to kill him alone was enough to make him unable to escape to the heaven that had no door to hell. If there were powerful cultivators of the ancient Jiang tribe chasing him as well, then the consequences would be unimaginable. This heavenly witchcraft goddess was so unfortunate. The heavenly witchcraft spirit tree in her body was defiled by the low-life Feng Fian. This was simply sadness. Feng Fian couldn't stop sighing in his mind. Even though it was young Master Feng doing the good deeds, but, essentially, Fian couldn't escape the responsibility. Cough cough. I have never known who the heavenly witchcraft goddess is. Finished with his words, Feng Fian immediately threw his palm to the ground and ejected his body up above. His legs forcefully stepped once, and it was enough for him to fly straight out. If he didn't escape at this time, then how would he be able to in the future? As long as he could get out of the red ivory warship and jump into the deep turbulent river, all the way to the base of the river, then, no matter how great Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng was, it still wouldn't be easy to capture him. On Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng's face, there was a profound smile the whole time. Seeing Fian's escape made him even more certain that Fian had met the heavenly witchcraft goddess. As long as he could capture him again and force him to lead the way, then it was definitely possible to find the goddess in the shortest amount of time. Fush fush. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng lightly lifted his black robe, and he slowly fanned out his hand into a giant palm image. This one hand wanted to grab Feng Fian from the sky. The pressure of the palm image encompassed the sky, isolating the spirit energy and making it look like the whole heaven was about to collapse. Feng Fian's speed slowed down as if he had fallen into a quagmire. He knew that continuing to run ahead would allow him to escape the red ivory warship, but he would be caught by the large palm image. The cultivation of this old man could be stronger than Dongfang Jingao. Feng Fian had broken through to the early Immortal Foundation stage. Naturally, he was not a depleted oil lamp. Both of his legs went into the horse stance. He rapidly channeled the Immortal Foundation energy in his danshan, then threw out a punch into the middle of the sky. Next was a second punch, then a third. He continuously threw out 9 fists. These 9 fists represented 9 Dao paths that synergized together and amalgamated. These 9 fists lingered in the air before stopping, and they did not disappear for a long time. At this moment, it was as if Feng Fian had 9 long hands. These 9 fists directly impacted the palm image that was covering the sky, creating a gap. This is the time. Feng Fian withdrew his fist, headed towards the gap that was just opened, and he ran. Oh! Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng was a bit surprised. This little boy was not simple. The 9 fists just now was truly profound with the rules of the heaven. This is definitely not something a person a bit older than 10 could understand. Even though he was just in the early Immortal Foundation stage, he was able to exert the power of an intermediate Immortal Foundation stage cultivator. Truly not so simple. To be able to jump a level higher and battle, this was a heavenly aptitude. Young friend, this old man simply wants to give you a path. You don't have to struggle and hurt yourself. Even if you escape the red ivory warship, you still absolutely cannot run from the palm of the Yingao clan's young miss. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng was in no hurry to catch Fian. He only stood still at the highest position, and, on his face, there was still the same old smile. Feng Fian had only taken 2 steps forward and then immediately stopped. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng was not wrong. Even if he could escape the red ivory warship, he would still be pursued by Dongfang Jingao. Feng Fian lifted his eyebrows, he turned his body, and he loudly asked while smiling, "Predecessor will show me a path of light." Grand Wisdom Master seemed to have guessed that Feng Fian would stop trying to escape, and he smiled. The Yingao clan is considered one of the 4 grand families of the Jin dynasty, powerful, not just in the country boundary, but also in the cultivation world. The young lady has the Haotian spirit mirror, so one could see that her status in the Yingao clan cannot be underestimated. Since you have offended her, even if you ran to the far sky or the corner of the sea, it would still be useless. Feng Fian nodded his head. He naturally concurred with the words of Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng. However, if you agree to help me find the heavenly witchcraft goddess, then you will be considered a friend of the ancient Jiang tribe. Since you would be our friend, of course I would show you a path of light. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng smiled and said. This old man was worthy of being called a Grand Wisdom Master. He indeed had some talent. There was no way for Feng Fian to refuse his request. Feng Fian stared at the battle between the ancient Jiang soldiers and Dongfang Jingao. This woman was not bad. On one hand, she was activating the Haotian spirit mirror, the other was playing her red lute. Standing on top of a large wave, her body was naturally standing on top of the vast and seemingly alive river. The ancient Jiang soldiers were strong and experienced in battle. Each of them possessed mighty power. Some of them were fierce men that could move the mountains and drain the sea, but none of them could get within 10 steps of her. This woman's cultivation was truly high. Feng Fian realized that even with the infinite spirit ring, he wouldn't be able to withstand 3 of her moves. If he was chased again by her, then he would be 10 parts dead. There would be no path of survival. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng was an old sly fox. Seeing Feng Fian's expression, he immediately added oil to the fire. He said, "Young friend, The Yingao clan's influence is so great, no one in this world dares to offend them. To be her opponent, death is certain. If your clan was brought into this, it would be so unfortunate. You need to rethink this carefully. Feng Fian looked at the beaming smile on Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng's face. Even though it looked kind and graceful, he felt that it was a very treacherous smile. Escape this calamity first, then think later. Once he could get away from this damned Grandma Dongfang Jingao and get back to Spirit State City, then it would become his world. Afterward, he could escape with no one to stop him. This was what Feng Fian was thinking in his mind. Fine. Since predecessor is so straightforward, then I won't be so roundabout either. However, I do have my own condition, if you do not agree. The Spirit State City has more than 1 million people. In order to find the heavenly witchcraft goddess, I'm afraid predecessor would have to spend another half a year. Feng Fian smiled, and he said. Of course, Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng heard the threats hidden in Fian's words, but Fian's eyes were very serious. He would, indeed, have to waste a large amount of time. If the experts from the other two tribes were to get to Spirit State City as well, then things would become problematic. In recent times, the three major tribes of the ancient Jiang people were divided. Within their relationships, there were both competitions and cooperations. All three wanted to welcome the heavenly witchcraft goddess because the tribe that gets the honor would have their status, within the ancient Jiang tribe, take precedence over the other two major tribes. This was a competition, and the first to find the heavenly witchcraft goddess would be the winner. What is your condition? Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng asked. Feng Fian coughed twice, and he then sighed loudly. The slut Dongfang Jingao is unreasonably tyrannical and craves for my beauty. It was because she saw me in a sea of people, she became enamored with my pretty face and talented smile. She lusted and had forbidden thoughts about me, and then she chased me for 3 days and 3 nights without letting go. HMMPH. This Feng Fian, living between the heaven and the earth, is a proud man. I wear the heaven on my head and trample the earth below my feet. How could I let her defile my body? I beg predecessor to make a move, so that she could know that the matter is difficult, then leave. Sigh. Tell her that romance isn't something that can be forced. I already have someone I like in my heart, so get her to let go of strange thoughts. Chapter 26, Reversed Chase. The Grand Wisdom Master was surprised from observing Feng Fian. He only saw a lonely vagrant who was covered in mud and had messy hair. The depressing part was that his naked feet were as white as snow. How could this man have anything to do with appearing beautiful and heroic? It would be strange if the noble Dongfang Jingao had eyes for this person. Regarding the words of Feng Fian, Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng naturally didn't believe half a word. However, since he wanted to rely on Feng Fian, at this moment, his only option was to first send Dongfang Jingao away. After half a day of plotting, Feng Fian and Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng looked at each other, smiling. The one old fox and one little fox seemed to have reached an agreement. Stay your hands. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng stood on the high platform with his black robe fluttering in the wind. One large shout suppressed the unresting waves in the curtain of the night. The angry ancient Jiang soldiers, at this moment, stopped their attack, and they withdrew back to the red ivory warship. Of course, there were some stubborn soldiers who didn't listen, and they still enclosed Dongfang Jingao. Their red eyes still showed their will to fight. When Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng shouted once more, the arrogant ones, that did not listen the first time, finally and reluctantly retreated. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng was skinny like a bamboo stick. He stood straight as he said, "Little Miss Dongfang, even if you are the noble descendant of the Yingao family, once you have murdered a person from my ancient Jiang tribe, you shouldn't even dream about this matter being settled easily." Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng naturally knew that Dongfang Jingao didn't kill anyone. However, since he had a secret pact with Feng Fian, he formulated a plan to take care of her. Dongfang Jingao elegantly and gracefully stood under the moonlight. Her toes stepped on the clear water, that was gleaming with the reflection of the moon, like a slender and elegant lotus tree. Her spirited eyes, like the stars under the veil, were faintly discernible like the mist, and she indifferently smiled. This Dongfang Jinggai, from the past till now, has only killed evil people that has committed heinous crimes. I have never indiscriminately killed an innocent person. There must be a misunderstanding. Even though she was just in a big battle, she showed no sign of fatigue or weakness. It was easy to see that she did not use her full power, as there was not even a drop of sweat present on her forehead. The corner of Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng's mouth slightly angled. He glanced at the hiding spot of Feng Fian, and he let out a dry chuckle. So anyone that little Miss Dongfang chases is an evil villain that has committed heinous crimes? Feng Fian's heart was laden with sorrow. This old man was truly contemptible. He dared to call me an evil villain. I do want to see what Dongfang Jinggai will say to sully my good reputation, though. Dongfang Jinggai hated me to the bones and marrows. Naturally, there would not be clean words out of her mouth. It would be strange if this damned old grandma didn't slander me. In his mind, Feng Fian had already began to curse Dongfang Jinggai. Dongfang Jinggai contemplated for a moment. She remembered the scene where Feng Fian used one fist to knock her down to the ground. Suddenly, an anger surged within her heart, but to say that this Feng Fian was an evil heinous villain was out of the question. In the end, this little boy led people to kill San Li. Regarding courage, intelligence, and character, he was the best of talents. Of course, this was because Dongfang Jinggai didn't know about the past of young Master Feng. She only evaluated the current Feng Fian. If she knew that the previous young Master Feng had committed a myriad of evil deeds in Spirit State City, maybe the killing intent in her heart would be even stronger. She would want to cleanly kill this son of a bitch to her heart's content. Dongfang Jinggai's expression became a bit unnatural, and she said, "On the contrary, he is not a heinous villain who is wicked beyond redemption. Regarding his character and aptitude, he would be considered to have apex talent. It is just that he and I have a personal vendetta. I cannot let him go." How? Apex talent, personal vendetta. Empress? Male slave? Fuck, could it be that the words of the little boy was true? That this little miss actually favors him? This was a quarrel within their emotional entanglement. Too much trouble, too much trouble. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfen had observed the subtle changes in Dongfang Jinggai's eyes, plus, her words, after careful analysis, confirmed that the little boy Feng Fian did not lie. It was really because he was too handsome, thus, she couldn't forget about him. This was why she chased him until he had no road to the heaven nor door to the earth. Feng Fian, at this moment, was very touched, standing in his dark corner, as he stared at Dongfang Jinggai on top of the far water. His eyes had a surprised expression. This Dongfang Jinggai, even though she is a bit hot-headed, she still could be considered rational regarding her gratitudes and grudges. On the contrary, I am the despicable man with the heart of a nasty person. Even though she and Shui Yuting resemble each other immensely, her moral character is not just 100 times greater than Shui Yuting's. A woman's heart is like a salty egg. On the exterior, it is naked and clean, but God knows how many flavorful flowers are inside. Having had an emotional experience with Shui Yuting, Feng Fian had been deeply wounded. His heart had completely lost its trust regarding women. No matter how much he favored Dongfang Jinggai, there would always be a gap in his heart. Sigh. Little Miss Dongfang, these types of things cannot be forced. Grand Wisdom Master sighed. His heart was lamenting, these youngsters are too vigorous. For someone they liked, they could chase them for 3 days and 3 nights. This spirit was worthy of admiration. Dongfang Jinggai coldly scowled. If he dared to do it, he must take responsibility. This isn't a matter of force or not. Today, I must capture him and make him give me a reasonable answer. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfen's eyebrows twitched. This little boy Feng Fian had an illicit sexual relation at first, and he then discarded her away. This had become even more complicated. Oh heaven, why did I have to meet such a complicated matter? Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng considered himself to be highly intelligent, but regarding the matter of romance between men and women, it gave him a feeling of confusion. This little boy Feng Fian is such a bastard. If I knew this was a lover's quarrel, then I wouldn't have accepted. However, since I have already agreed, then there is no road to turn back. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfen gently fixed his beard for a little bit, then he said, Ahem, I'll clarify once again, the person you are chasing is not on the Red Ivory warship. If you want to intentionally cause trouble again, then I won't be so reserved with you. Murder must be paid with one's life, a blood debt must be repaid by blood. The ancient Jiang soldiers were also shouting together, murder must be paid with one's life, a blood debt must be repaid by blood. Murder must be paid with one's life, a blood debt must be repaid by blood. Feng Fian was laughing in his mind, but he also waited in eager anticipation. He wanted to see how Dongfang Jinggai would deal with this matter. This girl's intelligence or cultivation were extremely capable. Her temperament was not comparable to an ordinary person. If she made a move, then the earth would shatter and the sky would be frightened. The clear jade fingers of Dongfang Jinggai began to move on her red lute. Her heart was wavering. Feng Fian was most likely hiding on the Red Ivory warship. If she wanted to catch this bastard, she could only go through the gate of Grand Wisdom Master Jingfen, as well as the few thousands of powerful ancient Jiang soldiers. HMPH. If Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng wants to shield him, then this little girl can only offend. Dongfang Jinggai's beautiful eyes shot out two rays of indigo spirit flowers that headed straight ahead. The temperature between the sky and the earth immediately dropped. The waves on the large river surfaces that were rampaging were suddenly turned into a thick layer of ice. A song that wrenches the heart. Oh, where do I find a knowing ear? Dongfang Jinggai used 3 of her fingers to play continuously. Each finger was as fast as lightning treading the water. The lute strings fluctuated. Her silhouette was like a white butterfly flying in the sky. Bang bang. This one tune's momentum was terrifying. The frozen water below was shattered into thousands of ice edges, like a mountain of sabers or a rain of swords, which hissed and flew towards the front. 2 songs that wrench the heart. Don't reminisce the gentle feather that flew away. A pair of white heavenly wings were born from the sound of the lute. They appeared behind her back, and were around 3 zhang in length. Holy and beautifully pure, they dispatched many divine white lights that covered the long river. With one flap of her wings, she was already on top of the Red Ivory warship. 3 songs that wrench the heart. Flowers fall from the rain as I become sorrowful. Whoosh whoosh. Black clouds gathered, along with thunder, above in the heaven curtain. The sky was frozen by the power of the lute and naturally became many black flower petals which rained down like the rain in a dark night. Feng Fian stared at the beautiful black petals in the sky and the ice mountain of swords and sabers. His heart became alarmed. The cultivation of this little Miss Dongfang was much stronger than he imagined. Maybe she had reached the grand completion stage of the immortal foundation. Break. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng remained motionless, and he only opened his mouth to gently say this one word. From his mouth came 5 mysterious dark streams of air, like a turbulent flood. The bright brilliance filled up the vast sky. Boom. The rain of flowers became dust in the sky that fell down into the river. Even the frozen swords and sabers were instantly shattered into drops of water. The night became bright again, and the clouds that covered the sky were dissipated, revealing a bright full moon. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng is just like the legends. Today, this little girl finally has learned. The voice of Dongfang Jinggai slightly filled the air, moving farther and farther away. When it couldn't be heard any longer, she had already traveled dozens of miles away. Just by listening to her voice, it was clear that she was seriously wounded. Her breath was lacking vitality, and most of the spirit energy in her body had disappeared. This was the best moment to thoroughly beat a drowning dog. Feng Fian couldn't let go of such an opportunity. Hellhead. Dongfang Jinggai, this day finally had happened to you. If this young master doesn't pursue you for 3 days and 3 nights, then it would be strange. Feng Fian took advantage of Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng's inattentiveness and jumped down from the Red Ivory warship. He quickly took cover and then stepped onto the water bank to chase towards Dongfang Jinggai's direction of escape. Chapter 27, A Trap. Dongfang Jinggai, you won't be able to get away. Feng Fian's feet stomped on the grass, and he rode the wind. He leaped a long distance over the long river's precipice to the other side. and he released a fist. Dongfang Jinggai was indeed injured. Her white robe was stained with blood, and even her speed was far below the past. However, her shadow was still elegant. It was at ease, like the mist traveling in the forest, and her beautiful face was still as relaxed as ever. Feng Fian anxiously chased after her as the unrestrained fist energy destroyed an isolated ancient tree nearby. Feng Fian, even if I am wounded, you are still no match for me. The shining moonlight seemed to immerse the faraway mountain ridges in a pristine state. Hugh? Dongfang Jinggai suddenly stopped, and she eminently stood on top of the mountain peak. Even though she was in a hurry a moment ago, but at this time, she stood still. She quickly turned around, her fingers began to pluck the strings, and the lute quivered. A destructive sound wave, from the strings, flew out like a blade. The power from the sound of Dongfang Jinggai's lute was extremely frightening. An intermediate immortal foundation cultivator from 100 zhang away would still be killed by it. Feng Fian naturally couldn't block it. His body moved to dodge the sound wave, and he then, step by step, stomped on the ground to escape away. Both of his open palms continuously threw out 9 strikes, each vigorous and destructive strike carried along a red flame. This was the first dark origin flame. Many expansive heat waves flew out. Boom! Dongfang Jinggai stood under a red maple tree, her sleeves lightly fluttered, and her fingers quickly plucked the strings to play a beautiful sad tune. Each musical note was like a deadly blade. When all the notes intertwined, it became a battle space. Killing intent loudly screamed and flew forward, causing all the vegetation on the ground to become dust. Bang, bang! The 9 fists of flames were shattered by the sound wave. Although Dongfang Jinggai was wounded, her cultivation was still as strong as before. She steadily repressed Feng Fian. Each time she made a move, it was enough to cause Feng Fian to run around in circles. In the end, her cultivation was essentially strong enough. Feng Fian became increasingly alarmed as the fight grew longer. His heart had a bad feeling. Is this damned grandmother really injured? Why do I feel like she was pretending to be wounded and intentionally lured me here to kill me in the wilderness? Hey ocean spirit mirror! Dongfang Jinggai stepped on a spiritual white cloud. A pair of bright white wings grew from her back, her silky white sleeves barely motioned, and a white heavenly aura, from her hand, turned into a blinding white jade mirror. She didn't even look a little bit like an injured person. On the contrary, she was full of vital energy. Her pressure frightened others. She directly exerted her spirit energy to the outside, and it floated 100 zhang in the sky. A shining brilliance came down from above. The spirit power of the Haotian spirit mirror was activated, a powerful momentum that destroyed the hearts of others covered the heaven and earth. Even the ground was rended from the pressure, and heavy boulders, weighing 1,000 pounds, were smashed into pieces. Rumble! Heavenly thunder was brought down by a large hand, coming from the Haotian spirit mirror, and they headed towards the direction of Feng Fian. She actually called for the thunder spirit energy. Fuck, where would an injured girl get the strength to do something like this? I have fallen into her trap. Feng Fian was enraged. Before, he thought he had rused her, but now, she got him back. It was clear that she wasn't injured. However, she pretended to be so that she could lure Feng Fian away from the red ivory warship and discipline him after. Feng Fian, of course, wouldn't lower his arms and wait for death. Both of his feet were grounded to the floor, one hand pointed towards the sky, and with the infinite spirit ring that he wore on his finger, a bright black light infinitely turned into many black clouds as if it was a heavenly shield, wanting to stop the thunders in the sky. The infinite spirit ring was also a spirit treasure, with renowned power from it. A distinctive dragon roar transmitted outward, causing the mountains to vibrantly tremble. And a rumble. The thunder that covered the sky fell down and attacked the black clouds. Between the two, a destructive and terrorizing noise broke out. It sounded like the mountains were collapsing. Roar! Suddenly, a huge white fox, around 3 zhang in length, rushed out from the Haotian spirit mirror. On its body were white scales, 2 round eyes that looked like crystals, and in its mouth, it carried 2 long sharp swords. The eyes of the white fox was filled with life, hinting a sign of intelligence. It spat out a white flame. Second dark hell flame. Feng Fian's expression greatly changed. This white fox was formed from the spirit energy inside the Haotian spirit mirror. It has its own independent thoughts, its body, and even more palpable, it could exert an unthinkable force. This was something the infinite spirit ring couldn't compare to. The soul of the infinite spirit ring was the crimson dragon, but it was only a strand of dragon energy. It couldn't materialize into a physical body, so naturally, it couldn't compete with the second dark hell flame of the white fox. It must be said that, although the infinite spirit ring was of the spirit treasure rank, it still needed time to be nurtured before it could compete with true spirit treasures. Escape. The power of the second dark hell flame was much more powerful than the first dark origin flame. Even Immortal Foundation experts would be heavily injured if they were slightly touched, thus, Feng Fian naturally didn't want to throw a Negatorok. He recalled the power of the infinite spirit ring and quickly ran away. Feng Fian, weren't you very arrogant earlier? Why are you suddenly such a coward now? Dongfang Jingyu seemed to be calm while pursuing, but her heart was a little surprised. This despicable kid, Feng Fian, could actually stop the Haotian heavenly thunder attack. The infinite spirit ring in his hands was certainly a spirit treasure. Where did this despicable kid get a spirit treasure from? One has to know that even the entire Feng family only had 3 spirit treasures. Each was a secret protector of the family's fate. With Feng Fian's current status at the Feng family, there was absolutely no way that he could have a spirit treasure. The only explanation was that this spirit treasure was personally obtained by him. As Feng Fian escaped for his life, his speed was absolutely first class. He was like a wild hare in the valley. Even if the cultivation of Dongfang Jingyu was higher than him by many levels, she still couldn't instantly catch him. Little girl Dongfang, if our rank is equal, then I could defeat you with just one hand. You are not worthy to be my opponent, Feng Fian said while fleeing. HMPH. Even if the rank was the same, you still wouldn't be my opponent. To tell you the truth, from the beginning till now, I had only used 3 layers of my cultivation. If I had exerted all of it, then I'm afraid I would have turned you into smithereens with one move. Dongfang Jingyu, with her feet on top of the Haotian spirit mirror, her colored ribbons flew freely, and the blood stains on her robe were gone. She looked as if she wasn't tainted with the mundane dust. She was pure and holy, as well as elegant, like a goddess arriving to earth. 2 people, one chasing and one running. The pursuit had been going on for a few hundred miles, and it was unknown what boundary they had came to. Roar! Suddenly, above in the horizon, there was a black shadow coming down like a large mountain in the sky. The wind breaking sounded like a fierce beast's terrifying roar. This was the red ivory warship. It truly knew how to fly. The formation on top of the ivory warship began to motion with the compass controlling the direction. The formation let out a frightening power, allowing the huge warship, weighing millions of pounds, to fly from the water and head towards Spirit State City. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfen, standing on top of the high platform of the warship, twirled his fingers in his beard. He smiled at the boy and girl fighting below, and the smile became increasingly profound. Whoosh! His black sleeve waved downward, and then a wind came upward, bringing Feng Fian to the red ivory warship. He then smilingly said, "Little friend Fen, I had said earlier, even if you were to escape from the red ivory warship, you wouldn't be able to escape the palm of young Miss Dongfang. How could you not listen to me?" Feng Fian, just now, was almost captured by Dongfang Jingyu. Right now, he was still in fear, looking at the smile on the face of Grand Wisdom Master Jingfen. With his mind still upset with the matter, he said, "This old grandpa, you already knew all along that she wasn't injured, right?" Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng declined to comment. He only smiled, and he said, "Let us go. Come back to Spirit State City and help me find the heavenly witchcraft goddess. Then naturally, I will show you a path of light. If you help me find this person, then I will definitely solve your problem ahead. Is there even someone in the world that is able to withstand this savage girl, Dongfang Jingyu?" Feng Fian was skeptical. Perhaps even a senior expert from the Feng family wouldn't be able to suppress her. Dongfang Jingyu has an older brother named Dongfang Jingshu. Dongfang Jingshu, fortunately, is a sworn brother of mine. As long as you help me find the heavenly witchcraft goddess, then I will take you to Dongfang Jingshu and reveal the matter between you and Dongfang Jingyu to him. Of course, he will consult his sister to not pester you any further. Feng Fian was surprised. Nao Dai Jinshui. It is Dongfang Jingshu. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng angrily glared at him. Dongfang Jingshu was a natural talent of a whole generation, and his aptitude was even above Dongfang Jingyu's. He was considered to be one of the 8 grand historical geniuses in the Jin dynasty, and no one had dared to call him a water kettle head before. Dongfang Jingyu has an older brother. Feng Fian's heart shivered. If her older brother knew that I punched her head once, who knew if this older brother water kettle head would join the hunting rank, pursue me as well, and cut me into 10,000 pieces? Feng Fian felt his heart beating faster. What path of light was this? This was truly a path of death. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng mischievously laughed. Dongfang Jingshu, whether it is his aptitude or character, is the best, you can rest assured. As long as the whole story is told clearly, he will, of course, take your side. He will do his utmost to convince his little sister. After all, romantic feelings can't be forced. Even though Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng's intelligence was above the rest, however, regarding the feelings between men and women, it didn't enter a single aperture of his head. He still thought that Dongfang Jingyu was truly in love with Fian, and that was why she was chasing him. Is that right? Feng Fian, with a bitter face, sighed once. His heart was defeated. If he truly met the older brother of Dongfang Jingyu, then what was he going to do? Heavens! Kill me with a single lightning bolt. Boom! From the sky, a heavenly lightning came down and struck the area adjacent to Feng Fian, turning an ancient Jiang soldier into charcoal. He fell to the ground, causing a loud thump, and he immediately became unconscious. Feng Fian took a deep breath to maintain his composure. He saw that in the far distant sky curtain was a shadow of a beautiful flying and gentle girl. The lightning strike must have come from her hand. Dongfang Jingyu hovered in the air, her hand held the Haotian spirit mirror while she stared at the red ivory warship flying away with a blazing speed. Her eyes were filled with coldness, and she scowled. Feng Fian, even Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng's protection will be useless. No one can save you. The pair of white wings on her back flapped once, and she immediately pierced through the grand forest, heading toward the red ivory warship to continue her pursuit. Chapter 28, Who is the heavenly witchcraft goddess inside Spirit State City? The morning lingered with white fogs filled with a hint of wetness. Each strand of grass on the side road was bent downward from morning dew. A big dog ran out from a small alley, with a bone in its mouth, and ran into a bush. It then rolled up and ate the bone. The grindstone alley began to bustle with noise and excitement. The street vendors had already pushed their carts to the great streets and small alleys, and the sound of wheels rolling created a rhythmic sound, kuang kuang ta-ta, like the bellowing of the wind. Everyone was heavily shouting in order to guarantee their survival. This was their way of life, peaceful and ordinary. However, in this world, there were always some people who wanted to be ordinary, but they were destined to embark on an extraordinary road. Come drink tea, come drink tea. Each bowl, 1 bronze coin. Hua Mao Feng, Zujian Cui, Jingtao Yazi, 1 bronze coin for 1 big bowl. A clear youthful voice came out from the tea house. One could see a little girl that wore a little hemp dress. She leaned against a wooden pole, her bright blinking eyes stared at everyone who passed by the tea house, and she yelled, "Uncle, uncle, come drink a bowl of tea. 1 bowl 1 bronze coin. Grandma, come drink tea." Zhao Yue perched her little lips, and her fingers pinched her sleeves. She had a face full of disappointment. It wasn't even 6 o'clock, and she had already woken up to brew the tea, but she still hadn't sold a single bowl once the sun had risen. "Yue, are you tired?" Old man Luo asked lovingly with some pity in his heart. The old man stepped forward with a staggered pace, and used a towel to wipe the sweat off her forehead. "I'm not tired, not tired." Yue is not even a little bit tired. Zhao Yue hastily provided support for the old man with her hands at once. Old Man Luo couldn't help but to heavily sigh after seeing her strong, yet stubborn, expression. He said, "Sometimes businesses will have on and off seasons. The business is no good today, but it will slowly get better. Grandpa, don't be too worried." Last time, young Master Feng had left behind 15 gold coins, and they are enough to last us for more than 10 years. Even if business is bad, we won't have to worry about starving to death. Cyrillic letter Ye Zhao Yue said. Old Man Luo was a bit alarmed and furrowed his brows. His eyes, with a touch of curiosity, stared intently at his granddaughter. He hesitated for a moment, then said, "Since you reminded me, young Master Feng, outside of his romances, is a real hero. He was able to lead the soldiers to destroy the Eagle Claw Gang, even the villain, San Li. They all had to pay for their crimes on the spot. Now, the entire Spirit State City is clamoring all about the deeds of young Master Feng. I heard from Ma Banxian, from the Chengwang Temple, that young Master Feng was the reincarnation of Zhao Yao Jade Emperor Bodhisattva. His firstborn child would be heavenly blessed with the body of an immortal. In the future, young Master Feng will accomplish many great things, complete the Dao, and become a celestial." This matter was written in the stars. After Feng Fian's destruction of the Eagle Claw Gang, he became the grand hero of Spirit State City, the #1 character. All of the evil things, like oppressing males and bullying females in the past, were now considered as bold romanticism and heroically straightforward. Of course, there were even some busybodies that boasted Fian to be a grand immortal, a Buddha who came down to earth in order to accumulate merits and spread the religious scripture. There were all kind of different comments. In any case, young Master Feng's achievement was being exaggerated even more by the people. Some said that his foot stepped on a 7-star lotus, and the top of his head was engraved with an 8-jewel seal. In the future, he was bound to be successful with promotions, marry 100,000 wives, and live for 3,500 years as a carefree immortal, vacationing in this world. Right now, everyone is saying that the reason young Master Feng became enlightened to all things was because of your influence. Could it be that you are the reincarnation of a certain Buddha? Old Man Luo's pair of eyes became apprehensive. He stood up straight and observed Yue with a serious and solemn gaze. Grandpa, people will always continue to change. Although, in the past, young Master Feng had committed many evil acts, and he was slothful and lazy, however, recently, he had repented and changed in order to start from the beginning and learned how to properly act towards others. However, this person does not have anything to do with Yue. Zhao Yue's fingers lightly touched her chin. In her head, appeared the image of Feng Fian killing for the first time because of her. At that moment, young Master Feng was extremely stylish. I had only met him twice. Why did he stand up for me? Maybe it was just like everyone else was saying, he was changed by me, or maybe it's because he likes me. Not only cutting off the hand of Brother Wu, but he also led people to destroy the Eagle Claw Gang. Could it all be because of me? Bah. Silly girl, have you no shame? His eyes must be so high. He is the reincarnation of Zhao Yao Jade Emperor Bodhisattva. With such a high status, how could he favor a foolish little girl like you? Yue. Old Man Luo saw that she was lost in thought, and he continuously called for her. What? Grandpa, what is the matter? Zhao Yue's slender face blushed brightly with a vacant expression. Old Man Luo saw that she was thinking about something. He smiled and said, "The tea is cold now, go reheat it in case there are guests coming. We can't let them drink cold tea, right?" Zhao Yue's expression darkened, and she said, "I'm afraid that no one is coming to drink tea today." Clank, clank. Thud. Thud. Outside the tea house was the sound of armor colliding. It was as if there was a heavenly army and 10,000 horses approaching. Countless footsteps echoed in the air, and their stomps caused the ground to slightly shake. Immediately afterward, many large black armored men surrounded the tea house. There were about a few thousand of them. Each of them were 3 meters tall, and they had war spears in their hands. Their cold aura caused others to not be able to breathe. Old Man Luo and Zhao Yue were frightened to death at such a scene. This Everyone. What is going on? Old man Luo, in horror, kneeled directly to the ground. A roar was let out and a path was made from the yielding armored soldiers. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng and Feng Fian walked to the front of the crowd. Both of their gazes were on Zhao Yue's body. However, they had nothing in common with each other. In Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng's eyes was respectful piety and happiness. However, Feng Fian's eyes was filled with surprise. It was indeed this little lady. I can sense the heavenly witchcraft tree growing in her body. She is indeed the heavenly witchcraft goddess. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng was extremely excited. Feng Fian had led Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng and his people to 7 or 8 places already. The young girls around the age of 14, in those places, were all denied by Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng. It was only until they got to the Grindstone Alley that Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng felt a resonation with the heavenly witchcraft tree, and he confirmed that the heavenly witchcraft goddess was nearby. At that moment, Feng Fian thought about Zhao Yue selling tea at this place, so he brought them running here. Jingfeng pays my respects to the heavenly witchcraft goddess. Your Highness, heavenly witchcraft goddess power is vast and mighty, your eternal glory will never be forgotten. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng, with both hands crossed on his chest, kneeled down to the ground in front of the frightened Zhao Yue, who had lost her wit. He kowtowed until his face was next to the floor. Even the spiritual leader Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng was kowtowing, so the other ancient Jiang soldiers naturally had to kneel to the ground. They faced forward towards the tea house, and they kowtowed. Boom, boom, boom. Their faces were filled with reverence and solemnity. It was as if they were worshipping a god in a temple. From their perspective, this was a very sacred matter. Your Highness, heavenly witchcraft goddess power is vast and mighty, your eternal glory will never be forgotten. Your Highness, heavenly witchcraft goddess power is vast and mighty, your eternal glory will never be forgotten. The voices of these ancient Jiang soldiers were louder than ordinary people. All of them were emotional, and their blood boiled with excitement. One could imagine that if Zhao Yue was to nonchalantly tell them to die, then they would definitely follow the order without furrowing their brows. This was the power of faith. Feng Fian was struck by this scene. He didn't know about the others, but the old grandpa, Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng, was an old monster that had lived for 400 years. He had an unimaginably high cultivation. He was completely capable of moving the wind and calling for the rain, yet he was now kneeling on the ground. One could easily see how important the heavenly witchcraft goddess was in their hearts. Old man Luo was entirely shocked. Afterward, he immediately kneeled down to the ground as well, and he yelled, Her Highness, heavenly witchcraft goddess power is vast and mighty, your eternal glory will never be forgotten. Zhao Yue, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and kneel down before the heavenly witchcraft goddess. The goddess could be nearby, so we shouldn't offend her. Hurry up and kneel, hurry up and kneel. Zhao Yue hesitated for a moment, then she also kneeled down to the ground. Young Master Feng, are these people worshipping you? Only Feng Fian was still standing in his place, so Zhao Yue naturally thought this would be the case. Poof! Feng Fian almost fainted from the comment, and he angrily said, Do you not have eyes? Ah? They are kowtowing towards the heavenly witchcraft goddess. Do I look like a goddess in any way? Then how come you aren't kneeling down before the heavenly witchcraft goddess? Zhao Yue tilted her head and thought, and then she curiously asked. Feng Fian's expression was frozen stiff. He took a breath to calm his mind, then he looked at her for a while. Finally, he forcefully smiled twice without saying anything else. Chapter 29, Uncertainty. I have already sent a flying jade scroll to inform Dongfang Jingshu. You bring this letter to Violet Firmament Ancient City and find him there. Naturally, he will help with your romantic quarrel with Dongfang Jinggai. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng gave a piece of jade paper to Feng Fian. On the paper was a brilliant moving light. It was like a surface of crystal clear water with calm waves. One could faintly see the handwritings that floated up and down. It seemed like the only way to completely deal with this matter was to find Dongfang Jinggai's older brother. In the end, to truly fight against the Yingao clan was the same as courting death. Feng Fian didn't hesitate to take the jade paper, and he stored it away. Grand Wisdom Master's one hand gently grabbed the slender arm of Zhao Yu. While smiling, he tapped Fian's shoulder. He said, "Little friend Feng's extraordinary aptitude is accompanied by a courageous and carefree attitude. Dongfang Jingshu's favorite thing is to become friends with heroes like you." Zhao Yu's big eyes curiously blinked while she hid behind Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng's back. She secretly stared at Feng Fian intensely. When this young girl had found out that she was the heavenly witchcraft goddess, she was startled, frozen for half a day. It was like she had lost her soul. No matter who called out to her, she didn't give a single response. Only when Feng Fian went in front her face and gave a smile, did she get frightened to the point where her soul immediately came back. She covered her chest with her hands. She then continuously backpedaled as if she was afraid that Feng Fian would hurt her again. This was a nightmare in her mind. How could she quickly forget it? Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng definitely had to welcome the heavenly witchcraft goddess back to the heaven worship division. Under Feng Fian's intimidation, Zhao Yu and old man Luo were quickly convinced. Zhao Yu earlier had thought that the kowtowing scene earlier was meant for Fian. One could say that our young Master Fen had greatly contributed to their acquiescence to this departure. If Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng was allowed to be the one to do the convincing, then maybe even 3 days and 3 nights wouldn't necessarily be enough for this grandpa and granddaughter to obediently follow the plan. This successful intimidation method was contributed to the frightening past reputation of Feng Fian. After all, Zhao Yu was very afraid of him, and old man Luo was even more afraid. The threat of Feng Fian at Spirit State City was without rivals. Even now, with Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng's protection, Zhao Yu, towards Feng Fian, was still extremely afraid and could only stare at him while hiding at the side. Feng Fian, although he smiled on the outside, his heart was solemn. He said, "I dare to ask, in the end, what type of person is Dongfang Jingshu?" Feng Fian was a big benefactor to him, and Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng was naturally an upright person. Thus, with a serious demeanor, he answered Feng Fian, 3 years ago, when I was pursuing a fierce villain on the way to dense fog's ghost forest, I had accidentally entered the 10,000 Ghosts Forest Grand Formation. Coincidentally, Dongfang Jingshu was also trapped in this formation. This person's cultivation was outstanding, and his innate talent was breathtaking. He was trapped inside the formation for 3 months without dying. His willpower and perseverance truly made me gasp with admiration. It was Senior who saved him from the 10,000 Ghosts Forest Grand Formation. The 10,000 Ghosts Forest Grand Formation was one of the top killing formations of the Senluo Temple, and it was renowned alongside with the soul-suppressing Blood Formation. No matter how talented Dongfang Jingshu was, once he rushed inside, don't even think about escaping this formation. To be able to last for 3 months without being devoured by ghosts, this was already quite extraordinary. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng nodded and said, "Dongfang Jingshu is definitely a hero garnered with both talents and characters. Little boy, if you were equal to just one part of him, the elders of your Feng clan would definitely nurture you like a treasure." Ha ha. Feng Fian didn't think this was correct, and he said, "Even if Dongfang Jingshu's aptitude is exceedingly high, you still don't need to embellish it so much. I don't believe that I am not equal to his 1/10. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng heavily sighed, and he said, "I had long used the witchcraft eyes to check your innate talents. The purity of the blood, the intricacies of the skeletons, these innate talents within the 9 grades could be considered to be first class. In Spirit State City, your talents would definitely be number 1, however, if we throw you into the Bailing County, then the teenagers with the same talent as you would number by at least 10 people. In the entirety of the Grand Southern City, the same talents as you would be even more, 800s if not 1,000. Hell, if put into the entire Jin Dynasty, then talents like yours would be at least numbered in the 10,000s. However, Dongfang Jingshu is different. In the Jin Dynasty, he is considered to be at the top tier of talents. The people that could compare with him is only a few, like the eldest disciple, Li Zhaonan, of the Spirit God Palace, or the current Crown Prince, Long Shenye. Only these people could be considered the world's top figures. As young as them but to be so talented and handsome, this is naturally them blooming too brilliantly. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng shook his head while smiling. Even though he does kind of like Feng Fian and was optimistic about his talents, but he still didn't think that Feng Fian had the qualifications to be compared with Dongfang Jingshu. One was a grand historical genius and the other was an ordinary genius, completely incomparable. Even though Feng Fian was a little surprised, he was not discouraged. After all, he was cultivating the immortal phoenix physique. Each time it increased in rank, his talents and physique would also jump forward by a huge step. Currently, he only had successfully cultivated a second level of blood purification. If he could complete the third level, then both his cultivation and talents would increase greatly in quality. He would have the chance to catch up to the group of Dongfang Jingshu, or even go beyond them. Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng noticed Fian's constantly changing expressions, and he smilingly said, "Little friend Feng, don't be so discouraged. Geniuses like Dongfang Jingshu are all heavenly defying existences. In the world there are only a few of them. You don't need to force yourself to compare with them. The pursuit for excellence is noble, but too high of a goal would just normally be a detriment to oneself." Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng's voice carried a consoling tone. Feng Fian modestly said with a smile, "These principles, this boy naturally understands." Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng looked at the blinding sun above. The red ivory warship had absorbed enough solar essence, and it was slowly heading towards the sky's curtain. Old Man Luo had earlier been invited to the red ivory warship. Right now, it was only Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng, Zhao Yue, and Feng Fian saying their goodbyes. "I have something that I don't know whether to say or not." Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng originally wanted to board the flying ship, however, in the end, he couldn't hold it back and had to ask. "Senior, just go ahead, don't be so reserved." Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng lowered his voice, and he said, "This girl, Dongfang Jinggai, whether it is her willpower or talents or beauty, it is one of a kind in this world. If she truly wants to commit the 100 years love with you, then it is a good thing. You should really reconsider. In the end, if you could climb to the top, to the high branches of the Yingao clan, your future developments would truly open. It would be 100 benefits and not one hindrance." In Jingfeng's eyes, there were flashing lights of wisdom. No one knew what he was currently scheming in his mind. Feng Fian was dumbfounded. First, judging from Dongfang Jinggai's attitude towards him, if she didn't cut him into 8 pieces, then she wouldn't be able to let go of the hatred in her heart. Second, even if her head was struck and she turned out to truly have feelings for Feng Fian, he still definitely wouldn't be able to accept her. Because her figure and Shui Yuting's were too similar. Of course, both of these possibilities had almost no chance of happening. Even though Dongfang Jinggai was a bit prideful, this little amount of pride was not enough to compare to Shui Yuting. Regarding this, Feng Fian was confident in knowing her character. "This matter, Senior does not have to worry about." Feng Fian smilingly said. "Ha ha. It seems like little friend Feng's heart already has its own universe. It seems like this old man had wasted my breath again. However, regarding the matter between you and Dongfang Jinggai, I had already informed Dongfang Jingshu through the Flying Jade Scroll. He currently knows that his young sister is brazenly in love with you. Regarding this, you need to mentally prepare yourself a little bit." Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng was laughing so hard that his normally kind smile became insidious. Poof! Feng Fian almost fell to the ground. He glared with his eyes toward Jingfeng, and he yelled, "This old man and your nonsensical words, who gave you such a long tongue like this?" Fian had originally planned to meet Dongfang Jingshu and come up with a different story. He didn't expect this damned old man Jingfeng to be such a gossipy scoundrel, and he had already long informed Dongfang Jingshu. Imagine for a little bit, if an older brother suddenly heard that his cold-as-ice little sister has a lover, what expression would he have? Would he be emotional? Or would he be surprised? Or would he be extremely happy? Only his mother would know. After all, Fian was mercilessly thrown into the pit again by this Grand Wisdom Master. "Feng? Young Master Feng, will we have the chance to see each other again? I heard that the Heaven Worship Division is a very far away place. an ordinary person wouldn't be able to get there, even if they travel for a lifetime. Zhao Yue shyly asked her last question. On the contrary, Fian didn't want to think too much. He immediately said in a nonchalant manner, "If I don't die in the hands of Dongfang Jinggai or in the hands of Dongfang Jingshu, then maybe we'll meet again another day." "Oh," Zhao Yue gently replied, and she lowered her head again to follow Grand Wisdom Master Jingfeng to fly to the Red Ivory warship. Rumble. The formation of the Red Ivory warship began to rotate. This caused the entire Crimson ship to be encompassed and the surrounding air to form a huge vortex. With the help of the wind and the solar energy, the Red Ivory warship made a huge whoosh sound, and then it flew towards the far curtain of the sky. It was at this point that Feng Fian was suddenly startled. Seemingly, it was only now that he was able to react to the words of Zhao Yue. He looked towards the direction of the Red Ivory warship and yelled, "Later, I will definitely go to the Heaven Worship Division to find you. I gave you 15 gold coins, you still owe me 15 tea-bowls, each bowl must be given in full to me." Feng Fian didn't know whether she could hear him or not. After all, the Red Ivory warship had already disappeared behind the clouds, becoming a red dot, and then it completely disappeared in the end. Chapter 30, Childhood Sweethearts. Young Master Feng disappeared for 3 days in a row without any news, so the governor of the city sent out 3 different official documents ordering the nearby towns to help search for him, but there was no useful information. Young Master Feng seemingly had disappeared from this world. The happiest person in this matter was, of course, Feng Shuai. Today, he wore a feather scarf, his hand held a paper fan made from rosewood while he leisurely enjoyed the flowers in his garden. Oldest Master, this little boy Feng Fian showed off his ability too much. He must have offended someone he shouldn't have, so he was murdered. A servant standing respectfully to the side wore a devious smile on his face. Feng Shuai, without showing his emotions, gently touched a flower and said, "Feng Fian." "Ha ha. His disappearance is quite opportune. This saves me time from having to do it personally." After Feng Fian led the city guards to destroy the Eagle Claw gang, Feng Shuai felt a great threat. If he didn't quickly get rid of Feng Fian, then he would not be able to eat well and sleep tight. However, who would have guessed that this little Feng Fian just suddenly disappeared? He seemingly vanished from this world. This was the result that Feng Shuai had truly wanted, so naturally, his heart was very pleased. He thought that even the heavens was helping him out. "Big brother, you are in a good mood today, ah. What are you smiling about?" Feng Fian, from the outside the main door, came in openly, with a happy smile on his face. Feng Shuai couldn't smile anymore after hearing this voice. He turned around, and he saw that Feng Fian was walking toward his front. "Fian, where did you go for these last couple of days? Foster father and I were very worried about you." Although Feng Shuai was disappointed inside, he quickly controlled his emotions. A caring smile appeared on his face. "This matter, I was only strolling around in a circle." "Right? Where is father? I have an urgent matter for him," Feng Fian said. "Foster father is in the main hall discussing important business with an esteemed guest, maybe you shouldn't disturb them." Feng Shuai stared at Feng Fian intensely. His face began to become serious. After all, he felt that with this return, Feng Fian was not like he was in the past. This gave him a deep and unfathomable feel. How could a playboy that only fooled around and awaited his own death have such a shattering transformation within just a few days? Could he have met an immortal's fortune or something? Matters such as meeting an immortal's fortune was not impossible, but it was exceedingly rare. Only people with extreme luck would be able to find an immortal's fortune, and they would then soar to the heaven with just one step. Feng Shuai naturally didn't believe that Feng Fian had found an immortal fortune, so he intended to test him to find out his true worth. Feng Fian was always worrying about that damned Grandma Dongfang Jinggai's pursuit of him to Spirit State City, thus, he was in such a rush so he didn't pay attention to many things. He quickly headed toward the main hall. Feng Shuai's eyes followed Feng Fian's shadow, and his fingers picked out a white flower petal, secretly adding his spirit energy to it. the originally white flower was quickly covered by a blue-gray color. Whoosh! Without any warning, this petal from Suai's finger flew out in a beautiful arc which aimed straight towards the Jiliang meridian of Feng Fian. Currently, Feng Shui was at the peak of the spirit realm. It could be considered an outstanding cultivation. He was confident that his little plan would not be detected by Feng Fian. A diaresis e circumflex bar. The spirit energy of this petal turned into a deathly aura that penetrated the Jiliang meridian of Feng Fian, and it disappeared without a trace. Feng Shui's eyes, from beginning to end, had been concentrated on the petal. It was only until the spirit energy had infiltrated the Jiliang meridian of Feng Fian that he breathed easily. In his heart, he secretly smiled. It seems that I was too cautious. This little boy is only this much. With the spirit energy infiltrating the Jiliang meridian, his cultivation, in this lifetime, will never take another step forward. It will stagnate forever in the same place at the early level of the spirit realm. Feng Shui assumed that Feng Fian's cultivation was still at the early level of the spirit realm like before. He didn't know that within the last couple of days, Feng Fian underwent multiple adventures and broke through to the immortal foundation. Currently, maybe Feng Wanpeng was not his match. As for someone with the cultivation of Feng Shui, he only needed one slap to kill him completely. Feng Shui's petty maneuver was naturally sensed by Fian, but he didn't stop his steps. His mouth let out a little smirk, and he secretly channeled his energy inside his body. In the blink of an eye, the spirit energy of Feng Shui that had infiltrated his meridian was scattered and expelled out of his body. This little boy has a lot of underhanded schemes. I need to find an opportune moment to deal with him. Feng Fian continued walking at a fast pace, and he didn't inform anyone before coming directly to the lobby. At any moment, that damned Grandma Dongfang Jingyu could show up, so Feng Fian didn't have time to wait around. Father, Fian has an important matter that requires your attention. As he spoke these words, he had already made it to the main hall. He lifted his head and saw that in the main hall, besides Feng Wanpeng, was another middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was around 40 years old with slightly dark skin, but it didn't hinder his elegant aura. He was very well groomed with not a single strand of hair on his face. His body was rather slender, and his clothes were clean and tidy. It was evident that he was from a royal upbringing and lived like a prince. Besides Feng Wanpeng and the middle-aged man, strategist Jie and housekeeper Liu were divided to the two sides. When they saw Feng Fian intruding into the main hall, they didn't become angry, they turned ecstatic instead. As long as one could return safely, then it was already a good thing. Even though Feng Wanpeng's expression was serious, inside, he was very happy. He gleefully asked, Fian, where did you go these last couple of days? Feng Fian naturally couldn't tell them that he had offended a big character from the Yingao clan, otherwise, all the people here would be frightened to the ground. Honorable Father, these last couple of days I was in isolated cultivation in order to research military strategies, and I was actively preparing for the military strategy Iron Council that is coming up soon. I am hoping that I could show my talents in this assembly, so that Father could be proud. Feng Fian clasped his hands together, and he respectfully answered. The middle-aged man, from beginning to end, had been observing Feng Fian. Seeing his calm and appropriate response, he couldn't help but nod his head and smile. I can't believe that after 3 years, this boy Fian had improved so much. So young, but he has already asked for a military order to level the Eagle Claw Gang. Even the 9th great-grandfather is aware of this, always praising this talented boy in front of me. If this was 3 years ago, even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't believe that he would have such an achievement like today. Feng Fian's grandfather had 3 sons. Feng Wanpeng was the youngest. He was ranked 3rd. This middle-aged man was the second blood brother of Feng Wanpeng. His name was Feng Wanli. He was also the second older uncle of Feng Fian. Feng Wanli was also a person with extraordinary talents, a hero. 20 years ago, during the last Hidden Dragon War of the Feng clan, he was placed in the top 50. Currently, he was situated in the main Feng clan house with the Minister of Affairs position, and he could be considered to have had some modest success. The relationship between Feng Wanli and Feng Wanpeng was quite close. Wanli frequently visited Spirit State City as a guest. He had seen Fian at a young age, so he naturally knew what type of person this little boy was, a wasteful pervert and a foolish party fiend. From the past till now, he had never placed high hopes in Fian, however, the current Fian gave him a new sensation. It was as if he was a completely changed man. Could this little boy truly become a prodigal son and become a genius? Feng Fian smiled, and he said, "Second uncle, are you praising me or wanting to hurt me here?" Feng Wanli shook his head and smiled, "If you have truly become successful, then I naturally will praise you. However, if you are merely a foolish person, then, even if I don't scold you, I'm afraid my little girl will still scold you to death." Little sister Jiangsu? Remembering this mischievous little girl, Fian suddenly felt an oncoming headache. Feng Jiangsu was the foster daughter of Feng Wanli, and the little cousin of Feng Fian. She was only younger than Feng Fian by 3 days. Since childhood, they had always played together, and they were considered childhood sweethearts. The two were always innocently together, but once Feng Fian had turned into a bad boy with horrible characters, Feng Wanli no longer allowed for Feng Jiangsu to become close to him. Even though they had met again several times later, however, each time Feng Fian was scolded by Feng Jiangsu to the point of vomiting blood. Especially after she had found out that he had raped a girl, she gave him a vicious beating, fracturing all the bones in his body. He couldn't get off the bed for half a month. From then on, Feng Jiangsu was thoroughly disappointed in this older cousin, and she no longer visited Spirit State City. It could be considered as having all ties severed. Feng Wanli smilingly said, "Fian, right now you need to be careful when coming to Violet Firmament Ancient City." These last few years, Jiangsu was heavily nurtured by the clan, and she had achieved the 4th stage of the vigorous Gale method at the early Immortal Foundation. Within the 5th generation of the Feng clan, she is considered one of the influential figures. Plus, before I came to Spirit State City, she told me that should you dare to come to Violet Firmament Ancient City, she will break your legs again. When it came to the cultivation of Feng Jiangsu, Feng Wanli was very proud. After all, he was only at the intermediate stage of the Immortal Foundation, and Feng Jiangsu was so young, yet she made it to the early stage. Regarding cultivation, she had left the father and son pair of Feng Wanpeng in the dust. This was a matter worthy of smugness. On the contrary, Feng Wanpeng's face was very hard to look at. In the beginning, he thought that Feng Sui's talent was high enough to take charge of a mission alone, but he didn't expect for Feng Jiangsu's cultivation to be so frightening. She already broke through to the Immortal Foundation. One was at Peak Spirit Realm, and the other was Early Immortal Foundation. There was no room for comparison. Feng Fian didn't mind too much, so he smilingly said, "Violet Firmament Ancient City, I have no choice but to go. If she really wants to break my legs, then I'll have no choice but to accept it." Feng Wanli saw Feng Fian's nonchalant attitude, and he couldn't help but to rub his eyes and ask, "Do you not want to know why she said these words to you?" Feng Fian said, "That's right. Even though she hates me to the bones, but she still can't have the illogical urge to break my legs for no reason." Feng Wanli, facing Feng Wanpeng, smiled, "Fian, you, today, could be considered an adult, plus, you have the courage to ask for a military order as well as successfully obtained military contributions. Our 9th great-grandfather thinks very highly of you, and he felt that you are our hope. We had already discussed it. If you can achieve success in the military strategy Iron Council and show off all of your hidden talents, then the 9th great-grandfather would personally arrange for the marriage between you and Jiangsu. A man starting a clan early will always mature faster. Fian, right now, you are not settled, and you are too emotional. You truly need someone that can rein you in really well." Housekeeper Lu nodded his head and smiled. Feng Wanpeng naturally had apparently already agreed to this matter, and he also smiled. "This matter, I had previously discussed with Housekeeper Lu. Fian, you are decisively smart, you are a fitting person to walk on the road of a talented strategist, but your body is not fit for cultivation. This is your weakness, so you need a talented wife with a powerful cultivation to assist you. We have unanimously found that yours and Jiangsu's personalities were compatible. If you guys could become husband and wife, then it would truly be one gifted in martial arts, the other in wisdom. It is too appropriate. Feng Fian felt as if, in the bright sky, there was a loud thunder hurting his eardrums. In response, he said, "Our personalities are compatible. She wants to break my legs. How do you all explain this?" Feng Fian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He truly couldn't think of how he and Feng Jiangsu were compatible. The bunch of Feng Wanpeng, Feng Wanli, and housekeeper Liu were all coughing twice, and their faces became strange. Naturally, they had been silenced by this matter, but earlier they had already talked about everything. Whether Feng Fian wanted to or not, this had already been a foregone conclusion. Chapter 31, It is an endless road. Stop. The Feng clan was enormous, and they consisted of 16 immediate branches and 48 side branches. The immediate branches had the same flesh and blood with each other. However, because their ancestors were different, they were divided into 16 different branches. Each individual branch had countless children that constituted the forces of the Feng clan that spread out over many directions. This created a friendly yet competitive structure. According to the number of experts and talent in the branches, every 20 years, the elders of the clan would initiate a ranking for each of the individual branches. This was why the Hidden Dragon War and the Military Strategy Iron Council existed. Feng Fian belonged to the 12th branch of the clan. Even though it wasn't at the bottom of the 16 branches, it was still viewed as the tail end of the ranking. This was why, even though Feng Wanpeng had an extraordinary talent, he was only arranged to be a governor at Spirit State City. The title of governor seemed to be prestigious, but in the eyes of the Feng clan's upper echelon, this arrangement did not have any future. The younger generation, with genuine importance in the clan, were arranged to join the godly military camps or arranged to become an official in the main government. These were the best ways to become renowned. In short, the Feng clan higher-ranked branches' younger generations had higher statuses. This meant that they were able to cultivate with better martial methods, while they also were rewarded with thousand-year spirit plants or medicinal pills to increase their physique and cultivation. These things were what the younger generations aspired to attain. It could be said that any genius that wanted to become a great heaven-defying character relied on this accumulation of great resources. If it wasn't for the blood spirit seed, Feng Fian wouldn't have been able to reach his current cultivation so quickly. This was the power of strange plants and spirit plants. Now that the Hidden Dragon War and the Military Strategy Iron Council were drawing near, all of the large branches seeking to increase their ranking had begun preparing. The young geniuses also wanted to use this opportunity to suddenly become renowned and shock the world. At the 12th branch, Feng Fian was not considered to be a heaven-defying talent. According to the calculations of the branch leader, the 9th great-grandfather, holding on to their 12th ranking would be quite difficult. When the 9th great-grandfather was reaching desperation, there was news that came from Spirit State City. There appeared a person with military strategy and wits above others, Feng Fian. Suddenly, it seemed as if the old man had been able to grab onto a life-saving spirit plant. He decisively chose to heavily groom him. He was even willing to motivate him by using the charm of a woman, and this was why the marriage between Feng Jiangsu and Feng Fian was decided at this point. This was also the reason why Feng Jiangsu said that if Feng Fian showed up at Violet Firmament Ancient City, then she would break his bones. At mid-noon, the sun had risen and was radiating its blinding light. The atmosphere was a bit suffocating. Even the willow tree on the side of the road was losing its spirit. It was seemingly very tired. Clank, clank. A carriage with 8 bronze wheels that was pulled by a mountain deer whose body was covered with scales was heading towards the main gate of Spirit State City. Heavenly mountain deer, its antlers were like 2 mysterious peaks. The fast-rolling wheels broke the lonely silence at noon. After reaching a large street, the back of the mountain deer suddenly flashed with a bright white light from a magical rune. No, this mountain deer was around 4 meters tall. Its whole body radiated a bright light. In a short time, its power suddenly exploded, and its speed increased by more than 10 times. It pulled the 8-wheeled bronze carriage with a shocking speed. It left Spirit State City by 10 miles, and it then disappeared into the midst of the forests and mountains. This is a strong wind talisman belonging to the first-rank talisman tree. Once it is placed on the back of the mountain deer, it could allow it to travel up to 8,000 miles per day. Of course, the effect of this strong wind talisman can last for only 1 day and 1 night. Afterwards, the talisman's spirit power will be depleted, and it will have to be replaced with a new one by the next day. Feng Wanli sat in the carriage and explained while he looked at Feng Fian and Feng Shuai. Even though the road was bumpy, the carriage was as calm as the sea. It was as if one was inside of a ship's cabin. While the Hidden Dragon War and the Military Strategy Iron Council were still 2 months away, the children of the 5th generation from the Feng clan had already begun to gather at Violet Firmament Ancient City, and all of them were going back to the clan to prepare in advance. Firstly, this allowed the participants to find out a bit more about their strong opponents, so they could prepare ahead of time. Secondly, the children of the large branches needed to communicate and become more acquainted with one another in order to team up in the events. This was so they could avoid hurting each other. These things were naturally planned by the branch leaders behind the scenes. The purpose of Feng Wanli's visit was to bring Feng Fian and Feng Shuai back to Violet Firmament Ancient City. Feng Shuai was very well-mannered, and he had a sense of elegance that exuded from his body. He calmly spoke, "This strong wind talisman is so miraculous, it must have been difficult to create it. Only someone as excellent as second uncle would be able to create such a heavenly talisman like this." Feng Fian silently mocked in his mind. The strong wind talisman was only a first-rank talisman, but Feng Shuai was calling it a heavenly talisman. His flattering skill was the first-rank thing here. Feng Wanli said, "The strong wind talisman isn't really a heavenly talisman or anything, but creating a strong wind talisman requires at least the early immortal foundation. Plus, some rare materials such as jade silk paper and grand wind blood are used in its creation. One strong wind talisman could be sold for a high price of 100 gold coins. 100 gold coins for Feng Fian or any children from a grand clan was essentially nothing, but to an ordinary person, it was definitely a price high in the sky. A single strong wind talisman could only last for 1 day and night, yet it costs 100 gold coins. One could see how extravagant this was. This was the importance of resources. With a lack of wealth, a clan absolutely could not grow stronger. Both of your cultivations are still too weak. Wait until you reach the immortal foundation. Then, you will naturally be able to buy the materials and personally craft the talismans." Feng Wanli continued. Feng Fian lifted the corner of a curtain in the ancient bronze carriage. Outside was a dense forest along with gigantic mountains and rivers as far as the eyes could see. Spirit State City was a few hundred miles away. They were heading towards an unknown road. This road was the way to Violet Firmament Ancient City. Violet Firmament Ancient City was the main city of the Grand Southern Prefecture as well as the largest ancient city in the south of the Jin Dynasty. This was a place where cultivators gathered, a collection of snakes and dragons, a place where the poisonous crowd go on rampages. All of the grand families were next to each other, and there was the matter of some leading immortal sects that were situated in the city to recruit new disciples on a wide scale. Spirit State City was such a remote and backward place compared to Violet Firmament City. It was just a tiny place not worthy of mention. Fian, Shuai, at Violet Firmament City, you two need to be well behaved. You cannot disrespect others like you did in Spirit State City. Violet Firmament Ancient City is a place with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Many geniuses lay in the shadows. Grand clans like ours number at 3 or 4, and, inside, there are even more immortal sects with power no less than our Feng clan. Feng Wanli's expression became serious. When he looked over at Feng Fian, there was a hint of warning. In the end, Feng Fian had a past record. At Spirit State City, he only caused a bit of trouble, not too big of a storm. If he dared to kidnap a young miss from some clan that lived in Violet Firmament Ancient City and toyed with her in bed, then it would be the same as messing with a female disciple from an immortal sect. Wasn't this just inviting a grand calamity onto oneself? Feng Wanli was extremely uncertain about Feng Fian. He was afraid that this sexually driven person would cause a few world-shaking events, then it would be akin to messing with the heavens. Feng Shuai solemnly nodded his head, and he said, "Once we reach Violet Firmament Ancient City, I will definitely follow all of second uncle's arrangements." I won't dare to disobey half a word." Feng Fian didn't want to care too much. These words from Feng Wanli could scare Feng Shui, but not him. In the end, the Feng clan was a top clan in the Grand Southern region, so it was absolutely a grand power at Violet Firmament City. Even if something actually happened, he was afraid that no grand power would actually dare to fight head-on with the Feng clan. In the cultivation world, benefits were above all else. Without absolute benefit, no grand families would openly declare war. On principle, Feng Fian could cause any calamities, and the upper echelon of the Feng clan would be able to deal with it. Of course, this did not include him offending the young Miss, Dongfang Jinggai. This was a completely different matter. Even if the patriarch of the Feng clan personally came forward, Dongfang Jinggai wouldn't necessarily accept the bribe. Having thought of Dongfang Jinggai, Feng Fian's mind suddenly flashed, PSHH. This is trouble. Dongfang Jinggai's brother, the grand historical genius, Dongfang Jingshu, isn't he at Violet Firmament City? At the same time when Fian's heart was heavily beating, the white robes of Dongfang Jinggai appeared on the walls of Spirit State City, standing majestically. Her white veil gently fluttered in the air, which matched her slender and adorable figure. In her hand was the Haotian spirit mirror, the aura shined in the vast sky, and it pointed to a far direction. Without the protection of Grand Wisdom Master Jingfen, Feng Fian, I want to see how you will escape from my grasp. Her delicate and beautiful hand motioned around, and she then withdrew the Haotian spirit mirror. The white wings that protruded from her back began to spread out wide. Her slim figure became a white rainbow, and she headed towards the direction of the ancient bronze carriage. She began her chase. Author, the first book Spirit State City has ended. This book is considered the foundation. Starting from the second book there will be many exciting and rich developments. Chapter 32, Hidden Dragon Courtyard. The heavenly spirit mountain deer was combined with the blessing of the strong wind talisman, so it could travel for more than 8,000 miles each day. During the sunset of the seventh day, a black mountain range was in front of their eyes. This black mountain range blocked the views of others. It was seemingly deep and resounding. No, this was not a mountain range. This was simply part of the walls of Violet Firmament Ancient City. This wall was built by boulders that weighed 10,000 jin and towered at several hundred zhang, like a coarse and wild mountain range that reclined horizontally. Rumble. In the far distance, one could hear the roaring sound of the city moats. The flow of the water was lively, and its mist was high, not unlike the clouds in the sea, vast to the extreme. At one end of the city moat, one had to look really far before seeing the city gate on the other side. The city guards were only as big as ants. Finally, they had reached Violet Firmament Ancient City. Even though it was just a city wall and a river moat, it was enough for others to feel a boundless atmosphere. Feng Fian jumped down from the ancient bronze carriage, and he stood next to the city-protecting river. His two eyes gave off a fiery light that looked at the far distance ahead. He could see that, inside Violet Firmament Ancient City, there were strands of moving dragon energy as well as mythical horse vapors that traveled quickly. It was indeed extremely shocking for others. Currently, he was using the Phoenix Heavenly Gaze. He could see the hopes of the people, see through all things, understand the void, appraise different items, etc. This was the spirit power he had cultivated in the last few traveling days. Once the early immortal foundation was reached, one could begin to practice all types of spirit powers. The Phoenix Heavenly Gaze was his first spirit power. Compared to the 1,000 miles seeing eyes, it was superior by countless times. Even though he was only at the early level of the Phoenix Heavenly Gaze, he could see the fortunes of others easily. In addition, he was able to analyze the rise and fall of a region, and even his naked gaze was able to observe the underground mineral deposits. What was the most important thing in the cultivation world? Of course, the answer was natural resources. Regardless of whether one was a clan or an immortal sect, without a huge amount of resources backing them up, they would soon reach declination. This was the reason why Feng Fian had to cultivate the Phoenix Heavenly Gaze first. Once successful, he could personally go into the wild to find mineral deposits. Then he no longer had to care about the face of the clan's upper echelon. This was the advantage of the Phoenix heavenly gaze. Bam bam. In the middle of the river moat, there was suddenly a blinding bright light. The turbulent river suddenly flashed many runeward formations which exposed a freezing pressure and caused the river to become ice crystals. This was the power of a magical formation. It could directly cause the 1,000-mile-wide river to become frozen. Fian, get back to the carriage, we can cross the river now. Feng Wanli yelled from inside the carriage. Coming. Feng Fian, step by step, entered the bronze carriage and sat down again. The mountain deer had already pulled the ancient carriage on top of the frozen river, and it quickly headed forward. As it sped rapidly to Violet Firmament Ancient City's gate. Because there was the word Feng engraved on the bronze carriage, the city guards naturally did not dare to question them, they directly let them through. Once inside the city, the sunlight had already dimmed down. However, because Feng Fian had the Phoenix heavenly gaze, the black sky curtain couldn't affect his vision. Second uncle, we are going to the main mansion of the Feng clan now? Feng Fian asked. The steps of the mountain deer had clearly slowed down after they entered the city. It comfortably ran on the ancient street that was filled with bypasses, and it crossed each colorful architecture that seemingly was without an end path. Feng Wanli bent his knees while sitting down, he smilingly shook his head. The main clan house is located in the Vermilion Bird Inner City. If we want to go there, we would have to go through 8 different city gates and cross 300 to 400 miles. Right now, we certainly aren't going there. Then where are we going right now? Feng Shuai couldn't help but to ask. The Hidden Dragon Courtyard, it is one of the largest courtyards of the Feng clan in Violet Firmament Ancient City. It specialized in housing the younger generation of the clan before each Hidden Dragon War. You guys are going to stay there and focus on cultivation, of course, there will be servants to specially watch over you guys. Feng Fian's thoughts were hidden. He lightly furrowed his brows. I heard that the immediate branch's younger generation of the Feng clan exceeds 30,000 people, not counting the children of the 48 side branches. How could one Hidden Dragon courtyard be enough to accommodate so many people? Feng Wanli smiled lightly, and he said, Fian, you can't use the same perspective that you did in Spirit State City now for Violet Firmament Ancient City. Your second uncle has been here for a total of 40 years, but I had only traveled to some corners of the ancient city. There are plenty of mysterious and unknown things that even I had only heard other people talk about. Take the Hidden Dragon Courtyard for example, it occupies more than 3,000 mu. There are countless numbers of pavilions, and even just the servants were around a few 10,000s. However, our courtyard was just another pavilion. In Violet Firmament Ancient City, there are at least 100 courtyards like this, and this was only a small corner of the city. The extravagance and wealth of a grand clan would cause others to be tongue-tied. Their amount of resources was a terrible figure. Even just moving such a monstrous amount would cost so many resources that it would terrify anyone. No wonder these grand families had always robbed resources from everywhere, and they didn't mind ruthlessly killing other living beings. It seems like it was for the sake of survival as well. Feng Fian was emotional, but he was also happy. This gigantic Violet Firmament Ancient City, even if that damned old grandma Dongfang Jingyu came here, it was not certain that she would be able to find him. However, another headache-inducing matter appeared. Second uncle, little sister Jiangsu wouldn't be staying at the Hidden Dragon Courtyard as well, would she? Feng Fian was still worried about Feng Jiangsu. Feng Wanli smilingly nodded, and he said, you don't have to worry too much about this. Ninth great-grandfather had already warned her, before your participation of the Military Strategy Iron Council, if she really did break your legs, then ninth great-grandfather will personally cut off her legs. What about after the Military Strategy Iron Council? Feng Fian wryly smiled. Feng Wanli laughed. After this one sentence, he turned his head away. He didn't look at Feng Fian again, it was as if this matter had nothing to do with him. Feng Shuai was sitting to the side, didn't say anything from beginning to end, but he had many thoughts inside his head. If Feng Fian truly shines at the Iron Council, then the upper echelon will definitely pay attention to him. Will there be a place for this Feng Shuai to stand? Plus, if he could marry little sister Jiangsu. With her talent so high, if she truly became Feng Fian's wife, then wouldn't he be a tiger with wings? No, I'll never let Feng Fian succeed. When necessary. Feng Shuai's eyes contained a hidden killing intent, but he suppressed it quickly. The corners of his mouth twisted into an enigmatic smile. At this time, it was unknown what he was thinking about. The hidden dragon courtyard had 6 main gates. The mountain deer bronze carriage slowly stopped by one of the 6 main gates. Feng Wanli, Feng Fian, and Feng Shuai came down from the carriage one after another. A servant came out from the gate and took the ancient carriage away, and he also led the way to enter the hidden dragon courtyard. The children of the Feng clan's 5th generation had already come back in waves. There was a scene of martial practicing in the courtyard. In the surroundings, there were many bright torches. Currently, there was a male teenager that was testing his techniques. Next to a pond, there were a dozen handsome and talented teenagers. All of them wore white robes and sat in the cultivation pose. Their bodies radiated glimmering light. When they saw Feng Fian's group of 3, they only gave them a short glance, and then they retracted their gaze to continue their cultivation. Along the eroding trail, one did not know how long it took before they got to a red lacquered pavilion. Inside were 5 rooms together. They were connected, and they were also isolated from each other. The rooftops were decorated with glazed tiles, the red pillars stood straight, and even the stairs were made from white jade marbles. This was only the most ordinary place in the hidden dragon courtyard, but its appearance was already extravagant. Feng Wanli pointed to a house to the far right, and he smilingly said, "That place is the current living place of Xianju." Feng Fian's heart jumped. From the direction of the finger, he could see a room with its door closed tightly. It didn't allow any light to penetrate inside of the room. This caused the atmosphere to be frightening. It was easy to tell that Feng Jiangsu was currently not in the room. As long as she didn't suddenly rush out, then it was a good thing. Fian let out a sigh of relief. However, the night had already fallen. Where could she go? How come she still hadn't returned? The room adjacent to hers, I specially prepared it for you. Feng Wanli clapped Feng Fian's shoulder, and he smilingly said, "Fian, take good advantage of this opportunity. Use this 2-month period to nurture your relationship with each other." Nurture my ass? Ah. Nurturing a romantic relationship with such a violent woman? I'm better off embracing a mother pig if I want to sleep safely. Feng Fian, to this point, clearly remembered each of her fists, the fists that broke the bones in his entire body. At that time, if Feng Wanli didn't bring a 1,000-year Duansu herb for Feng Fian, then maybe it wouldn't have ended with him simply being stuck on the bed for half a month. You don't need to feel so much pressure inside here like this. Jiangsu's temperament in these recent years has lessened. Plus, there is also the order from our 9th great-grandfather, so she wouldn't actually cripple you. Feng Wanli actually wasn't sure in his heart. In the end, no one else understood his foster daughter more than him. She was the type of person who didn't care to give anyone face. She was extremely gifted, but she was also very proud. The entire younger generation of the Feng clan couldn't get into her sight. The 3 or 5 individuals capable of being looked upon by her were all heaven-defying and outstanding talents. Even though Feng Fian was a bit bothered by Feng Jiangsu, he wasn't afraid of her. In the end, his current cultivation was at the early immortal foundation, and his actual battle power was equal to an intermediate immortal foundation expert. His battle prowess was stronger than her. Why would he need to be afraid of her? "Second uncle, will I stay in the room over there?" Feng Shuai's eyes stared at the remaining room of the 3, with a slight smile on his face. You are only a child from the side branch and are not qualified to stay at that place." Feng Wanli's face didn't show any emotion. He turned and walked towards a different direction, and he waved his hand, "Come with me." Not qualified. Feng Shuai gripped his hands tightly, and he forcibly suppressed his own resentment. Wasn't Feng Jiangsu also from a side branch? He coldly glanced at Feng Fian once, and then he left in anger. Feng Fian smiled as he watched Feng Shuai's back during his departure. His heart felt a little pleasure. "Feng Shuai, this day has finally happened to you." He stopped thinking too much, and he strode towards the pavilion. He wanted to settle down first before he planned his next move. Chapter 33. Going upstairs to look at fortunes. Darkness had completely covered the night, but there were still bright lights in the hidden dragon courtyard. Many people that held torches were talking about love, or maybe discussing cultivation. In the distance, there were continuous thundering noises that came from crazy cultivators that were practicing their martial arts. Feng Fian sat alone at the top of the Crimson Pavilion with his feet on top of the tiles, feeling the night wind. His gaze covered the hidden dragon courtyard in its entirety. The fortune of everyone here couldn't escape his eyes. He concentrated his energy for this observation. Boom! To the southeast of the courtyard, there was suddenly a giant shadow of a tiger that encompassed the whole sky. It radiated a violet-red light. Its movement was akin to a dragon's flight and a tiger's hunt. It possessed an expression that was towering and extraordinary. This was the first tiger soaring cloud key. Out of all of the children of the Feng clan's 5th generation, it is unexpected to see someone with such talent. Feng Fian revealed a hint of surprise on his face. The key image of someone was the main representation of their talents. The stronger the key image, the higher the talent. Even though these key images were domineering and huge in stature, only geniuses versed in key observation could see them. Ordinary people, even with a powerful cultivation, couldn't see anything. Understanding key images was akin to understanding the abstractness of a cultivator. If one wanted to see the key images, they would need to cultivate their gaze first. Feng Fian practiced the Phoenix heavenly gaze. He could not only observe the key images of people, but also the key images of an area, the key images of all living things, and the images within the vastness of the sky. The understanding of key image reading was similar to a wisdom master reading the constellations during the night. Rumble. Suddenly, in the depths of Violet Firmament City, there was a monstrous key image that pierced the 9 heavens. It was accompanied by the shadow of a tiger and the image of a dragon. It manifested a heavenly and dazzling rainbow. Its piercing glare caused others to be unable to open their eyes. With one's personal key image, this person was able to lead the spirit image of an entire area. This is Dragon Tiger Key, the Regal Supreme Physique. Inside Violet Firmament Ancient City exists an illustrious talent. Feng Fian suddenly stood up, his body focused his gaze to the far distance. This was his first time being so alarmed. Who the hell could be so frightening? Dragon Tiger Key, Regal Supreme Physique. This was one of the top key images between the heaven and earth. The person who could carry this type of key image, their future will be exceptional, like the bright moon in the sky. No one could ever resist them. First Tiger Soaring Cloud and Regal Supreme Physique had a difference of several ranks. Raw. The Dragon Tiger Key hovered in the sky for half the time it took to drink a cup of tea, then it slowly disappeared in a corner of the ancient city. Feng Fian originally wanted to see the talented 5th generation of the Feng clan for a little bit, but he couldn't believe that inside this ancient city, there was a character who possessed the Regal Supreme Physique. The existence of this genius caused all the other talented people in the world to be suppressed, and they would lose all of their 7 colors. A chaotic burst of footsteps, along with clamorous commotions, sounded below. Someone was coming. Feng Fian quickly recalled his Phoenix heavenly gaze. He looked down below to see 2 white-robed boys that carried a different boy, and they rushed inside this pavilion. Fuck, these sons of bitches, they even broke the Danshan of Haozi. This was equivalent to destroying his entire cultivation, such a vicious action. Haozi's cultivation was the highest within the 3 of us. He reached the peak spirit realm stage, but he was beaten by just 1 blow. The experts of the 3rd branch are indeed as common as the clouds. We are only from the 12th branch, and I'm afraid only little sister Jiangsu could fight them head-on. Little sister Jiangsu has reached the early immortal foundation rank, plus she is also well versed in the double gaze fragment moon sword. The 3rd branch people that could fight against her only number 3 or 5. Unfortunately, little sister Jiangsu isn't present right now, otherwise, with her character, she would help us take revenge already. The entire body of the young man called Haozi was covered in blood. He was unconscious, and his face was as pale as a sheet. These three people were the children of the 12th branch of the Feng clan, and they were the foster sons of Fian's oldest uncle. Their names were Feng Hao, Feng Ming, and Feng Lin. Because they were closely related to each other, as well as Feng Jiangsu, Feng Fian had to stay at the same place in order to look after each other. There were fights within the children of a clan. Sometimes, the fights between the branches were particularly ferocious. This was a competition, a cutthroat competition. What had happened in the end? How is Haozi? The sound of a young girl came from outside. Her voice was accompanied by a cold breath, akin to a cold wind that blew by, that caused the floor to have a layer of white mist in the summer. After hearing this voice, Feng Ming and Feng Lin became ecstatic. They quickly brought over Feng Hao, who was gravely wounded, to the bed, and then they left. Both of them simultaneously loudly said, "Little sister Jiangsu. Since you are back, you must take revenge for Haozi." Feng Jiangsu's gentle footsteps slowly entered the room. It had been a long time since Fian had last met this violent young miss. She had a slender and elegant look with a ponytail that was tied by a violet ribbon. She was wearing a martial arts robe that clung to her body, accentuating her curvaceous figure. It made her seemingly very vivid and full of life. Her skin was extremely white, it was too unreasonably white, without a trace of pink blood. It was as if she had been sick for many years. However, her true feature that attracted Feng Fian was her beautiful eyes. Inside were two silky black and round pupils, her gaze was as sharp as a sword, and it was like she could compete head-on with the Heaven Restoration Evil Eyes. It was clear from the appearance of her eyes that she was practicing the double gaze fragment moon sword. My God! This spirit technique was very difficult to cultivate, but she had been successful. No wonder second uncle thought so highly of her. That person was the Heaven's proud son of the third branch, Feng Yu. Feng Yu. Feng Jiangsu's pair of beautiful eyes contracted tightly. She had heard of this name before. Feng Yu was a person that could cause the rains to fall and the wind to blow within the third branch of the Feng clan. He had drunk spirit spring water before. He also had a wonderful physique, and his flesh was as powerful as a brute beast. Feng Yu was extremely arrogant. Outside in the courtyard, he constructed a martial arts ring, and he declared, "Whoever can take 3 blows from my hand would be eligible to participate in the Hidden Dragon War." These words caused a big wave once they got out. The challengers continuously participated, but, from then till now, half a month had passed, no one has been able to accept 2 blows from him. Most of the challengers were all defeated with just 1 blow. This matter had already alerted the Feng clan's seniors, but these older generation experts didn't interfere. Obviously, they had discreetly endorsed Feng Yu's actions. Using a martial arts ring to stimulate the potential of the children in the clan, this was not a bad thing. Some of the upper echelons even wanted to change the rules of the Hidden Dragon War, this time around, to be more similar to Feng Yu's words. Whoever could block 3 of his moves would have the qualifications to participate. If not, then they would just be an ordinary person, and they would not be eligible for the war. If one wanted fame from just 1 battle, then they need to actually have true abilities. Feng Jiangsu asked. Feng Hao also went to challenge him. Feng Ming and Feng Lin lowered their heads without saying any words. Naturally, they had tacitly confirmed. Feng Hao was able to block how many of his moves? Feng Jiangsu continued to ask. He lost in just 1 move. Feng Yu was truly a madman. 1 blow from him turned a wall into dust. Feng Hao essentially didn't have the ability to fight back, and he immediately fell down into a pool of blood. The two angrily exclaimed. Feng Jiangsu's eyes became more dignified. She was aware of Feng Hao's strength. Even if she used all of her power, it would still take her 3 moves to defeat him. However, Feng Yu only needed 1 to destroy his Danshan. After some contemplations, this power was truly terrifying. Feng Yu is indeed so strong. The slender fingers of Jiangsu intertwined. In her heart, a feeling of wanting to battle arose. A strand of spirit energy, like a howling large wave, rushed out, that caused the leaves on the evergreen tree outside of the pavilion to fall down and gently cover the ground. Who is on the roof?" Feng Jiangsu's eyes moved as if they were stars. Her pupils immediately became extremely sharp. A black light, with a shape just like a small sword and the size of a hand, flew out of her eyes. Whoosh! The black sword light cut through the night with its movement. Ah! A miserable scream filled the air. A shadow fell down from the rooftop. This person felt awkward with his hands and feet. He couldn't get back up after he fell to the ground. Feng Jiangsu quickly rushed forward and saw that this person was wearing the white robe of the Feng clan, but he was still lying motionless on the ground. Her heart was shaking. Not good. He turned out to be our own. Is he already dead? Feng Jiangsu was afraid, because even though the elders of the Feng clan allowed for competition between the younger generations, but the absolute condition was that there had to be no harm to one's life. Feng Jiangsu had butterflies in her heart. She carried a sword in her hand and gently poked the sleeves of the Feng clan's child, who was lying on the floor. However, the person remained motionless. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard from him. "Little sister Jiangsu, you just killed someone." Feng Lin was frightened to the point where he had to take 2 steps back. He nearly fell on the floor. "Your double gaze fragment moon sword's power is too great. Little sister Jiangsu, how could you use it so carelessly?" Feng Ming was also frightened. His hands couldn't stop shaking. At this moment, Feng Jiangsu felt like it was too late for regrets. If she truly accidentally killed another person in the clan, then the punishment would be her own life. Before anyone can discover him, go bury him. Feng Jiangsu quickly regained her wits, and she decided to bury the corpse. However, at this moment, the Feng clan child, who was lying on the ground, suddenly moved a little bit, and he spoke with a weak voice, "Save! Help me! I'm going to die." Why was this voice so familiar? Feng Jiangsu stared at the Feng clan's child that was lying on the ground. The more she looked, the more familiar he seemed. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes shivered and thought of a particular man. She shouted in her mind, "Is it that damned Feng Fian? Could it be that he has arrived at the hidden dragon courtyard?" The Feng kid was still lying on the ground. He appeared to be half dead. Chapter 34, Why am I still not dead? Help. I'm going to die. The Feng kid's entire body trembled with a painful expression. It took him great effort to reach out with his one hand. It was as if he wanted to grab onto something, but there was nothing to grab. Feng Lin and Feng Ming hurriedly rushed forward. They picked him up with their hands. "Little sister Jiangsu, he is not dead." The two were ecstatic. Feng Jiangsu carefully observed the Feng kid who was lifted. After seeing his familiar face, her expression changed. She gritted her teeth, and she angrily yelled, "It really is this damned Feng Fian. Your luck is really great. It would have been fortunate if you had actually died. After all, everything would be resolved if you were dead." Feng Fian's face was deathly pale, and he was feebly breathing. He couldn't stop coughing. If Feng Lin and Feng Ming weren't propping him up, he definitely wouldn't have the strength to stand at all. "I'm going to die. I can feel my life slowly drifting away. In front of me is a black as ink curtain. It as if a ferocious malevolent ghost is coming to capture my soul." Fian's eyes were blurry as he motioned his hands forward. He was desperately trying to grab a hold of this something like a man that was waiting for his own death. The lost memories throughout the long months and years, he wanted to grab onto them before the final moments of regret. "You didn't see a malevolent ghost, it was me." Feng Jiangsu angrily glared at him. However, when she saw his mouth coughing up blood, her heart felt a glimmer of remorse. She couldn't help but to remember when they were playing together during their childhood. That was truly a happy time, filled with innocence. However, at this moment, I accidentally wounded him. If he really died, then wouldn't my conscience suffer a lifetime of condemnation? He has not been the innocent Fian like before. He is just a bully to both men and women, a lustful evil young master. Even death wouldn't be enough to redeem his crimes. Feng Jiangsu's heart towards Fian contained an extreme hatred. After she personally saw Fian XX with a maid, she had lost all hope for him. She swore that if she saw him again, she would break all of his bones to prevent him from getting up from his bed for the rest of his life. However, at this very moment, Feng Fian was standing in front of her, dying from a serious injury. She originally clenched her fists, but she couldn't finish her strike. So, it is little sister Jiangsu. I didn't think that before I died. I could see little sister again. This must be because old heaven pitied me. Feng Fian somehow managed to gather his strength from an unknown source. He rushed free from the hands of the Feng brothers, and then he emotionally headed towards Feng Jiangsu's direction. However, because he was too wounded, he only made 2 steps before his legs became weak and fell to the ground. Boo-hoo! He was lying on the ground, weeping until it tore his heart and mind. Then he sobbingly whimpered, "Jiangsu. Little sister Jiangsu, I know. I know I had it coming. My sins covered the sky, little sister. Sister wanted to kill me a long time ago, to be able to die in your hand. I have no regrets. But there is something. I must tell little sister, otherwise I would die with my eyes opened." Circumflex Feng Jiangsu astonishingly stared at Feng Fian lying on the ground. Her beautiful pair of eyes were flashing translucent sparkles. Her steps slightly moved forward, but in the end, she didn't come to help him up. She bit the tip of her lips tightly. She made an effort to turn around so that she wouldn't have to see him anymore. "I really miss little sister. Jian Zhu, I have thought about it a lot, about those days in the past when we used to play together, when you were my new bride, and I was your new groom." The witness was the wild dog sitting at the other street. Feng Fian's tears dripped down his entire face. His voice became weaker and weaker. Until finally, there was no more sound coming from him. The eyes of Feng Jiangsu had long been teary. At this moment, she couldn't contain her emotions, so the tears dripped down and became lines from the corners of her eyes. "Feng Fian, you cannot die. I will not allow you to die." Feng Jiangsu's heart was in extreme pain. It was as if her heart was pierced by thousands of needles. She hurriedly rushed over to Feng Fian, and she lifted him from the ground, allowing his head to rest on her chest. Feng Fian was motionless, and his body became increasingly cold like ice. "This is all my fault. Even if you were standing in front of me, I still wouldn't be able to kill you. Why did you have to say those words to torment me?" Feng Jiangsu tightly hugged Fian's corpse. Her teardrops dampened the hair on his head. "Little sister Jiangsu, a dead man cannot live again. Little sister should restrain your grief." "That's right. If little cousin Fian is truly dead, then maybe it is a good thing. Little cousin Fian didn't cultivate, and his body was weak. At that moment, we just need to say that he was not careful and accidentally fell down from the rooftop, that he died on his own. Then little sister Jiangsu doesn't need to bear any responsibilities," Feng Lin said. Feng Jiangsu lifted her head, and gave him a stern glare, causing him to suddenly stop what he was about to say next. "Murder is paid for with one's own life. This is the heaven's law and earth's principle. I will definitely bring Fian's body back to Spirit State City and accept all of the responsibility. If Uncle wants me to repay him with my life, then I will commit suicide in front of Fian's grave." Sorrow and pain were written on Jiangsu's face. In her heart, there was a sudden feeling of emptiness. Cough cough. Why am I still not dead?" At the moment, when everyone thought Fian was really dead, he suddenly coughed up blood. Color returned to his face. It was as if he was returning to life. Even Feng Jiangsu was scared out of her mind. She quickly released Fian and then took 2 steps back. Boom. Feng Fian, once again, fell to the floor with his head directly hitting a block of limestone. This bump was not bad because it unexpectedly cleared up the jumbled thoughts in his mind a little bit. He rubbed his forehead a few times, and he, with a struggle, crawled up from the ground. With a shocked expression, he stared at the 3 people in front of him, and then his gaze finally ended up on Feng Jiangsu. "Little sister Jiangsu, why are you here?" Feng Fian's eyes jolted with horror on his face. Feng Fian, without any thoughts, hurriedly turned around and ran like he just saw a monster. At this moment, Feng Fian was lively like a dragon and animated like a tiger, nothing like a dying man. The others were even more scared by Feng Fian. A person who had died suddenly came back to life, and then he acted like nothing had happened afterwards. What the hell was this situation? Feng Ming was thinking about something, then his two eyes suddenly flashed, and he said, I heard that at the top of every person's head, there was an acupuncture point of life. There were some people who were already dead but wanted to prolong their lives, so they chose to stimulate this point. If they truly knew the required strength and the exact location, then that person could live for a few more years. Could it be that earlier, Fian accidentally fell on the rock and hit this point? I also had heard from father about this. This acupuncture point, along with the opposite death point on the body, is called the life point. The positions of everyone's life points are different, plus, the amount of force required to stimulate these life points are different as well. The exertion of strength, even with a tiny margin of error, could cause that person to immediately lose their life. Feng Lin sighed. If this is the case, then the luck of that little boy Fian is really good. He just casually fell onto a rock, and it was the exact spot of his life point. Moreover, the force exerted was just right. Feng Jiangsu watched Feng Fian run away, and the guilt in her heart remained undiminished. In the end, even with the stimulation of his life point, he only had a few more years to live. He was still so young. Come back here for me. The graceful posture of Feng Jiangsu leaped forward, her feet gently rode the wind, and she very quickly caught up to Feng Fian. She grabbed his arm, and she forced him back, throwing him down to the ground. Why did you have to run? Feng Jiangsu's heart was hateful and angry at the same time. Second uncle said little sister wanted to break my legs. Feng Fian was sitting on the ground, and he didn't dare to move. His hands were holding his knees, he seemed very innocent, it was as if someone had wronged him. Of course, this was all an act. Just because he didn't want to directly fight Jiangsu with force, in the end, it was better to be gentle towards women. Being forceful would only have a negative effect. Feng Jiangsu's age was not too old, she was only 14. Her appearance was still very childlike, but her angry look, compared to a 20-year-old woman, was even more cold. She gravely said, Feng Fian, stand up for me. I won't stand up. If I stand up, you will break my legs. Feng Fian said. I won't break your legs, so stand up for me. Feng Jiangsu said again. Feng Fian was waiting for these exact words. His face revealed a happy smile, and he said, are these words true? I don't have time to break your legs right now because I still want to break someone else's legs. Feng Jiangsu coldly glanced at him once. Her will to fight once again surged, and she stared towards the far direction. Who is it? Feng Fian naturally knew who she was talking about, but he still asked anyway. From the inside came the miserable screams of Haozi. He had woken up, and these screams were definitely not fake. A cultivator with a broken dantian was no different from a crippled person. No matter who it was, they would still miserably scream like this. Who else could it be but that damn Feng Yu? Little sister Jiangsu, how about we go now to settle the score with him? The hatred of Feng Lin and Feng Ming were towering to the sky. Earlier, they had wanted to find Feng Yu for revenge, but because of the matter with Feng Fian, it was delayed. Right now, the night was dark, so maybe the martial arts ring was empty and thus, shut down. Feng Jiangsu saw that Feng Fian was still sitting on the ground, she couldn't help but sigh. This person's courage was truly too small. If he was this afraid of me, how could he accomplish anything great in the future? Feng Fian, tomorrow you will go with me to the martial ring. The sleeves of the robes worn by Feng Jiangsu slightly shook, and she turned and went inside the pavilion without taking another look at him. Feng Fian turned around, with a playful smile on his face. This is her wanting to test my courage. Women are cold on the outside but warm on the inside. A martial ring? Just the right time to go watch the geniuses of the 5th generation of the Feng clan. Hellhead. Feng Fian was tired of the feigning death act, but, in the end, he had successfully passed the gate of Feng Jiangsu. He shook off the dust on his body, and he planned to get a good night's sleep. Chapter 35, Martial Ring. Feng Yu is truly that strong? Early in the morning, in the Hidden Dragon courtyard, there was a curtain of white foggy mist that was left, carrying a sense of coolness in the air. Feng Fian was adorned with an unblemished white silk robe, with his hair tied high above by a white headband cloth. He resembled a refined and gentle gifted scholar. This was also the first time Feng Jiangsu had seen the handsome outer appearance of Fian. She didn't think that this bastard still had this kind of temperament. He could absolutely be considered a bright young master. Feng Jiangsu restrained her thoughts and her gaze from him, and she then said, while maintaining a cold countenance, Feng Yu is the genius of the third branch of the Feng clan. He is 16 years old. He is young, but his cultivation is frighteningly high. There was an uncle from an older generation who fought with him, but he was defeated by just one blow. The strength of this person is like a brute beast. A genius's talent, no matter how strong, without good fortune, he still wouldn't be able to become a master. However, this Feng Yu is someone with great fortune. During his childhood, in the ancient Jinghuan Mountains, he found a secret ground. He obtained a drop of spirit spring water, and, after drinking it, his body was refined. His body became much stronger, even sabers and swords were not able to pierce through his skin. Feng Fian originally looked down on the geniuses of the fifth generations, but after hearing the words of Feng Jiangsu, he became more serious. Spirit spring water and spirit medicine were godly materials of the same rank. One drop of spirit spring water could completely change the physique of a person to the point where it could not longer be underestimated. Feng Yu was definitely not an ordinary person. Feng Hao was sent away by a servant last night. As someone who had his Danshan destroyed, he could no longer be called a hidden dragon. Thus, he was no longer qualified to stay at the Hidden Dragon courtyard. This was the sorrow of a practitioner. Once the foundation was destroyed, so was the entire body. Anger was written on the face of Feng Ming. He tightly gripped his fists, and he said, "Little sister Jiangsu, sister is the one with the strongest cultivation out of all of us. You must make Feng Yu pay with interest." The Hidden Dragon War was only 2 months away, and the fifth generation geniuses of the Feng clan had gathered from the 4 spheres in 8 directions. At this moment, the martial ring was fully surrounded with people. The 18 scarlet bronze pillars, that were as thick as a water bucket, were rooted in the 18 positions surrounding the martial ring. On top of them was a raging inferno. Each of the pillars had engravings that were meant to aggregate the world's spirit energy in order to support the imperishable flames in the middle of the pillars. The 18 bronze pillars almost towered at 100 zhang, and exceeded 100,000 jin in weight. On the body were engravings of ferocious beasts, and it illuminated a faint red light, creating a bright layer that encompassed the ring. Inside the martial ring, a shadow fist flew out and struck the bright layer, but it only created ripples without destroying the bright layer. Boom! A young man with a tall and sturdy body and wearing steel black boots came down from the sky. His feet stomped on the ground, causing the entire martial ring to shake. A violent energy, that emanated from below his feet, overflowed and spread to the 4 directions. Fush! It was merely the strength of this cold violent energy that caused a child of the Feng clan to be shaken to the point of vomiting blood. His body was like a broken kite, and he flew to the outside. Just one move, again. Could it be that even today, there will be no one capable of blocking 2 moves from me? The rough voice of Feng Yu rang in the air. He withdrew his 2 steel boots, and he contemptuously glared at the Feng clan's children that were standing outside of the martial ring. Feng Yu is indeed a genius character of the 3rd branch. Even Feng Su of the 5th branch was defeated by just 1 blow. That wasn't 1 blow, it felt more like half a blow. Feng Yu is only 16, but he has already reached the early immortal foundation rank and practices the kill-in strength technique. Even the senior uncles that can fight against him can be counted on one's fingers. I heard that the clan master had already secretly said that the elites that could take 3 moves from Feng Yu would be able to be considered a hidden dragon. Feng Yu's cultivation is indeed very strange. let alone 3 moves. The number of 5th generation disciples of the Feng clan that could take 1 move of his is already low. Everyone was clamoring and clicking their tongues. It was evident to all that the powerful strength of Feng Yu frightened them. Of course, there were also some courageous talents who coldly laughed and said, Feng Yu is indeed strong, but he is not the strongest person in the 5th generation of the Feng clan. Talking was a boy that held a steel sword, with a slender body and yellow skin. The sword in his hand was like his body. The sword's blade was filled with rust, and the edge of the sword did not lack gaps and cracks. This was not a sword, but more like a broken piece of steel. Right now, Feng Fian had managed to squeeze into the crowd, standing next to this fellow. He observed him meticulously, and he couldn't help but smile. The Feng clan is one of the leading families of the Grand Southern Prefecture. The 5th generation of the Feng clan is considered the golden generation, so naturally, geniuses would appear one after another. Feng Yu is not the strongest, but I really want to know, who is the strongest person in the Feng clan? Feng Fian said this without suppressing his own voice at all. The martial ring was originally very loud, but after his sentence, it became extremely quiet. Everyone was staring at him. They looked like they were about to rejoice in another's misfortune. Feng Yu, standing on top of the martial ring, also fixed his gaze onto Feng Fian, and he coldly scowled. I also want to know who is the strongest in the 5th generation of the Feng clan. This was why I had erected this martial ring right here, but after half a month had passed, there was still no one capable of blocking 3 of my moves. Feng Fian didn't expect for this person to answer so quickly, so he removed his gaze from the impoverished-looking young man. He switched it to the person standing on top of the martial ring, and he shouted with disdain, since you put it that way, are you trying to say that you are the strongest person in the 5th generation? Ha ha. I didn't say that, but until now, the truth is that no one has defeated me. Feng Yu crossed his arms in front of his chest, revealing his white teeth that was accompanied with a cold smile. Feng Fian's gaze diverged a little bit, and he clearly saw the hands of the impoverished youth slightly shake. In his eyes was a hidden strand of killing intent. This killing intent was very delicate. There were many experts here, but only Feng Fian was aware. Feng Fian angrily yelled, holy shit! This young master hates people like you the most. Acting like you are the father of the number 1 under the heavens, this is simply too hard to watch. Do you want to watch me throw my 2 shoes at your face? Finished speaking, Feng Fian actually took off the shoes on his feet and threw it towards the martial ring. Although Feng Fian seemed very rude, but he was releasing his anger and releasing what the crowd was holding back in their hearts. Feng Yu was truly too tyrannical, and his moves were too fierce. Many children's dances from the Feng clan were broken by him, becoming crippled. Feng Fian's shoes naturally did not hit the body of Feng Yu, but it was just as effective. This caused the children of the Feng clan from outside the ring to burst out in laughter. No one knew whether they were laughing at Feng Fian or Feng Yu. Feng Yu's countenance could no longer remain calm. Both of his fists were clenched, and he coldly spoke, little boy, if you are courageous, then come on top to the martial ring and fight me. I only need 1 fist to break all the bones in your body. What is there to be afraid of? This young master will come to you. Feng Fian was high-spirited and excited as he headed toward the martial ring. Everyone was holding their breaths. They were extremely nervous. In the end, this kid with an unknown origin and having the courage to provoke Feng Yu, his skill must be extraordinary. An epic battle seems to be in full swing. Ouch! However, when Feng Fian had only made it halfway, he tripped on a tile stone and fell to the floor. He rolled for a long time, and was unable to get up from the ground. Feng Jiangsu, who was standing not far behind him, didn't know what to say. Her fingers gently rubbed her temples, and she almost fainted from anger. This idiot is without cultivation, yet he still wanted to be like other people and go up on the martial ring. This is too embarrassing. Feng Jiangsu motioned her body, like a white shadow crossing through the crowd. In the blink of an eye, she was in front of Feng Fian, helping him up. With the help of Feng Jiangsu, Feng Fian finally managed to stand up. With a serious face, while fixing his clothing, and along with an absolute gaze, he said, "Little sister Jiangsu, little sister knows that I am truly a persistent man with true perseverance. Earlier was just a little mistake, and this battle cannot be avoided." Finished speaking, he started walking towards the ring again. Feng Jiangsu was truly teased by him, almost to the point of vomiting blood. "Idiot, head back." A battle sword that came out from an unknown place flew to her hand, and this sword struck Feng Fian away. She used this momentum to jump on top of the bronze pillar, and she stood on the martial ring. Whoosh! With a sword in her hand, she proudly stood in front of Feng Yu around 10 steps away. However, her sword was suppressing the aura emanating from Feng Yu's body. Her eyes were even more beautiful, and her pupils unleashed lights that contained sword shadows that were moving within. "Who are you?" Feng Yu felt the pressure, and he became cautious. Feng Jiangsu didn't say anything, but from outside the ring came the voice of Feng Fian shouting, "She is my wife." Feng Fian earlier was struck away by Feng Jiangsu's sword, and he fell straight to the ground. At this moment, he just got up and his forehead was still covered with mud. Hell, my wife." Feng Fian turned towards the Feng clan's children in the close vicinity and giggled, acting very familiar. Feng Jiangsu's expression once again froze, not knowing what to say. Even her sword intent was about to dissipate. If she wasn't already standing on top of the martial ring, then she would have cut off the tongue of this Feng Fian first. This shameful joke, making one lose his all face, when will it end? Chapter 36, Kill in Strength. There were early rumors saying that within the 5th generation of the Feng clan, there existed a few talented young women with supreme beauty. Could it be that she was one of them? A person with sharp eyes immediately recognized Feng Jiangsu. It is her, the cold beauty of the 12th branch, Feng Jiangsu. Even though she is from a side branch, she has the qualification to stay at the Hidden Dragon Courtyard. She is the most important nurtured seed of the 12th branch. I heard that she successfully cultivated the double gaze fragment moon sword, and her innate talents are so high that it causes others to be tongue-tied. It seems like Feng Yu has met his match this time. I'm afraid this battle will be quite splendid. Feng Jiangsu, within the 5th generation, had a great reputation. Many people recognized her presence from just seeing the double pupils in her beautiful eyes. Feng Jiangsu was at the age of early maidenhood. Her cute swaying yet valiant stature that was standing on top of the martial ring with the bronze pillar behind her created a matchless dreamlike atmosphere, like an orchard tree blooming on top of the highest peak. Her facial features were meticulously crafted, without the slightest defects. There was always a cold expression to accompany the slender palm-sized face. So young, yet she was already a cold beauty. This temperament really makes people yearn for her. She is like a fairy who shows disdain for the common people. This beauty is worthy of being called the #1 fairy of the Feng clan's 5th generation. The children of the Feng clan obsessively stared at Feng Jiangsu standing on top of the martial ring. Many had drool dripping down to the ground, and their eyes became crazy. It was as if they were looking at the goddess of their hearts. Hellhead. This is my wife. Feng Fian was also observing Jiangsu carefully. He felt that at this moment, he was indeed very interested in her. The serious and cold as ice aura was a fatal attraction to any man. It wasn't just any temptation, it was the strongest temptation. Yeah, right? Of course, no one trusted the words of Feng Fian. This person was a fool who couldn't even walk straight. To have the courage to call Feng Jiangsu his wife, this was so shameless. Some people had their sleeves pulled up. If Feng Fian dared to call Feng Jiangsu his wife again, then they would give him 2 really hard slaps. Feng Fian naturally stopped talking because the battle had started on top of the martial ring. Feng Yu was also slightly taken aback by Feng Jiangsu's beauty. After a brief absence of his mind, he concentrated again. He motioned his steel boots with a fortified stance, and he gravely said, "Don't think that just because you are beautiful that I won't hit you." A wave of pressure came from the bottom of his feet, and it then spread around to the surrounding space. The sword in Feng Jiangsu's hand slightly motioned once, causing the pressure from Feng Huaiyu to be cut in half. Her lively eyes became cold, and she said, "Today, I want to take revenge for Feng Hao. You destroyed his Danshan, so I will cut off one of your hands." "With just you? Ha ha. Just a girl from a side branch of the Feng clan? Your beauty isn't bad, why not become my wife? As long as you follow me to the bridal chamber, let alone cutting off my hand, I would even be willing to let you cut off my head." The children of the Feng clan suddenly burst out laughing. Feng Huaiyu had seen many beauties, but there was never a girl as pretty as Feng Jiangsu. He couldn't help but tease her. Feng Fian, who was standing outside of the ring, rubbed his palms and he loudly yelled, "You dare to tease my wife? Honey, quickly beat him up for me." Feng Fian's words were drowned by the crowd's laughter, so no one heard him besides the impoverished young man who was standing next to him. He placed his rusty sword inside his sleeve, and he gently glanced at Feng Fian. He then said without any emotion, "She is no match for Feng Huaiyu." Feng Fian seemed to have been waiting for him to open his mouth. He playfully smiled, and he said, "How do you know?" The impoverished young man didn't seem interested in talking. He was silent for a long time, and then he slowly said, "She can at most return 10 moves from Feng Huaiyu. After 10 moves, she will surely lose." He was thinly pale with yellow skin, but his eyes were wild like a wolf's. His eyes were much sharper than the double-gaze fragment moon sword of Feng Jiangsu. Feng Fian replied, "To be able to block 10 moves from Feng Huaiyu is already quite amazing. It would be hard to find 20 experts like this within the 5th generation. HMPH. This impoverished youth changed his expression for the first time. His face became as cold as ice. He disdainfully stared at Feng Fian, and then he said, "Are you not afraid of your wife being beaten to death by him? Or maybe she essentially isn't your wife?" His eyes were very accurate. It was to the point of seeing through people's hearts. "Hellhead. I'm not worried about whether she will be beaten to death or not by the other, and I even less worry about whether she is my wife or not." Feng Fian bloomed a smile, glared at him, and he said, "Truth be told, I'm even more interested in you than I am in my wife." These words of Feng Fian were also the truth. The moment he came to this martial ring, he had noticed this impoverished youth. He felt that this youth was much more terrible than Feng Huaiyu, but this guy was good at hiding, not just his cultivation, but there was also something else. This was the feeling of the phoenix spirit sense. It was extremely magical. The impoverished young man no longer said anything. His eyes turned cloudy again, and he intensely stared at Feng Huaiyu standing on top of the ring. Feng Fian continued to ask, "This meeting was predestined. What is your name? Do you want to become friends?" The youth continued to remain silent. "Truth be told, I know a lot of famous people. If you become friends with me, then surely you will earn great benefits," Feng Fian said. The impoverished young man gave him a stern look, and he had to open his mouth in the end. "I know double the amount of famous people you have met, but as of this moment, they are all dead." Feng Fian was a little startled. "All dead? What is the meaning of this? What is this person's background?" Not leaving time for Feng Fian to ponder, the howling screams along with the sword sounds came from the martial ring. The sharp sounds were deafening. It was as if steel was being torn apart. Feng Jiangsu, in the end, couldn't handle the teasing of Feng Huaiyu, and she made the first move. The battle sword in her hand was around 3 feet long, and it was radiating flames. It was like a flame serpent that wanted to pierce through all places, and it suddenly appeared in front of Feng Huaiyu's chest. Boom! Feng Huaiyu suddenly lifted his foot. A strand of spirit energy rotated on top of the steel shoes, causing a ripple to fly out and strike the battle sword in Jiangsu's hand, causing it to shiver like it was about to be fragmented. His strength is so great. Feng Jiangsu had already mentally prepared for the ferocious strength of Feng Huaiyu. She knew that she couldn't fight recklessly, but, after a single confrontation, her arm was in pain. She found it hard to gather strength again. Feng Fian's eyes narrowed. With just brute strength alone, Feng Fian felt that it wasn't definite that he could suppress the ferocious might of Feng Huaiyu, even if he exerted all of his power. The medicinal property of a single drop of spirit spring water was too great. If he could get a single drop, then his strength would definitely become much greater by leaps and bounds. Hellhead. Watch, I will catch you within 3 moves. Feng Yu calculated, gave off a smile, and then jumped into the sky and dropped down a giant evil palm. The steel shoes on his feet was a treasure weapon weighing several hundred pounds. Combined with the palm, a spirit energy that emanated from the steel shoes came down and showered the world. Feng Jiangsu, of course, was not an easy opponent. She flew right outside, her speed was as fast as a ghost's shadow, and she circulated the martial ring. Her eyes condensed a dark spirit energy, and a jet black light from her pupils came flying out. The light became a sword shadow that continuously attacked the unprepared Feng Yu. Rumble. The power of the double gaze fragment moon sword was extremely frightening, creating a hole in the steel boots of Feng Yu, even his foot sole was almost pierced. Killing strength. The fight between the two became more dangerous. Anyone with just a little opening would encounter a life-threatening danger. At this moment, Feng Yu no longer hid his strength, he took out his ultimate technique, Killing Strength. Killing Strength is one of the 5 power techniques of the inner Feng clan. It's above the vigorous Gale method by 1 rank. I can't believe that Feng Yu, at such a young age, was able to reach the stage where his Killing Strength was taking form. A young child loudly exclaimed. On the palm of Feng Yu, there was an explosive emission of a cyan spirit ball. The color became thicker and thicker. Strands of meticulous electrical spirit energy traveled back and forth in the spirit ball. It was as if it was a big chicken egg. Roar. A wild beast's roar came from inside the godly egg and resounded outside. This echoing sound aimed straight up towards the 9 heavens like a bull's roar or an angry killing scream. Rumble. The Killing Strength had not completely formed its physical form, but there were tornadoes in the 4 directions surrounding the martial ring. It became a sandstorm with tremendous pressure, oppressing the soft body of Feng Jiangsu. This caused her to take a few steps back. She was unable to stand straight. 1. Killing is a mythical beast from China. A mix between dragon bull deer. Chapter 37, I am a wisdom master. Ngao. A young beast image was born from the palm of Feng Yu, and it was shaped like a killing. Even though it was only an image formed from spirit energy, the power within it still possessed a grand and powerful atmosphere. The intertwining lightning created many intimidating crackling sounds. Rumble. The entire martial ring rumbled. The 18 bronze pillars were affected even more so. It was as if the pillar of the sky itself was shaking. Feng Yu was able to exert the power of a killing. 1 killing's power was a critical point. Once one was able to exert the power of 1 killing, then he could be considered a mighty figure. Even if he joined the godly military barracks, he could still be a 10,000-man chief. Some were shocked by the scene. Even though they knew Feng Yu's power was very strong, they didn't know that his level was this formidable. What was considered one bull's power was the erupting power of 1 killing, and this was a pure form of power. Killings were considered the beasts of war. An adult killing was 7 meters long and 12 to 13 meters high. Its natural habitat was the ancient desolate frontier. They were very low in number, and their power was known as the strongest spirit beast. 1 bump of its head was enough to create 10,000 jin of power. Whenever there was a war of a grand scale, there would not be a lack of killings leading the way. If there were 9 killings as the vanguard, there were essentially no armies that could withstand the impact. A person that could defeat a killing could be said to, in other words, be able to exert 1 killing's power. This was enough for a person to be seen as a master. At this moment, Feng Yu attacked with a killing shadow, with the power of 10,000 jin. Feng Jiangsu greatly changed her expression. Feng Yu was too strong, and he greatly exceeded her estimations. With regards to pure strength, he was not just 2 times greater than her. At the very least, she couldn't have a way of outputting power akin to 1 killing's power. Boom. The image of the killing howlingly leaped forward. Even though she managed to dodge it, a corner of her sleeve was ripped, revealing a snow-white arm with traces of blood. This was the power of a killing. One couldn't evade the power of a killing completely. The second attack of Feng Huaiyu began. It was another kill-in shadow image that was released from his palm, causing the pebbles and debris on the martial ring to be twisted into dust. Feng Jiangsu's speed was frightening, but, at this moment, she felt that there was no place to hide. The entire space seemed to be sealed. The 4 claws of the kill-in all carried a flame that was able to cause the air to distort and burn. A pair of curved kill-in horns as sharp as 2 god horns from the empty space came piercing forward. Risk it all here? This would be the road to disaster. Escape? Escape to what place? Until this moment, Feng Jiangsu had never felt death approaching closer and closer like this. The 18 bronze pillars sealed off this entire space. Even the chance of escaping the martial ring eluded her. However, at this moment, the voice of Feng Fian rang inside her head. The kill-in strength of Feng Huaiyu is not fully cultivated. Even though the power is there, the actual body of the kill-in is not materialized. A strong wind will blow away the body of the kill-in. Her gaze quickly glanced over that direction a little bit, just in time to see Feng Fian standing outside the martial ring, watching her intensely. She quickly withdrew her gaze, and in it was a brilliance of enlightenment. The kill-in image was ethereal, and the wind was also ethereal. If the kill-in image was actually materialized, then of course the wind could not have a way of blowing it away. However, the kill-in power released by Feng Huaiyu, even though it really had the power of 10,000 jin, it was not condensed into a real form. As long as she could exert a formidable wind power, she could destroy the intangible kill-in image. The corner of Feng Jiangsu's mouth slightly smirked. Her hands slightly bent backward, and they began to move rapidly in the air. Her 5 slender fingers, following a mysterious incantation, caused the air to flow rapidly. In a swift moment, the palm of her hand gave birth to a new wind. This wind's power became increasingly powerful, and in the end, it became a dragon made out of a singular integrated chain, flying out from her palm. Rumble. Everything went according to Feng Fian's expectations. The wind power of this dragon chain was able to devour the ferociously unblockable kill-in image. Afterwards, both things dissipated into nothingness from the martial ring. It was like it was never there. Whoa. At this moment, the entire martial ring was silent. Untrusting eyes looked at Feng Jiangsu. No one had guessed that she would be able to shatter the kill-in power. Even within the last generation of the Feng clan, there wouldn't be that many people able to accomplish this task. Feng Jiangsu's power is so formidable, she could even break the kill-in power. At the very least, she could tie with Feng Huaiyu. A person shook his head and said, I, on the other hand, think that the boy who advised her is the real expert. At the very least, his insight is frightening. Who was it? Oh, it is that guy, Harry. This kid earlier couldn't even walk straight. I'm afraid he is only an arrogant fool. Earlier it was him that referred to Feng Jiangsu as his wife. Maybe he really is genuinely talented. Everyone turned and pointed at Feng Fian, clamoring. However, his attitude was still nonchalant, and he was still smiling. It was as if he didn't know that the others were talking about him. Wife, ah. Feng Huaiyu had used the spirit spring water before, so his strength is higher than other cultivators at the same level. However, there are flaws in using the spirit spring water. His foundation has shortcomings. Once the foundation is unstable, the power of the core would not be sufficient. Feng Fian was sitting on a stone platform next to the martial ring. He leaned his back on the huge bronze pillar, with his legs crossed, and he yelled. Ha ha. The entire power of this little boy Feng Huaiyu is all concentrated on his top half. His bottom half is only an empty egg. This was why he especially created steel boots in order to stabilize his body, making it as firm as a rock. However, this is only in appearance. If wife could destroy the steel boots on his feet, then within 3 moves, he will definitely be defeated by wife's hand. These words sounded like they were poking fun at Feng Huaiyu, but the deep insight of this person saw through the truth of Feng Huaiyu and expressed it through his words. It was indeed the truth that the strength of Feng Huaiyu was all concentrated on his top half. His legs were still powerful, but it made others feel like it was the mouth of a lion and courage of a hare. On the martial ring, even though Feng Huaiyu's face was unchanged, his heart was shaken. Feng Fian was not wrong at all, his weakness was in his legs. The reason why he created the steel boots was to fortify his foundation, so that he could fully utilize the strength of his two hands. Why is this little boy so smart? Cold sweat began drifting from Feng Yu's forehead. He felt that he was seen through and truly understood by Feng Fian, without being able to hide a single secret. Feng Jiangsu had exchanged some rounds with Feng Yu, so she naturally knew better than anyone else regarding the real power of Feng Yu. After hearing Feng Fian's explanation, she suddenly was enlightened with wisdom. In the midst of everything, her mind became penetratingly clear and brilliant. So that's it. Feng Jiangsu couldn't help but to send out a charming smile. This smile was like a blooming spirit flower, causing countless people in the audience to lose their minds. I didn't think that this fool could see through it. Even though his power is in complete shambles, his mind is quite sharp. No wonder why foster father thinks of him with such high regard. Feng Jiangsu pondered for a moment, and then she smiled again. This smile was so beautiful, it stole the souls of so many people. Feng Fian was still sitting on the boulder next to the martial ring, and he casually said, "The steel boots under Feng Yu's feet are made out of original cloud steel, weighing 200 jin. Wanting to break these boots in reality is quite simple. Use fire to roast it, and it shall be done. Iron shoes with roasted pig trotters, it is part of an excellent meal, ah." Feng Fian once again gave Feng Jiangsu another idea. Feng Yu slightly retreated his feet to the ground, the contact created frictional sounds, and it was clear that Feng Fian had hit the mark. His eyes became increasingly cold, and he gravely said, "Little boy, who the hell are you?" He realized that Feng Fian was not an ordinary person because a fool wouldn't be able to see through his flaws with such precision. Moreover, even his will for victory was shattered, his battle spirit was gone. When even the battle spirit was gone, how could he continue to fight? Feng Yu suddenly felt very sullen. Not only Feng Yu, there were others who felt that Feng Fian was not ordinary. Many people wanted to know where he appeared from. Cough cough. This young master is a wisdom master. Feng Fian stood up, arched his chest, and then he said with a serious expression, "A wisdom master." Someone exclaimed loudly. The tone was similar, like someone who would scream, "Wow! A magnificent beauty." Feng Fian slapped his chest, and he said, "That's right. I am a wisdom master. I am the only wisdom master within the 5th generation of the Feng clan, young and talented, one and only, absolutely unique in this world." The children of the Feng clan present immediately became silent. Some were surprised, some were skeptical, some were amazed, and there were even some females who started using their beautiful eyes to cast flirtatious glances at Fian. A wisdom master was even more popular than a mighty cultivating figure. Wisdom masters were one of the 5 grand mysterious masters. Wisdom masters, along with treasure-seeking masters, were the rarest within the 5 grand mysterious masters. Once one could be considered a wisdom master, even if it was only a first-rank wisdom master, then their status in the Jin dynasty would already be frighteningly high. At the very least, they could be an elder in a grand clan, such as the Feng clan. To use the Feng clan as an example, this was a tyrannical power at the Grand Southern Prefecture. However, the number of wisdom masters in the entire clan was only 3, and each were old men living for almost 100 years. Wisdom masters used wisdom as the base. It required time and the accumulation of knowledge. Without several decades, or even centuries of accumulated experience, one could not become a wisdom master. Wisdom masters barely older than the age of 10 weren't unheard of, but they were phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. It would be rather fortunate to find 1 or 2 in the entire Jin dynasty. Chapter 38, True Identity of the Impoverished Youth. If this person was truly a wisdom master, then him seeing through the openings in Feng Yu's cultivation wouldn't be surprising. Of course, there were those who didn't trust Feng Fian's words. If he was really a wisdom master within the 5th generation of the Feng clan, then it would shake the entire Grand Southern Prefecture. Everyone here would be able to recognize him. Someone shouted, If you are a wisdom master, then do you have the iron order of a wisdom master given out by the Wangxiang Pagoda? Feng Fian coldly smiled, and he said, a wisdom master's iron order? What the heck is that? Feng Fian had never heard of this item, let alone the Wangxiang Pagoda. This was his first time hearing of them. You don't even know what the wisdom master's iron order is, yet you still dare to call yourself a wisdom master. You are simply blowing on the cowhide. The 5 grand mysterious masters all had a prestigious status and position in the cultivation world, but one had to be affirmed by the Wangxiang Pagoda to become a true mysterious master. One could only be a true mysterious master once given an iron order from the Wangxiang Pagoda. The iron order of the 5 grand mysterious masters was the symbol of their identity. As long as one had this iron order with them, then no matter where they go, they could use it and become an esteemed guest of others. Without an iron order, even if one's intelligence reached the high heavens, they still wouldn't be recognized as a wisdom master. After hearing the conversation of these people, Feng Fian had gotten a grasp of what the wisdom master's iron order is. In a short moment, his thick face reddened and coughed twice, then he said, this? A high-level item such as a wisdom master's iron order can't be carried around on my body. I had left it at home. If you all want to open your horizons, then 2 days later, I will definitely show everyone this wisdom master's iron order of the highest rank. Although Feng Fian's words were confident, no one trusted him. Everyone thought that he was boasting. In the end, the people weren't completely stupid. The wisdom master's iron order was the symbol of one's identity. How could one not bring it with them? Feng Fian's words raised many vexing hisses. This person's face was so thick. He still had both of his hands behind his back, acting confident and nonchalant. However, when he saw the eyes of Feng Jiangsu and noticed her disappointment, young Master Fian's self-esteem suddenly drooped down. Isn't it just a piece of wisdom master's iron order? 2 days later, I will make a piece just like it. I definitely will make this little girl grin from ear to ear. Feng Fian thought this in his mind. Cough cough, this? Wife, didn't wife want to cut off one of his hands? Why are you just standing there in a daze? Feng Fian turned towards Feng Jiangsu, who was standing on top of the martial ring. As he loudly yelled, it was as if he was scolding his new bride. This made her yell back, "Oh bastard!" Feng Jiangsu was very angry. Since childhood, she had never been scolded by anyone like this in public. This bastard Feng Fian pushed people too far. Was he addicted to calling me wife? He is acting as if I was really his wife. HMPH, HMPH. How could I be the wife of a fool? He is not only just a fool, but he is also a good-for-nothing bum. Even though Feng Jiangsu was frustrated to the point of wanting to curse, she managed to suppress her fiery anger. She didn't immediately burst out, but a cold and childish attitude originated from her body. She said, "Feng Yu, we fight again." Feng Jiangsu picked up her battle sword from the ground. The body of the sword exuded a large trace of spirit energy, and this spirit energy suddenly bursted into flames. It became a first dark origin flame sword. She did what Feng Fian had told her. She had to use powerful flames in order to defeat the steel boots. As long as the steel boots were destroyed, then a victory over Feng Yu wouldn't be a difficult task. This matter, right now, also gave Feng Yu a headache. Feng Yu said in a dignified and pompous manner, showing his prominent manliness, "Feng Jiangsu, we have fought for 17 rounds now. Your strength is without doubt. You are very formidable. You have the qualification to join the Hidden Dragon War. Today, I no longer want to deal with you." In return, Feng Jiangsu said, "I'm afraid this is not up to you to decide. Feng Jiangsu, I know that you want revenge for Feng Hao, but you also need to pick the right moment. Our strength is about the same. If you really want to fight to the death, then no one could guess who will win. The real talents of the 5th generation are few in number. If we, at this important moment, both become wounded, then it would only benefit those watching on the sidelines." Feng Yu naturally was unwilling to fight Feng Jiangsu at this moment because his will for battle has been much extinguished by Feng Fian earlier. He had a low chance of winning if the fight continued on at this moment. Plus, His goal was the Hidden Dragon War. There were powerful techniques and hidden aces that he was saving to use during the war. If he used all of them now, then he would lose his secret techniques. It would adversely affect his one-hit one-kill moves. Feng Jiangsu also understood this reasoning. At this moment, her face was very serious. She understood the weakness of Feng Yu, but she wouldn't be able to defeat him easily. Plus, each person had a secret killing technique, and no one knew how powerful Feng Yu's secret technique would be. Feng Fian saw her hesitation, and he started to ponder. He thought about whether if this was the time to fight a battle. If you no longer want to fight, then here I come. A faint voice came about. Even though the sound was very quiet and without any emotion, it traveled across the rowdy martial ring, into the ears of each person. This convincing voice carried an irresistible force, and it caused others to feel that Feng Yu had already been completely broken under his sword. Who said that just now? Everyone looked around their surroundings in order to find the person who spoke those words, but there were too many people here. It was difficult to find the person that opened his mouth. However, Feng Fian knew who it was. He looked towards the crowd to find the impoverished youth. He was still carrying his rusty sword, standing straight in the crowd like an ancient immovable boulder. Then, suddenly in the next moment, this immovable boulder disappeared. The moment he came into sight again before the people, he was already standing on top of the martial ring. He was still motionless, giving off the feel of a desolate dead tree. Feng Jiangsu had already left the martial ring. Her gaze was fixed on the impoverished young man. How in the world could someone be so fast? He was clearly standing outside, but, without even a trace of a shadow, he had entered the martial ring. This cultivation was a bit unimaginable, and it shouldn't exist in the younger generation. Do you know him? Earlier, Feng Jiangsu clearly saw Feng Fian happily chatting with this impoverished youth, so she asked this question. Yes, but not too well. Feng Fian casually replied. At this moment, his gaze was entirely focused on this impoverished youth. Feng Jiangsu grabbed Fian's neck with her hand, pulled him down from the jade boulder next to the martial ring, and she asked, "Did you find any clues in the end?" Feng Fian was not angry with her. He broke away from her hand, and he said in a serious manner, "Of course I found some clues. Little sister, look at this young man. He is truly poor. The clothes on his body had been washed at least 100 times. His sandals are rotten straight to its heart. Also look at his steel sword. It is truly not even comparable to a steel fire stick. At least, I absolutely wouldn't use such a broken sword." Nonsense, who needs you to say these things? Anyone with eyes could see that. He is indeed very poor, plus he definitely had traveled a long distance. I'm certain that he walked all the way to Violet Firmament Ancient City. You can tell these things. Feng Fian was a bit surprised. He assumed that Feng Jiangsu was definitely a large-chested beauty without brains, but he didn't expect her to have such insightful observations. Feng Jiangsu glared at him, and she said, "Did you not see that he was carrying some dry rations on his back? His clothes are still covered in dirt and dust. On his waist also hangs a pair of straw sandals, so it was clear that he was prepared for a long journey." "Of course I saw them, but don't you feel that this is a little strange?" Feng Fian asked. Feng Jiangsu tilted her eyelashes, and she surprisingly asked, "What things are strange?" The Feng clan is a grand clan at the top of the Grand Southern Prefecture. As a child from the Feng clan, there is no one that isn't wealthy. Even a child from a branch clan wouldn't be this impoverished, so isn't it strange? It is indeed a bit strange. Feng Jiangsu nodded, and she continued, "You could only see such little clues. Of course it's not only this, little sister, look at behind his ears. There are round engravings of ancient patterns. They look really familiar. I think I have heard of them before," Feng Fian said. Feng Jiangsu also looked intensely at the ears of the impoverished boy. The more she looked, the more frightened she became. This circular ancient pattern resembled the mouth of an ancient fierce beast. It was completely black, but they were clearly complex. There was a sword penetrating through the circular patterns, just like a sharp blade cutting into the hearts of people. these circular ancient patterns were hidden behind ears. Unless one carefully observed, they essentially would have no way of detecting them. However, once it was revealed, this circular pattern would terrify anyone. This is the symbol of the pinnacle fate-ending palace. Feng Jiangsu exclaimed loudly, and she turned towards the martial ring, yelling, "Careful! There is an assassin!" But it was too late. The moment Feng Jiangsu's voice came out, the impoverished boy had taken out his sword. Before her words had ended, he had already sheathed his sword. The steel sword was released and withdrawn. Ordinary gazes could not follow it. Poof! Feng Yu, at the early Immortal Foundation rank, didn't have the chance to scream. His last breath had been ended. His throat was slashed through by one sword, and he fell backwards into a pool of blood. The talents of the 5th generation of the Feng clan are truly funny. The impoverished youth muttered to himself. He squatted down without a care, and he searched the body of Feng Yu. He quickly took out a white bamboo block from Feng Yu's chest. This white bamboo block was around a palm length, as wide as 2 fingers. On the body were engravings of a mysterious rune diagram. The impoverished youth took a look at the bamboo block, nodded his head, and stored it inside his chest. It was clear that his reason for murder was to obtain this bamboo block. He is not a child of the Feng clan. Everyone, hurry and catch this criminal. A youth of the Feng clan quickly reacted. He roared and, along with 3 other youths with extraordinary cultivation, he rushed towards the martial ring. They unleashed a brilliant light together to stop the path of the impoverished youth. Fush fush, fush fush. The impoverished boy didn't even unsheath his sword or pause his steps. He directly walked straight forward. The killing aura surrounding his body immediately killed the 4 youths from the Feng clan. Blood poured from the 4 youths' 7 orifices, and their hearts were completely crushed, leaving no trace of life. Chapter 39, Stars of the Last Generation. A rising killing intent intensified from the martial ring, forming sword shadow images. Thousands of these killing auras pierced the 9 heavens, and they cut the sky's dome. The killing intent escaped from the body of the impoverished youth. Even though it was just a strand of killing intent, its freezing frost was almost enough to extinguish the 18 flames from the bronze pillars surrounding the martial ring. The rusted steel sword in his hand was covered in blood, colored like a red plum. Each drop fell to the floor, soaking the muddy ground. The round ancient patterns behind his ears turned from black into a bloody crimson. It resembled a bloody devil eye, pressuring others. Most found it difficult to breathe. What are you trying to do? Are you courting death? Feng Jiangsu wanted to rush ahead to stop the impoverished youth. However, Feng Fian grabbed her sleeve, and he dragged her back. The cultivation of the youth was truly too powerful. The invisible chilling pressure caused the stones to be disintegrated into powders. Feng Yu was already strong enough, but against this impoverished youth, he didn't even have the power to retaliate. If Feng Jiangsu came forward, the only path would be death. An assassin from the pinnacle fate-ending palace dares to break into the Feng clan's ground and blatantly kill. As a descendant of the Feng clan, we should be working together to annihilate this wretch. Feng Jiangsu angrily glared at Feng Fian. In her eyes carried an intent of wanting to fight to the end. Feng Fian was rather speechless, and he thought that in the end, she really was a woman with a large chest without brains. Knowing that death was assured, yet she still wanted to go in head first. Truly too foolish. Fush! Fush! By the hands of the impoverished youth, 2 more children from the Feng clan died in a pool of blood. They couldn't stop him. He was like a statue of a death god. As long as someone was courageously standing in front of him, then that person must die. No one was an exception. Who the hell is the thief that dares to invade the Hidden Dragon War? Do you know where this place is? You dare to brazenly kill the talents of the Feng clan? This is simply stepping on the head of the Taisui. Children of the Feng clan, team up and kill him. Use the Feng clan's reputation and shock him. Kill? There were layers upon layers of young talents in the Feng clan's 5th generation. Even though there was a fierce competition between the branches, when encountering a foreign enemy, they were able to unite and fight together. This was collectivity. Any big power absolutely could not do without cohesion. 8 children of the Feng clan, at the peak of the spirit realm, stood in 8 directions. Each were carrying 8 white Xingwang talismans while channeling their energy into them. These talismans suddenly flashed bright brilliances. Many spirit rays came out from the talismans, and they condensed into the shape of an ancient beast. Cyrillic letter or the 8 Xingwang talismans were 8 ancient beasts. All 8 were different, they towered magnificently, and they combined into a deadly formation. 8 Wild Beast Formation. The 8 young boys teamed up to form a complete formation. Its pressure was like 8 huge mountains flying to surround the impoverished youth in the middle. Rumble. The 8 Wild Beast Formation began to activate. It was as if the formation wanted to dissolve the impoverished youth to death. The sword of the youth began to move. He only stabbed once with the sword, but, in the blink of an eye, that stab shattered the 8 Wild Beast Formation. As for the 8 young boys from the Feng clan, their whole body began to tremble, and they lost their breath. They stood frozen in place. Once the sword was unsheathed, no one would be left alive. In the distance, Feng Fian's eyes became anxious, and he mumbled to himself, 1 sword 8 strikes, he surely will not miss. Such a swift sword, such a deep killing intent. The sword of the impoverished youth was indeed extremely fast. It was too fast for the ordinary eyes to catch. Only 10 breaths had passed, but 10 talents from the Feng clan have already died in his hands. Each was killed with just 1 blow, without any survivors. If Feng Fian didn't tightly grab Feng Jiangsu, then this foolish girl would have been a dead woman by now. Feng Fian didn't think the impoverished youth was the type of person to show mercy to flowers and jades. Rumble. From the depths of the hidden dragon courtyard, a flash of thunder traveled in the air like a humanoid electric ball. In the blink of an eye, it stood at the peak of a pavilion, then the next moment, it was on top of the bronze pillar on the martial ring. This thunder transformed into a human that was adorned with white armor. He had a black crest on his head, and he was in his 60s. His imposing pressure caused others to feel that the wheel of fate was spinning. An expert predecessor of the Feng clan has arrived. Feng Fian was the first to notice this old man standing on top of the bronze pillar. This was a Feng clan elder, guarding the hidden dragon courtyard. The hidden dragon courtyard was an important ground of the Feng clan. It was impossible for it to not have experts present. An assassin from the pinnacle fate-ending palace coming to the hidden dragon courtyard has disturbed the predecessors of the Feng clan. How bold, you dare to come to the hidden dragon courtyard to cause trouble, die for me. The old master directly turned into a violet thunderbolt, and he aimed towards the head of the impoverished youth from the bronze pillar. More than 10 young talents from the Feng clan had died, and even a top genius like Feng Yu had fallen. This old master from the Feng clan was completely enraged. He wanted to take the life of the youth instantly. This is one of the 4 great elders protecting the hidden dragon courtyard. If he makes a move, this assassin will surely pay for his crime. Feng Jiangsu said with a happy expression. Poof! A loud sword sound ripped through the sky curtain, and then there was blood everywhere. It was like a burning rain of blood. You? The Feng clan elder pointed his finger at the impoverished youth with an expression filled with astonishment, but he was only able to say 1 word. Then, it was as if his throat was cut, and he couldn't say another word. It struck. The body of the Feng clan elder directly split into halves, and he fell down to the left and right. There were only broken bones left on the ground. What? All the Feng clan children became frightened, and they couldn't believe their 2 eyes. Even an elder had died in his hands. What was the background of this youth? Each elder from the Feng clan were all top experts. In the Grand Southern Prefecture, they could be considered first-class characters and could even be considered kings in the cultivation world. However, this expert was dismembered by the youth's single sword strike. This sword was too fast. This sword was too fierce. At this time, Feng Jiangsu turned pale from horror, and she didn't dare to take a single step forward. If an elder from the Feng clan was killed in the blink of an eye, then she essentially couldn't compete. The people that were considered talented in the Feng clan, when compared to this impoverished youth, were not even equal to an ant. This was truly a heaven's proud son. This is the best the Feng clan can do. Predecessors and juniors, not one can be an opponent. The impoverished youth sheathed his sword, wearing an indifferent expression. He headed for the outside of the hidden dragon courtyard, and no one dared to stop him. Laughable. Don't even dream about escaping this place today. The other three elders of the hidden dragon courtyard appeared with extreme killing intent. All three of the elders were old men that have lived for almost 100 years, above their heads were godly auras, and the god base within their dungeon was as solid as a boulder. The three let out a loud roar together. The sound was no different than three thunderous lightning bolts, echoing through the vast sky. Rumble. A thick layer of muddy dirt on the ground was lifted, and it flew straight towards the impoverished youth. Thump thump. The power of the three elders was very formidable. Even though it was only the strength of their oars, it was enough to force the youth back 7 steps. There was a trace of blood on his arm and his right wrist was cut, resulting in blood drops running down his sword, then falling to the ground. In the end, he was still too young, and he was not invincible in this world. At this moment, he was wounded. The Pinnacle Fate-Ending Palace is renowned, however, if it dares to intrude on the Feng clan and murder our people, then it should be mentally prepared to be killed. A Feng clan elder used his spirit technique to turn into a large gust of wind. His figure became dozens of shadows, entirely blocking the escape path of the impoverished youth. Have a taste of my 5-soul strange cauldron. A different elder with a 10,000 jin cauldron in his hand, slammed it to the ground, and he suddenly created a devastating blast of energy akin to torrential waves of an angry sea. He unleashed his killing move. 5 Killin's power. The third elder was even more unthinkable. His 2 feet dug straight into the ground, and his 2 palms motioned outward, unleashing Killin's shadows. Each of these Killin's shadows were 7 jang high, and they were seemingly like 5 small mountains, quickly rushing forward. 1 Killin's power was equivalent to the power of 10,000 jin. 2 Killin's power was equivalent to the power of 20,000 jin. 3 Killin's power was equivalent to the power of 40,000 jin. 4 Killin's power was equivalent to the power of 80,000 jin. 5 Killin's power was equivalent to the power of 160,000 jin. 160,000 jin was enough to topple the mountains and overturn the seas. It could shift the hills and split the rivers. This was absolutely a true high-ranking master. Being surrounded by the 3 elders, not to mention this youth, but even a battle-hardened old devil would be frightened out of his mind. However, the impoverished youth was still as calm as before, still gripping his sword tightly in his hand. Suddenly, a strand of energy emancipated from his back and encompassed the entire space above him like it was welcoming him into a different world. This energy brought about bright celestial lights that were seemingly like godly stars that were traveling under the night curtain. There were a total of 360 celestials, positioned according to the greater celestial circuit, and they flickered resplendently with a brilliant splendor high above. To adorn the sky as far as the eye can see, the heavens are turned and the stars were moved. This is stars of the last generation key image, not below the regal supreme physique. The flames in Feng Fian's eyes moved. He could see that this key image rising from the back of the impoverished youth was one of the top key images. 10,000 magnificent brilliant stars rendered others unable to lift their head. Chapter 40, Dushaogeo. The Pinnacle Fate-Ending Palace was a fearful location that only existed in the legends. Very few cultivators knew the existence of this place. And in the whole world, those who truly knew the Pinnacle Fate-Ending Palace were even less. This was why it was considered an evil existence in the legends, only existing in the legends, but it was indeed a real place. The Pinnacle Fate-Ending Palace was humble at times, and arrogant during others. When it was keeping a low profile, there wouldn't be an assassin coming out for 10 years, however, when it was arrogant, a god of death would cometh. The number of assassins inside the Pinnacle Fate-Ending Palace, this was a matter no one knew the answer to. However, as long as it was an assassin from the Pinnacle Fate-Ending Palace, each of them was an outstanding talent of a whole generation. This person would definitely shake an entire era. This impoverished assassin from the Pinnacle Fate-Ending Palace was not older than 20 yet his cultivation was powerful enough to slay a predecessor cultivator. Boom boom. Above the hidden dragon courtyard were ferocious winds and scattering clouds. The 5 shadow images of the Killin flew in the air, carrying a heaven-destroying aura. Its aftermath alone was enough to grind the 3 ancient rooftops, next to the pavilion, into dust. An elder wearing a white robe with a cauldron in his hand was ready to grind the mountains into dust at any moment. His gaze swept the 4 spheres in 8 directions, each of his circles of power and chilling energy turned into tornadoes in the shape of dragons. The combination of the 3 elders together felt like 3 gods descending from the heavens, oppressing the juniors of the Feng clan, and giving them a hard time to even breathe. The impoverished youth, on the other hand, was still poised even when he was facing the 3 elders at the same time. His key image became even more densely concentrated. A resplendent star revolved around the peak of his head, and the 360 celestials in constant rotation carried the laws of the heavens and devoured boundless killing intents. He wants to unleash his sword. Feng Fian stared intensely at the hand of the youth. This was the hand of a dangerous assassin. How do you know? Feng Jiangsu expressed her disbelief. If she couldn't clearly see the shadows of the 4 men, then Feng Fian definitely shouldn't be able to either. Fush! Jiangsu had just finished her words, and a sword broke free from the fabric of space. Next, there was a loud scream, and a rain of blood fell to the ground. Bam! The elder that was moving his shadows was skewered by the sword in the middle of his forehead. There was a hole as small as a finger. Blood, along with the white matter, dripped out from there. Another elder has died by his hands. This impoverished youth is definitely the devil, killing another person of the elder rank with just 1 blow. A child from the Feng clan was lying limp on the floor. It was as if he lost all strength in his entire body. The others were not much better. All of their foreheads were tingling. They felt like the end of the world was approaching, and it was driving them crazy. Diaresis. The impoverished youth unleashed his sword one more time, and a frightening rainbow shattered through space. The blade was swift, but a different elder used his cauldron to block it, resulting in a loud sound. Bang bang. The smile which had not disappeared from the elder's face became frozen. It turned out that the steel sword had shattered the cauldron and pierced his heart in 1 blow. A second elder has lost his life. At this moment, the killing intent from the impoverished youth became increasingly strong. Like the sun during the middle of noon, he produced an unparalleled brilliance. The last elder, the person with the most powerful cultivation, revealed a frightened look on his face. He gathered his strength, showing a peerless momentum, and he released a 5-colored god palm that slowly transformed into 5 killings of power. Hue! A flash of sword energy swept the sky, rending the 5 balls of power into blue smoke. The head of an old man flew upward and fell a few hundred zhang away, turning into pieces of flesh. Rustling. A cold heavy wind blew to the front of the hidden dragon courtyard that was already solemn, making it become even gloomier. A pungent smell of blood hovered around everyone's senses. As far as the eye can see, this could only be the scene of an Azura at work. The impoverished youth stood proudly in the middle of the blood and corpses with his outfit bathed in blood stains. Blood dripped down from his 7 or 8 wounds. He was still gripping his sword tightly, just like a god of death. The 4 elders of the hidden dragon courtyard had all died in his hands, each to just 1 fatal move. Feng Jiangsu seemed nauseous and pale from terror. When the gaze of the impoverished youth glanced over her, she couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This was an instinctive reaction to fear. The impoverished youth coldly said, "I thought she wasn't your wife." Feng Fian quickly blocked in front of Feng Jiangsu, and he said loudly, "What are you looking at? She also definitely isn't your wife." The impoverished youth gently wiped his sword, and he said with a bleak tone, "I don't like men who take advantage of women." Feng Fian's spirit suddenly came around, and he smilingly said, "She is willing to be teased by me, so it is none of your business. Little boy, do you have a little sister? How about I tease her next time?" Little sister? The impoverished youth slowly touched the bamboo block in his chest. His eyes revealed a soft hint of emotions, but it was quickly replaced by killing intent. He then coldly snorted, withdrew his gaze, turned around, and he left. You are truly a despicable person. If we meet again, I will definitely kill you. The impoverished youth's body disappeared, and, suddenly, he was standing on top of the hidden dragon courtyard's high wall. Why not kill me right now? Feng Fian smilingly asked. Because I am out of time. The impoverished youth seemed to be in a rush. He gazed towards the far distance as if he wanted to meet a certain person. He quickly left, but, from his back, came the jabbering sound of Feng Fian. Hey! A meeting is fateful, how about leaving a name? Feng Fian chased after him. If you want to find this assassin saber, then find Du Xiaogao. The impoverished youth rushed straight through the sky like a giant bird, and he disappeared in the midst of the vast pavilion's rooftops. His voice echoed continuously in the air for a long time without expiration. Du Xiaogao. This name will definitely resonate through the entire Grand Southern Prefecture in just a short period. Feng Fian watched Du Xiaogao's back as he was leaving. He smilingly mumbled, clearly he was carrying a sword, but then he said assassin's saber. Did he hit his head on a door or something? His head naturally never hit a door before, it was only that you only saw his sword and not his saber. In other words, you still didn't have the qualifications to see his saber. Feng Jiangsu stepped forward with a perplexed expression, and she asked, he really didn't kill you because he ran out of time? Feng Fian said. Fuck, do you really want to see me die under his sword? A foul-mouthed person like you staying alive is truly a miracle. Feng Jiangsu smiled. Feng Fian's expression became serious, and he said, the truth is his not killing me had two reasons. First, he really did not have time. He came to the hidden dragon courtyard to kill Feng Yu. It was apparent that his aim was the bamboo block on him. As for what the content was, it is unknown to me. However, one thing that is almost certain, the person that wanted this bamboo block is not him, but the employer who hired him to kill. An employer? Feng Jiangsu was surprised. Feng Fian said. Du Xiaogao is an assassin. The first requirement for an assassin to kill is for someone to pay money. He has to go meet his employer now. Feng Jiangsu's eyes flashed a strange expression while she gazed intensely at Feng Fian. A faint killing intent appeared in her jewel pupils. Feng Fian's entire body slightly shivered. He slowly turned while he carefully glaring in all four directions. Du Xiaogao had already left, so why did he feel another strand of killing intent earlier? Could he be delusional? It must have been his mind playing tricks. Feng Fian nodded, and he said, he definitely went to meet his employer, but this was only the first reason why he didn't kill me. There is another, the second reason. Which is? Feng Jiangsu asked. Feng Fian said. He was severely wounded. Not to mention killing, if he stood here for another second, he could have collapsed at any time without being able to stand back up. End of part 1. Novels Hall Dynasty.